The story begins with a guy saying he was heading to the library, pulling off the greatest bike sprint ever seen in human history. When he passed two friends, they even thought he was a car. The crazy guy jumped over a building, cleared a grandstand, and went flying away. Totally radical. Meanwhile, in a nearby plaza, a cyclists club was gathered. A boy was bragging about the super expensive bicycle he had managed to buy. People even commented that a student like him could only have stolen a bike like that. But the truth was that he came from a very wealthy family. However, everyone's attention was drawn to a boy who appeared at the top of a hill, about to go downhill, which basically means riding down a hill at high speed. People quickly realized that his bicycle wasn't even suited for racing. Going downhill on a single-speed bike was pure madness. Everyone thought he was going to end up killing himself. Even so, the boy put on his hood and faced the descent. As he accelerated, he began to remember his parents and all the adults in his life. Everyone wanted him to be an exemplary son and a perfect student. Expectations were so high that any grade below maximum was already considered a failure. Coming from a family of doctors, everyone expected him to follow the same path. That's why all he did was study. He had no friends and practically did nothing else with his life. Even carrying all that pressure, he rode down the entire hill. By the end, the tires were literally smoking, but he managed to complete the run. People were impressed and commented that he had pulled off a skid without even using the brakes. The boy who was showing off the expensive bike downplayed the scene, saying he just wanted to show off with that piece of junk. Still, another guy admitted that the skid had been incredible. It was then that Lee Jung-soo, a third-year student from Taeyong High School, revealed that the boy studied at the same school as them. In fact, he was the student council president. Yu Min-woo had no idea who he was. He said he didn't care who the president was, but that at least he should greet his schoolmates. The next morning at Taeyong High, the class was chatting while the teacher hadn't arrived yet. However, that same boy kept studying, completely focused. A girl watched him, curious about how seriously he took his studies. Her friend approached, asking if she was worried about the upcoming exam. She also mentioned that she must be busy because of the student council, and asked if the president treated her well. The girl replied yes, that he was a normal person. Her friend pressed on, asking if he did anything strange. She said no, but heard the other say that the nerd was very weird because he only thought about studying and took grades extremely seriously. It had to be a hassle to work with him. Even so, she defended Jaehyun, saying he wasn't like that. He just had trouble expressing his feelings and wasn't as bad as he seemed. Before the conversation could continue, Min-woo appeared, the cool guy at school, the handsome guy who was popular with almost all the girls, except those two. As soon as he arrived, he started teasing Yoonha, saying he hadn't come there to visit grandma and telling her not to push his buttons first thing in the morning. Yoonha got so annoyed, she almost went after him. Meanwhile, Kang Hanam, a second-year student, watched the scene completely in love with her. In his mind, Yoonha looked even prettier when she was angry. Min-woo commented that he couldn't even believe he was her brother and that it was better to simply ignore her. Yoonha replied that they would settle scores at home later. Min-woo's real interest, however, was the boy who kept studying without looking up from his books. He walked over but was completely ignored, so he slapped the desk and asked if he liked riding bicycles, inviting him to join his group. He said he had seen the downhill run he did, and that everyone was shocked to see someone descend such a steep hill like that. He never imagined that cyclist went to the same school, let alone that he was the council president. Even after that, Jaehyun kept ignoring everything. Min-woo complained that he could at least pretend he was listening. Seeing that scene, Yoonha commented that it was a very unexpected combination. Nobody imagined those two would have anything in common to talk about. Jaehyun simply replied that it was nobody's business and asked that if Min-woo was done, he should stop interfering with his studies. Min-woo replied fine and walked away grumbling that the jerk nerd was annoying. Even so, his words ended up getting to Jaehyun. After all, he had always really loved riding bicycles. On his 13th birthday, his uncle gave him a bike as a gift. It was a very special bicycle that had accompanied his uncle even before he became a professional cyclist. Handing it over, he asked Jaehyun to take good care of it. He also said that studying was important, but that he needed to experience life outside the house, have fun, and create good memories. And once he learned to ride properly, the two of them could travel together. Meanwhile, Yoonha left school completely dissatisfied. In her view, her life was just school, cram school, and exams. There was no romance, no fun, and no good memories. Her friend tried to cheer her up, saying that eventually they would live unforgettable moments. At that moment, Kang Hanam appeared, asking Yoonha out to watch a movie, but he showed up so suddenly that he took a direct punch to the pit of his stomach. The poor guy almost threw up, but instead of giving up, he fell even deeper in love and kept following her. At dismissal time, Jaehyun was approached once again by Min-woo. He explained that he even waited until Jaehyun finished studying just to ask again if he really didn't want to join the crew. He also mentioned that that night, there would be a bike race against a member of his team and invited Jaehyun to watch. Jaehyun walked past him, saying only that he could go have fun with his little friends and leave him in peace. However, Min-woo told him that a boy from the team had called Jaehyun's bike a piece of junk. He said he didn't care if he showed up or not, but he hated people who thought only a bike's specs mattered. From the way Jaehyun rode, you could tell that bike had been with him for a long time. Because of that, he really wanted to see his friend's face when he got beaten by it in a race. In the end, he just said they would be at Green Park that night, and that the decision was entirely up to him. Later at Green Park, kids Kids were playing while parents watched closely. The place was also full of teenagers riding bikes and served as the territory of the Zephyr crew. Jung-soo walked up to Minwoo, pressing a cold can against his face and asking if the boy would really show up. He had a feeling he wouldn't. Minwoo replied that if he didn't show up, it would be fine too, but Jung-soo said he seemed obsessed with Jaehyun. Minwoo denied it, saying it wasn't an obsession. He just thought he was a great candidate to recruit. After all, someone who could handle a bike like that had probably been training alone for a long time, and in his opinion, riding with other people was way more fun than riding alone. Shortly after, another team member showed up, asking if the council president was going to take much longer. Minwoo replied that if he was so impatient, he could warm up by racing against him. Before anyone could answer, the council president finally appeared, the boy everyone now knew as the downhill kid. Minwoo said it was a shame. He really wanted to see Jaehyun race against Taejin's carbon bike, but apparently that would have to wait for another time. The onlookers also had high expectations for Jaehyun, since he had been personally invited by Minwoo, something that almost never happened. Besides, everyone still remembered the impressive downhill he had pulled off. When greeting him, Taejin tried to strike up a conversation, but Jaehyun completely ignored him. Minwoo commented that he thought he wouldn't even show up. Jaehyun merely replied that he didn't want to waste time and told him to get straight to the point, so Minwoo asked them to explain the rules. Jung-soo introduced himself and noted that there were now 3 students from Taeyong High gathered there. Then Jaehyun introduced himself politely as well. After all, he treated with respect those who treated him the same way. Jung-soo handed over a map and explained the race rules. It would be a one-on-one duel. The start would take place at the park, and they were to follow the course marked on the map. Whoever made it back first would be the winner. Since Jaehyun knew the area well, he probably already knew the route. He also explained that marshals were stationed at certain points along the track for any emergency, so all they had to do was follow the path without going off route. Minwoo explained that his opponent would be the very boy who was bragging about his bike earlier. Jaehyun replied that after this race, he wanted them to stop bothering him once and for all. Minwoo agreed. Right after, Young-soo handed Jaehyun a helmet, reminding him that safety comes first. That was when Minwoo noticed that Jaehyun had removed the brakes from his bike to cut weight. Since his bike was lighter, he earned the right to start first. At the starting line, people commented that Taejin's carbon bike would certainly crush his opponents. That would be the new bike's debut, and Taejin himself said it was impossible to lose to such an old bike. Minwoo just told both of them to focus on the race. Meanwhile, Jung-soo attached his phone to his helmet like a GoPro to record the whole matchup. The race would begin the moment the chainring dropped to the ground. As soon as it made its first clink, both took off at the same time. Right at the start, Taejin took the lead thanks to the carbon bicycle. Jung-soo explained that the initial advantage came from the bike's reduced weight, but the real race began when both started pedaling with everything they had. A good start didn't guarantee victory, so he accelerated too, so as not to miss any shot of the recording. While leading, Taejin kept looking back to provoke Jaehyun, saying he would never win riding that piece of trash bike and that he'd better get used to eating dust. Yet Jaehyun remained completely focused. He took a perfect curve right behind Taejin, making his rival a bit nervous. Realizing this, Taejin accelerated even harder to avoid being caught. Shortly after, they went through a stretch full of cones. On purpose, Taejin kicked one of them toward Jaehyun. Even so, Jaehyun dodged it easily. The problem was that he ended up heading toward a parked car and was forced to perform a spectacular maneuver, jumping right over it without losing control. The trick was so ridiculous that even Taejin was left completely shocked. Jaehyun simply continued the race as if nothing had happened. Jung-soo commented that it had been a close call and told Taejin to stop those dangerous antics. Taejin replied that his foot must have slipped, adding that Jaehyun was much crazier than he imagined. In Jung-soo's mind, Taejin was going to end up killing someone that way. At the same time, he realized Jaehyun's skills were absurd. The 360-degree rotation he had just pulled off was unbelievable. Luckily, everything had been recorded. When the track cleared up, Jaehyun finally surged for real and managed to match Taejin's speed. The next turn was very sharp and marked by a track guard. Taejin struggled a bit to make it. Jaehyun suffered quite a bit too, mainly because he had no brakes. Still, he managed to pull off a perfect drift and came out of the corner already in the lead. Jung-soo couldn't believe what he had just seen. He never imagined someone could execute a drift like that on a bicycle, let alone a fixed-gear bike. It seemed as though that bike was an extension of Jaehyun's own body. Behind him, Taejin could only think that he needed to overtake him. It was unbelievable that his carbon bike was losing to an old bicycle. Now up front, Jaehyun pointed back and taunted, showing that now it was Taejin who was eating dust. That made Taejin even angrier. He yelled that the race wasn't over yet. Jaehyun replied that he was in a rush because he still needed to study, so he said he would wrap this up in 4 minutes. Taejin told him to stop acting full of himself and said he hated those Taeyong High students. As he followed everything, Jung-soo began to worry. The way both were racing with so much anger, someone could end up getting hurt. Taejin tried to pass at all costs, but Jaehyun closed off every gap. Still, Taejin vowed he would make the pass on the downhill slope. Both accelerated faster and faster. Jungsu shouted that it was dangerous because there was a fence at the bottom of the hill and they could crash straight into it. But Taejin wasn't listening anymore. He was completely obsessed with winning. At the very last second, Jaehyun executed another perfect skid. He reduced speed, planted his foot against the fence to carve the turn, and continued down the path seamlessly. Taejin didn't have the same skill. He ended up crashing hard into the fence. At least he was wearing a helmet. Jaehyun just kept riding ahead, calling his rival a loser. Sometime later, Taejin showed up with his head bleeding. Even injured, he seemed far more upset about losing the race than about his injury. Meanwhile, Minwoo was distracted playing on his phone when someone announced that the competitors had returned. He found it strange because the race had ended way too quickly. In fact, he ended up losing the game he was playing right when he was about to beat his own high score. The problem was that Taejin hadn't shown up. The one who returned first was Jaehyun. Minwoo laughed and commented that all that talk about the carbon bike was useless. He said someone had finally put Taejin in his place, and repeated what he always said. It's not the bike that matters, but the rider. The people around began asking what had happened during the race. Minwoo replied that they needed to wait for Jungsu to get back so they could watch the footage. As for Jaehyun, he merely reminded Minwoo of the promise he had made before the race. After that match, he wanted them never to bother him again with meaningless races. Then he walked away in silence. Everyone watched as he rode off, coming to a single conclusion: that guy was insanely cool. When Jungsu returned with Taejin, who was slightly injured, nothing serious but still bleeding, everyone got very concerned. Even so, Taejin himself just ordered them to bring that piece of shit back to him. Meanwhile, Jaehyun made it home without issues. As soon as he arrived, Keijo, his younger brother, commented that nobody was home because their mother had already left for another night shift. Then he asked where his brother had been, assuming he must have been playing around on his bike. He also complained that, at that rate, he wouldn't make it into a good university if he didn't start studying, given that his college entrance exam was the following year. In his opinion, Jaehyun needed to stop messing around with his friends and grow up. Right at that moment, the kitten show started on TV. Keijo took off running, tripped, stubbed his pinky toe against the doorframe, rolled all the way into the living room, and yet was thrilled that he didn't miss the show. Meanwhile, Jaehyun simply walked past him in complete silence. During his shower, Jaehyun kept remembering the thrill of the bike race. He had enjoyed it a lot. The next morning, when he went to pick up his bike, he realized one of the tires was completely ruined from the race. Keijo also noticed the bike looked off and asked if he was really going to school like that. Jaehyun said yes. His brother then commented that he was a true bike maniac and that nowadays it made no sense to waste so much energy pedaling to school. A student should save his energy for studying, not waste it first thing in the morning. Even so, Jaehyun just said he'd see him later and left. Keijo reiterated that he needed to grow up and was very immature. Yet, seconds later, a stray kitten walked by and he went running after the animal. Meanwhile, another girl from the student council almost missed the bus. She boarded the completely packed vehicle, got stuck in traffic, and right then, Jaehyun pedaled right past. She was impressed, both because he was very handsome and because his bicycle seemed faster than the bus itself. People even commented that maybe it was worth pedaling to school instead. At the same time, Kang Hanam, who was in love with Yoonha, was getting a ride in a car as usual, but Jaehyun zoomed past him on his bike, leaving him mesmerized. After that, he started wanting a bicycle too. Midway through, another bicycle pulled up alongside Jaehyun's. The rider was the principal of Taeyong High School. Jaehyun said good morning, and the principal replied that he was, as always, full of energy early in the day. Jaehyun commented that he didn't know the principal also commuted by bike. The principal answered that a real man always rides to work. Shortly after, he warned Jaehyun to be careful, since cyclists like them were neither welcome on sidewalks nor on the roads. Therefore, they needed to be even more cautious than anyone else. Unfortunately, not even bike lanes were truly safe. Right then, a car was parked squarely in the middle of the bike lane, something completely illegal, but drivers simply didn't care. Still, the principal told them to pick up the pace, or they'd be late. Meanwhile, at Taeyong High, anyone arriving late or without a name tag had to do 10 push-ups. The dean of discipline also caught another student, Lee Hua-lang, second year, class 3, arriving on a skateboard, without a backpack, and without a name tag. Hard to defend oneself like that. As soon as he passed, the dean yanked him off the skateboard and asked what was wrong with his hair. In the middle of the commotion, he accidentally spilled orange juice all over the boy. Being without a backpack or tag, it was obvious he'd have to do push-ups too. That was when the principal appeared, asking what all that noise was about so early in the morning. The dean explained he was merely emphasizing the importance of the school uniform. The principal replied that that certainly wasn't a good way to start the day. He then remarked that the students looked extra nice that day and asked everyone to help preserve the school's good image by acting more responsibly. He then dismissed the students. Everyone answered yes and promised to be more responsible from then on. The dean didn't like the decision at all, but had no choice. 2 seconds later, Li Hualang was already hitting on some girls at school. The principal merely commented that it was just youth being youth. Right after, the dean reminded him that he also had a meeting scheduled for that day. Later, in Jaehyun's classroom, There was still a bit of time before the teacher arrived. In the school group chat, the principal had sent another one of his traditional affectionate messages to all students. Yoonha commented that it was always fun when the principal had a meeting. Meanwhile, Mia, the girl from the student council, remained completely distracted staring at Jaehyun. Yoonha teased her, saying she must be in love. At that moment, Kang Hanam showed up and accidentally startled Mia, who responded by smacking him over the head with a book. Still, Kang Hanam interpreted that as a sign of affection. Jaehyun, on the other hand, stayed totally focused on his book, while several students passed by, commenting on how awesome the previous day's bike race had been. Shortly after, Minwoo, surrounded by a few girls, walked past him saying he had seen the video Jung-soo recorded of the race. According to him, it was really cool seeing Jaehyun destroy Taejin. He then wished him good studying and walked off. The girls were surprised to discover that Minwoo knew the council president, but also commented that Jaehyun was kind of weird since he lived only for studying. Classes proceeded as usual, and as always were quite boring. Throughout all this time, Mia couldn't take her eyes off Jaehyun. Maybe she liked him, or maybe she was just curious to understand why he insisted on riding a bike to school every single morning. When class finally ended, Kang Hanam saw Jaehyun getting ready to ride home and asked to borrow his bike for a moment, but Jaehyun simply walked off without answering. Shortly after, Kang Hanam heard Yoonha's voice and went straight to her, saying he would never leave her radar. Yoonha just wondered what she had done to deserve that. He kept insisting, and ended up receiving a nice kick to the shins as a reward. As Jaehyun rode back home, one of the tires finally blew out, as it had been completely worn down since the race, and he hadn't replaced it yet. That was when someone appeared saying that piece of trash wouldn't last long anyway. It was Taejin, who was there to settle the score. At the same time, Kang Hanam was still walking around sore from the beatings he took from Yoonha, convinced that it was merely an expression of love. Midway home, however, he stumbled upon Jaehyun surrounded by Taejin and his crew. Taejin asked if the council president had slept well. He said he was so angry about losing the race that he couldn't sleep because of him, and because of the wound on his forehead. But Jaehyun just replied by asking who he was. Infuriated, Taejin asked if he thought he was hot stuff just because he won that shitty race. He then kicked Jaehyun's bike, but when he tried to provoke him once more, he caught a direct punch to the face. Taejin's friends were stunned, saying Jaehyun must have lost his mind. Maybe his ego had gotten too big after the race. But that reaction turned out to be a huge mistake. Jaehyun didn't stand a chance against the group. They jumped him, beat him mercilessly, and broke his glasses. Taejin asked how Jaehyun was going to go to school the next day looking like that, all beat up. Jaehyun replied that he didn't even remember who he was, and didn't care to know. He just told him to get out of his sight. Taejin was just about to beat Jaehyun up again, but Kang Hanam showed up and said that was enough, because things were getting boring. He then joked, asking if they thought it was fair doing 3 against 1, and said he wanted to join in too. Taejin replied that if he was asking so nicely, he could come right ahead, but one of his friends convinced him to leave, saying it was time to get out of there. The other whispered in his ear, warning that Kang Hanam was extremely dangerous. Taejin grumbled that he couldn't stand the people from Taeyang High, and told Jaehyun to thank his little friend. After that, the group left, avoiding the fight. Kang Hanam commented that they ran off because they must have sensed his power. He then extended a hand to Jaehyun, but Jaehyun replied that he was fine and asked him to just forget about it and leave too. Kang Hanam found the reaction strange, saying he had just saved his life. On the same street, Minwoo appeared surrounded by several girls who wanted to take him to karaoke. The guy really was popular. At that moment, Taejin's group passed by him, mocking that it was easy to have a bunch of girls around when you had money. Minwoo didn't even care about the provocation. As soon as he saw Jaehyun trying to fix his bike, he dismissed all the girls and walked up to him. Kang Hanam commented that the bike was completely wrecked and that there was no way to get home like that. Minwoo then asked what had happened and why Jaehyun's face looked like that. Kang Hanam explained that the guys from the other school came after him to fight. Right away, Minwoo remembered seeing Taejin injured earlier, concluding he must have been trying to get revenge on Jaehyun. Even so, Jaehyun just wanted to leave. Minwoo apologized for getting him dragged into that mess, but Jaehyun replied it was fine, provided he never mentioned his crew again. Still, Minwoo insisted on at least buying some medicine at the pharmacy, but Jaehyun refused and told him to simply vanish from his life. Realizing he was too stubborn to accept help, Kang Hanam decided to act his own way and delivered a chop to the back of Jaehyun's neck, knocking the boy out cold. Minwoo asked if he had gone crazy, but Kang Hanam answered that he took way harder hits from Yoonha and was still alive, so Jaehyun would be fine. According to him, the guy had just passed out, and they'd spend the whole day arguing if he hadn't stepped in. After that, Kang Hanam hoisted Jaehyun onto his back, carrying him like a sack of potatoes. On the way, Minwoo asked where they were taking him and if they even knew where he lived. Kang Hanam said no, but kept walking anyway. Before looking for his house, the two stopped by a pharmacy to buy some supplies. That was when they realized Jaehyun was in much worse shape than they thought. Meanwhile, Keijo realized it was getting late and found it weird that his brother hadn't come home yet. He left for his tutoring class, but on the way, he found Jaehyun collapsed on the ground, surrounded by 2 guys from Taeyang High. Right away, he thought his brother had been beaten up. Not knowing what to do, Keijo was approached by the two. Instead of helping his brother, he panicked, claimed he didn't even know the guy, and took off running. Minwoo noted to Kang Hanam that the kid looked a lot like Jaehyun, both in his face and his annoying way of talking. The two ran after Keijo, saying that running away like that made everything look even more suspicious. Only then did Keijo understand they were Jaehyun's friends, or at least that's what they claimed. Before that, he really believed they were beating up his brother. When asked if he would abandon his own brother like that, Keijo said yes. He stated that everyone needed to take care of themselves, and if Jaehyun kept getting into fights, it was his own fault for hanging out with such a bad crowd. Ultimately, the three arrived at the brother's house. They covered Jaehyun's face in ointments and band-aids while he remained unconscious on the bed, still in his blood-stained clothes. Kang Hanam proudly stated that he had performed a very difficult procedure and had done his best. Keijo thought those two were complete goofballs. Minwoo then asked why he had a band-aid right under his nose. Keijo replied it was a little secret. Without a second thought, Minwoo ripped the band-aid off, making Kang Hanam fly into a rage and tell him never to do that again. Later, Minwoo noted that the house was way too quiet. Keijo explained that their parents were almost never home. The two then noticed that there were books practically everywhere, and concluded that the room was super boring and that Jaehyun must lead a very dull life. Meanwhile, Keijo didn't take his eyes off them for a second, watching to make sure they wouldn't steal anything. In reality, he didn't even believe his brother had friends. That ended up annoying Minwoo even more than Jaehyun himself did. That was when Minwoo found an old photo. At first glance, he thought it was Keijo, but it was actually Jaehyun when he was younger, receiving that bicycle as a gift. Right then, he realized the bike was so worn out precisely because it held massive sentimental value for Jaehyun. At that moment, Kang Hanam noticed that Minwoo looked extremely similar to Yoonha. He even thought he was seeing things, never imagining they were twins, since he never bothered to ask. When Minwoo asked who the adult standing next to Jaehyun in the photo was, Jaehyun finally woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he asked what they were doing inside his house. The two acted as if it were the most normal thing in the world, but Jaehyun snatched the picture frame from Minwoo's hands, told them to get their hands off his stuff, and ordered them to leave the house immediately. Minwoo, however, grabbed a mirror and reminded him that they had carried Jaehyun all the way there and taken care of him. Kang Hanam said he didn't even need to thank them because they were doing it as classmates. Even so, Jaehyun ripped all the band-aids off his face because they were bothering him and said he had no patience to argue with anyone. Kang Hanam replied that it wasn't fair to kick them out like that, and Minwoo agreed, saying it really wasn't very polite. He also admitted they weren't friends yet. Still, the two took advantage of the situation to snoop around Jaehyun's computer. He told them not to touch the PC, so they assumed they'd find some forbidden content. But the only things stored there were video lectures for civil service exams, tests, and college. Kang Hanam said that was the most boring computer he had ever seen in his life, and that he didn't even know how Jaehyun managed to live like that. Minwoo agreed, calling the PC extremely nerdy. Then Kang Hanam told them not to worry, because he would show them the path to a whole new world. Minwoo played along, while Jaehyun just kept telling them to stop messing with his computer. As Keijo was getting ready to leave for tutoring once and for all, already late, Kang Hanam downloaded a video and asked if everyone was ready. As soon as he opened the file, full-blown hentai popped up on the screen. The whole room fell dead silent. Everyone stared at the monitor, even the younger brother. At that moment, it seemed like everyone had grown into adults all at once, watching the entire video without uttering a single word. Later, as they were leaving, Jaehyun complained that they had downloaded those weird things on his computer. Yet, before deleting the file, he ended up opening the video one more time. Right at that moment, his brother walked into the room and caught him watching it again. On the way out, Minwoo commented that the video was actually pretty cool. Kang Hanam replied that he'd share the website with him later. That was how the two ended up becoming friends. Shortly after, however, Minwoo received an important phone call informing him that the gang was holding an emergency meeting. They told everyone to show up, including Taejin, since the meeting's subject was precisely him. That night, the Zephyr crew couldn't understand why an emergency meeting had been called, as nothing was scheduled for that day. When Taejin's group arrived, everyone noticed they were a bit banged up and asked if something had happened. Minwoo made it clear that they had to attend the meeting. Taejin replied that he had no idea why they had been summoned, but Youngsoo said it wasn't by chance, and that Minwoo certainly had a good reason. Taejin mocked him, saying Youngsoo was kissing up to his buddy, but at that moment, Minwoo appeared looking furious, slipped off his ring, and threw a punch straight into Taejin's face. The rest of the group rushed to pull them apart. Youngsoo asked why he had done that, and Minwoo replied that Taejin was dragging their crew's name through the mud. He told him to walk away while he still could, and called him a scumbag. The rest of the guys still didn't understand what had happened, so Minwoo told Taejin to stop playing dumb. He said he didn't want any losers on the team, much less someone who beat people up just because he couldn't accept losing a race. Taejin replied that all of this was because of that shitty president. According to him, nobody was remembering that Jaehyun had struck first, just like Minwoo had just done. Therefore, in his opinion, the one who should leave the group was Minwoo himself. Youngsoo tried to cool tempers down, saying both sides were in the wrong, but Taejin replied that it looked like the Zephyr guys were angrier at Minwoo than at him, so he told them to say it to his face. The rest of the crew explained that the real problem was that randomly scheduled meeting. Besides, Jaehyun wasn't even part of the gang, so it made no sense to protect an outsider. Since they were also saying he started the fight, they saw no reason to expel anyone, so they asked if they had been called just to officially kick Taejin out of the gang. Taejin smirked, noting that apparently the guys preferred to side with him. The crew members even started criticizing Minwoo, saying he wasn't even riding anymore because of his injured leg. According to them, all he did was spend the day hitting on girls. With all his father's money, he never had to worry about a thing, and if he wanted to, he could easily start another team. Youngsoo answered that they were crossing the line, and asked them to think before talking so much trash. That was when Minwoo proposed resolving everything the Zephyr way, with a race. Whichever side lost would leave the gang. Taejin accepted on the spot and taunted him, asking if Minwoo could even pedal with that bum leg. Minwoo replied he could win using just one leg, so Taejin raised the stakes. Since the others would be kicked out along with him, he suggested a 3-on-3 match. The defeated team would leave the gang without complaining. Minwoo said he'd be happy to beat all three by himself, but Youngsoo offered to race too. He said Minwoo wasn't in any condition to handle that alone yet. Taejin declared that this would practically be an inter-school showdown, and asked if anyone else wanted to side with him, abandoning the team if they lost. Nobody stepped forward. Even so, Youngsoo said there was no need to involve more people. It was enough for them to resolve it themselves. The next morning, a boy with orange juice-colored hair was having a completely wild dream. In the dream, he was tall, muscular, and all the girls were in love with him. The fantasy ended when a female classmate woke him up. Meanwhile, the actual topic of importance was the conversation between Youngsoo and Minwoo. Youngsoo asked what he intended to do, and Minwoo said it was obvious. He was going to kick that punk off the team. Youngsoo asked if his leg was fully recovered for that. Minwoo replied that the doctor said a few pedal strokes would actually help with recovery. Still, Youngsoo reminded him that it would take much more than a few pedal strokes to win. After all, they'd be at a disadvantage, running 2 against 3. If Minwoo were fully recovered, he wouldn't be worried. So Youngsoo suggested calling Jaehyun to complete the team, since he had also been one of those responsible for all that mess. But Minwoo refused immediately. He said he didn't want to drag that nerd into the gang's problems, and guaranteed there was no chance they'd lose to the fools on Taejin's team. Meanwhile, Jaehyun was sitting in the classroom drawing a bicycle in his notebook. The guy thought of nothing else. That was when Mia approached with an ice pack for the cut on his face. Jaehyun replied that he hadn't asked for anything, but Yoonha told him to stop being a jerk and simply say thank you. Ever since Mia saw the injury that morning, she was worried, and even stopped by the pharmacy to buy the ice. Mia got totally embarrassed by the comment, but before she could answer, Kang Hanam showed up, slapping Jaehyun on the back, asking if he had slept well the night before, and remarking that he looked pretty tired. Yoonha asked since when the two of them knew each other. Jaehyun didn't even answer, so Kang Hanam said they had really bonded. Shortly after, another student showed up saying someone from the 3rd year wanted to speak with Jaehyun. Kang Hanam joked that he was getting popular, adding that he could bond with Yoonha too, but he ended up receiving a judo throw for his troubles. Waiting for Jaehyun in the hallway was Jungsoo. While he waited, a few girls passed by, commenting that he was actually kind of cute. Right after though, they walked away saying they heard he didn't like girls. Jungsoo was left confused hearing that Jaehyun didn't like girls. It was the first time he saw his face after all those injuries. At first, Jaehyun didn't even remember who he was. Only after about 5 minutes of explanation did he finally recognize Jungsoo. Then, Jungsoo said he had a favor to ask. He explained that the day before, Minwoo got very worked up over what Taejin's group did to Jaehyun. Minwoo himself didn't want to drag him into that mess anymore, but needed help in the race against them. Jaehyun, however, replied that he never wanted to get involved with that group again. Even understanding his decision, Jungsoo said the way everything went down wasn't fair. He explained that if they lost the race, Minwoo would be kicked out of his own gang. Jaehyun asked if he was supposed to care about that, since he had heard enough about the situation. So Jungsoo simply warned him that the race would be that very night at 8 p.m. at Green Park. If he changed his mind, they'd be waiting for him there. Afterwards, he thanked him for taking up a bit of his break time. When race time arrived, Green Park was already packed. Even people who weren't part of the Zephyr group showed up to watch, and everyone was hyped. Jungsoo and Minwoo geared up for the match. It was past the time for Jaehyun to show up, but he hadn't come. Still, the two already expected that, and decided to race anyway, despite being at a disadvantage, running 2 against 3. While observing their opponents, Jungsoo noticed that Taejin had put a brake on his bicycle, likely due to the beating he took during the downhill against Jaehyun. Shortly after, Taejin taunted Minwoo, saying it had been a long time since he got on a bike, and that he'd better not push it too hard, or he'd lose both legs. Minwoo just told him to shut his mouth. Before the start, a girl arrived riding a Lambretta scooter. She introduced herself as Hyeri Lee, a commentator for a cycling show on the Paprika TV channel. She mentioned she heard about the race and asked if she could livestream it. A good portion of the guys were blown away by her beauty. Minwoo asked what on earth Paprika TV was, while Jungsoo wondered if it had any relation to the paprika spice made from bell peppers. Hyeri Lee explained she hoped to run a good live stream of the race, and asked if everyone agreed. Minwoo said yes, saying it was an honor to have such a beautiful woman recording the event. Taejin took the opportunity to say it would be perfect, because now he could humiliate that fool on the internet too. Thus, Hyeri Lee started the livestream, and plenty of people tuned in to watch the race both on their phones and in person. The referee, still a bit distracted by her beauty, explained that the event would be a relay race. It would work just like a baton race, but using bicycles. Instead of batons, they would use LED armbands that wrapped around the arm automatically with just a light tap. Each rider would wait at a designated point to receive the armband, and the team that managed to pass it to the last participant and bring it back first would be the winner. As a wager, they decided the losing team would expel a member from the gang. Some people questioned whether Minwoo could really participate, given it would be a 3 versus 2 match, and he'd have a huge disadvantage in strength and endurance. Even so, Minwoo replied it didn't matter if it were 3 or even 4 against 2, they would win anyway. Jungsu commented that he really was overconfident. The referee then said that way, nobody could complain about unfairness later. The red armband went to Minwoo, while the blue one was handed to Taejin. Hyeri Lee announced to the stream that the inter-school race was about to begin, and prepped her camera to record everything. On the other side, Taejin was determined to teach those Taeyang guys a lesson. The first relay competitor would be Hyungmin Lee from Mountain High. Minwoo said Youngsu could handle him, since the first section of the track had many corners, and Hyungmin Lee would have an advantage riding a road bike against Youngsu's track bike. Still, he trusted he could pull it off. Youngsu replied that it was fine, but asked if Minwoo was sure he could handle the other 2 legs alone. Minwoo said he didn't know yet if Taejin would be the second or third rider, but that he wanted to crush that scumbag no matter what. Before the start, Youngsu placed the armband on his arm and simply asked Minwoo not to overdo it so as not to worsen his existing injury. The competitors lined up at the starting line while Hyeri Lee got her camera ready to capture everything. As soon as the chainring hit the ground, both teams burst forward simultaneously. The riders launched nearly neck and neck, pedaling at around 41 km/h. Hyeri Lee followed right alongside on her moped while informing the livestream that the rider with the blue armband represented Mountain High, while the red belonged to Taeyang High. Right at the start, Hyungmin Lee took the lead. The crowd back at the starting line followed everything via the livestream. As he pedaled, Hyungmin Lee asked if the pace was too heavy for Jungsu, but on the sharpest corner of the course, Jungsu remained glued to his rear wheel, fighting for the lead without showing any strain. No matter how much Hyungmin Lee accelerated, the pressure kept building. Jungsu stayed right in his slipstream the entire time. Drafting, known in cycling as riding in the slipstream, is a technique where the lead cyclist blocks air resistance, allowing the rider behind to pedal using less energy. Hyeri Lee commented that for a high school race, the skill level was remarkably high. The viewers also praised Youngsu's draft, but believed it still wouldn't be enough to pass Hyungmin Lee. However, Hyungmin Lee began to grow increasingly nervous. Seizing the right moment, Youngsu finally overtook him, thanking him for the draft. From there on, everything would be decided on the climb. Shifting into a heavier gear, Youngsu definitively snatched the lead, pedaling with pure power while keeping his body rock solid over the bike. Hyungmin Lee could no longer keep up with the pace. At the exchange point, a guy from Mountain High warned that he could hear the girls' livestream and that they were already approaching. Minwoo replied that they'd better all be ready because it would be a long time before anyone caught up to him. At that moment, Jiwon, also from Mountain High and a friend of Taejin, commented that you still couldn't tell who would arrive first. Minwoo simply asked if he really believed Hyungmin Lee could beat Jungsu because that had to be a joke, and just as he expected, Youngsu was the first to reach the exchange point, passing the armband to his teammate. Minwoo took off as soon as he received his friend's good luck wishes. Hyeri Lee announced on the stream that the second rider had put on the armband and taken the lead. If everything kept going that way, Minwoo would soon reach the final stretch of the course. The mountain team was taking a beating, while Youngsu rested and drank a massive energy drink, which unfortunately didn't sponsor the video to get its name dropped. Deep down, Youngsu just prayed Minwoo wouldn't injure himself again like last time. Even injured, Minwoo was pushing himself far harder than he should have. He was doing it to prevent Youngsu from getting kicked out of the crew along with him. As he pedaled, he felt he was in a great groove. The Taeyang team maintained the lead, and the crowd even took the chance to mock Taejin's crew. Shortly after, Minwoo flew past his opponent, so fast that Taejin's friend didn't even get close to touching him. Meanwhile, someone else was watching the livestream. It was someone who knew Minwoo very well. Suddenly, a cat darted across the track. Minwoo had to slam his brakes at the very last second to avoid hitting the animal, and ended up crashing. Fortunately, he sustained no serious injuries thanks to his safety gear. Kids, always wear safety gear when riding a bicycle. That is very important. Also take a moment to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and ring the bell so you don't miss any videos. Safety always comes first. After the accident, Hyeri Lee apologized to the audience and explained that she would need to pause the stream for a few minutes, as accidents couldn't be broadcast freely on the internet. At that moment, Taejin rode past Minwoo, mocking him and saying it was obvious it would end like that. Hyeri Lee went over to check if he was okay, but before she could do anything, Jaehyun appeared, asking why he was lying on the ground like a wimp. After taking a shortcut, Jaehyun cut right in front of Taejin's bike, forcing him to brake hard. Next, he asked if he was the one who had kicked his bicycle last time. Then he said they could finally find out which bike was better, his, which Taejin called junk, or his rival's expensive carbon bike. Taejin replied that he was still going to get payback for what Jaehyun did to him on the downhill last time. Jaehyun accepted the challenge and proposed an anything-goes sprint for the final stretch. Whoever crossed the line first would be the true winner. He further taunted that if that super light carbon bike lost to the bike they called trash, the fault wouldn't lie with the bike, but with the rider himself. Taejin barked back that Jaehyun talked too much and that he'd put an end to this right now. The two launched right from there, without a referee or authorization, each wearing an armband. Taejin sprinted much harder off the mark, but Jaehyun, relying purely on the power of his pedaling, managed to overtake him. In the finish area, everyone noticed Minwoo returning and assumed the race was over. Minwoo apologized for ruining the match for everyone and said it seemed his leg hadn't fully recovered after all. Hyeri Lee commented that he was very lucky not to have suffered severe injuries after crashing at that speed. Meanwhile, many people were already saying they had lost. Taejin's crew even began plotting how they would kick Minwoo out of the team. Suddenly, everyone spotted two armbands approaching, one red and one blue. To everyone's surprise, the red one was out front. Taejin couldn't believe that the bike he called junk was leading. Moments later, Jaehyun crossed the finish line in first place. Everyone was left completely baffled by what had happened. Some began shouting that it was cheating, since that rider wasn't even officially part of the red team from the start. Completely humiliated, Taejin heard Jaehyun say that apparently the real piece of trash wasn't his bike. Afterward, he even advised his rival to practice the basics a bit more before showing up to race again. The referee then approached as everyone asked if that meant Taeyong Hai had won. He replied that he didn't understand why another cyclist had joined the Taeyong team, but that outside interference wasn't fair. The match had been defined as 3 against 2, and that would be the official result. Harsh as it seemed, Minwoo had lost, and the race was already over for them. Minwoo replied that he didn't need any explanation. It was fine. He said he would stop complicating everyone's life. Then he ripped the Zephyr crest off his own clothes, showing that he was stepping down from the group. He then asked if anyone had anything left to complain about now. He noticed the mountain guys looked quite satisfied with his departure. Yoongsu simply walked up to him and said he had made a great effort. He also reminded him that he had joined the group because of Minwoo, so if Minwoo left, he would leave too. After all, they were a team. Shortly after, Jaehyun tossed the helmet to Minwoo, called him a loser, and silently walked away pushing his bike. Watching it all, Hyeri Lee realized that he was the boy who had inherited the bicycle. Later, the mountain crew commented that now that those guys were gone, they could finally relax. Some even suggested celebrating with a round of burgers and beer. Even so, Taejin remained furious because he had lost to Jaehyun. That was when a student from another school suddenly showed up. His presence spooked everyone, including Taejin. It was Vinnie Hong, a second-year student from Ganghai. Known for being completely unhinged, Vinnie Hong said he had watched the livestream and commented that Minwoo's leg looked much better for him to pedal like that. The mountain guys replied that it made no difference, because Minwoo and the others had already been kicked out of the team due to the loss. Vinnie Hong then said that now the rats would throw a party. The boys tried to deny it, but he kept asserting that Taejin's team had pedaled like a massive pile of shit. In his opinion, Minwoo was still way too strong. He said he would have to break his other leg so he could never race again. Then he stated that Taejin would also have to leave the team, and that he'd let the rats play by themselves. Not understanding the lunatic's behavior, Taejin asked what the hell he was trying to do. Later, when Minwoo returned to the mansion where he lived, he found his father arriving by car, accompanied by several subordinates and his wife, who was not his mother. As soon as he stepped out of the car, the father asked what had happened and why he wasn't inside studying. The woman tried to say it was just teenage stuff. Noticing the bruises on Minwoo's face, she stepped forward to help him, but he told her to get her filthy hands off him. Minwoo was stunned when his own father slapped him across the face. He called him a good-for-nothing hoodlum and said he must think he was hot shit just because he rode bikes around with his little friends. But Minwoo told his dad to screw off with all that talk about being the eldest son, the heir, and the rich family. He also said that woman was only with him for his money, since his real mother was no longer there. His father replied that he was extremely disrespectful, especially after taking money to buy that stupid bicycle. He then demanded his wallet back, saying he was the one paying for all that crap. Minwoo threw the wallet on the ground and answered that he didn't need his money. He could go live happily with that gold digger. After that, he walked away, while his sister Yoonha listened to everything from the upper floor, blaming herself for everything that was happening. Minwoo had nowhere to go either. The bus would still take a long time to arrive, if it even ran at that hour. He didn't have a single penny in his pocket, had been kicked out of his crew, and kicked out of his home. Seeing a happy family walk down the street, he remembered the time when his own family was like that too, so he asked himself how the hell things had ended up like this. That was when Jaehyun passed by him, drinking an energy drink, and asked if he was crying because he lost, just like a baby. Minwoo replied he wasn't crying, as Jaehyun was already walking off. He asked if he could crash at his place for the night. As usual, Jaehyun tried to just keep walking, but Minwoo explained he was broke and stranded on the street. Jaehyun replied that was his problem, that he needed to get back to studying, and told him to ask another friend for help. Minwoo replied he would love to, but had no one else to turn to. Jaehyun said he couldn't ask that of him either. After all, when it came down to it, they were just just classmates. Having no other choice, Minwoo sat outside the house in the rain. As he waited, he began reflecting on his life. He was the son and heir to the chairman of the Taechong Group, a massive conglomerate. Everyone wanted to be his friend because he was rich and would likely have a bright future. That way, they could stay by his side to secure a better life for themselves too. In reality, all those friends were just opportunists. They only approached him because of his father's wealth. The smiles were fake, the politeness calculated, and nobody truly liked him. Minwoo himself wore a mask to cope with people. His father always told him that living surrounded by pretense was part of life, and that he did the same. Because of that, Minwoo spent years hiding behind countless masks, yet every time he took one off, he ended up completely alone. When he was still a child, he managed to get a bicycle somehow. That ended up becoming his sole refuge against loneliness. Over time, he grew to love pedaling and joined that group of people who simply enjoyed cycling. Except now, he had lost that too. It was at that moment that a black kitten with an injured paw approached him. It was the same cat from the race. Minwoo commented that the damn cat had shown up again, but admitted it wasn't its fault, so he shared the only food he had left with the stray kitten, saying they were both alone anyway. Right then, Keijo returned home and saw Jaehyun's supposed friend sitting on the wall near the house, but that didn't catch his attention. What really caught his eye was the cat Minwoo was holding. Meanwhile, Jaehyun kept studying alone in his room, thinking about what else he could do besides staying there. When he grabbed his umbrella to go out for a walk, he ran right into Keijo, who showed up carrying a cat and also a person, in this case Minwoo. Keijo explained he was shivering outside in the rain, so he decided to bring him inside. After all, he couldn't just leave him there. In truth, he was talking about the cat. Minwoo only got inside because he had the kitty with him. The rest hardly mattered. Minwoo commented that the kid was quite a character and admitted it was also his fault for waiting so long outside. Meanwhile, Keijo went to tend to the cat, cleaning the wound on its paw. Minwoo said he would leave as soon as the rain cleared up. Still, Jaehyun handed him a towel and said the bathroom was down the hall. He could take a shower, but only for tonight. Keijo asked if it was really a good idea to let that suspicious guy sleep in their house. Minwoo immediately barked back that he wasn't a beggar. Later on, he was practically raiding the fridge when the mother of the household arrived and caught him red-handed. Since she had brought home plenty of fried chicken for everyone, Minwoo dug right in. Jaehyun's mother instantly recognized him as the son of the CEO of Taechong Group and asked how her son had managed to make such a wonderful friend. Jaehyun replied he wasn't his friend. Keijo then brought up that shortly before, Jaehyun had said friends were useless. Before he could keep talking, your mother stuffed a piece of chicken into his mouth and asked if he didn't have to study, since he had an exam coming up. Shortly after, everyone heard the meows of the black cat coming down the stairs. The mother asked where they had gotten that cat. Keijo replied that Minwoo brought him and ran off to play with Jack, the name he had already given the kitty. The mother smiled and said it would be better if Keijo returned the cat to Minwoo when he left. Right after, she asked if the two had gotten into a fight recently because their faces were bruised. Minwoo answered it wasn't quite like that. They just had an argument with some guys from another school. The mother asked who those scoundrels were and which school they came from because it made her want to kill them all. Minwoo replied he didn't know, since they were wearing regular clothes. She then said at least it was better for them not to get beaten up like idiots and hoped those punks ended up at the police station. Minwoo assured her they wouldn't get into any more fights. Shortly after, Jaehyun stood up from the table and thanked her for dinner. His mother took the opportunity to complain that his grades had been dropping lately, warning that if he kept going like that, he would never set foot on that bicycle again. Jaehyun simply answered yes. She also looked at Minwoo and commented that he needed to study too if he wanted to inherit his father's company. Later, Minwoo opened the bedroom door and asked if Jaehyun wasn't watching again. He then lay down on his bed and commented that his own life was way too heavy. Still, he said he envied him for still having a mother around to take care of him like that. Instantly, Jaehyun stood up from his desk and ordered that loser off his bed. Minwoo answered that he couldn't sleep on the floor, and that, apparently the two would have to share the bed, except Jaehyun solved the problem by trying to smother him with a pillow. Later, Minwoo was lying on the bed while Jaehyun slept on the floor, using just a blanket. Minwoo asked when Jaehyun had started riding bicycles, saying he was amazing. Then he shared that when he was little, he was walking in the park and saw a boy having so much fun alone on a bike that he ended up falling in love with the sport too. He imagined that boy must be really good nowadays. Then he asked why Jaehyun didn't start his own cycling team. Jaehyun just told him to shut up and go to sleep. Minwoo replied that he was always so boring and unpleasant. He also took the opportunity to warn him that, either way, he'd be staying there for a few more days because Jaehyun's mother had allowed it. Jaehyun replied that he was a freeloading delinquent. Even so, Minwoo pulled out his phone and texted his sister Yoonha, letting her know he'd be sleeping at Jaehyun's place. The news surprised the girl quite a bit, and she promised to bring him some clothes the next morning. It was still obvious she remained deeply shaken by everything that had happened the night before. The next morning, Minwoo woke up smelling a wonderful aroma coming from the kitchen. He imagined it was the mother preparing breakfast, but ended up finding Jaehyun himself cooking while wearing a cat apron. Minwoo started cracking up non-stop, and even took a picture, saying he needed to post it on Facebook. Despite his embarrassment, it was obvious Jaehyun cooked really well. Afterwards, Minwoo asked where his brother was. Jaehyun replied that Keijo was playing in the yard with Jack, the kitten they had found, and the breakfast Jaehyun was prepping looked downright epic. Minwoo even assumed it was because there was a guest in the house, but Jaehyun walked right past him. All that food was for the cat. If Minwoo wanted to eat, he'd have to make his own breakfast. Meanwhile, the principal of Taeyong High received wonderful news. His granddaughter was finally visiting Korea to see him after such a long time. Furthermore, she also seemed to really like bicycles. Later on, Minwoo was in Jaehyun's yard making a few repairs on the bike that had gotten wet in the rain. That was when his sister Yoonha arrived, bringing the clothes he had asked for. He explained he was only fixing the bike because it got soaked the night before. Yoonha commented that he really wouldn't let go of that bicycle for anything. Then she handed over the bag of clothes and asked him to stop being stubborn and come home. She said she would take care of their father, but Minwoo replied he would deal with the situation his own way. She was also surprised to find out that Minwoo had been staying at Jaehyun's house this whole time and asked if he was being nice to him. Minwoo answered that everything was going fine. He said Jaehyun was a bit stubborn but tolerable to live with. He also mentioned he didn't need a ride to school because he'd ride his bike. Yoonha replied she'd see him there then and left. As soon as she walked off, Keijo appeared asking if that girl was Minwoo's girlfriend. He replied she was his sister and that he'd never have a girlfriend like that. Then he asked how long Keijo had been standing there eavesdropping. Keijo retorted that a delinquent like Minwoo, freeloading at someone else's house, would never have a girlfriend anyway. Minwoo shot back that if he were his brother hearing something like that, he'd already be beating him up. Before leaving, Keijo told Jack to watch the house while he was at school. The kitten merely replied with a meow. When it was time to go to school, Minwoo and Jaehyun rode off together. Along the way, Minwoo got furious with the bike lane. There was a tree planted right in the middle of it, and several parked cars occupying the space. Because of that, the two decided to cut through the park. There, the path was much better. Minwoo commented it was the perfect weather to ditch class and just ride bikes. Taking advantage of the moment, he asked if Jaehyun had a helmet. He replied no. Minwoo almost promised to buy him one, but quickly remembered he was completely broke. Meanwhile, at school, Mia was chatting with her friend Yoonha, who shared that Minwoo was temporarily staying at Jaehyun's house. Neither of them imagined that could happen, but apparently they were becoming friends. Shortly after, Yoonha changed the subject and asked what Mia thought about holding that week's student council meeting at a cafe over the weekend. Mia liked the idea, but said Jaehyun would never agree to a meeting in a cafe. Yoonha replied that most of the department heads were girls, and that if they pressured Jaehyun enough, he would eventually give in. She also offered to talk to him if Mia felt uncomfortable. After all, she was doing all this for her, and would ensure the two were left alone for a bit during the meeting. Mia answered that wasn't necessary, but Yoonha insisted, saying she didn't even need to thank her because she was doing it as a friend. Right then, Kang Hanam appeared, saying he would go to the meetup too. Yoonha asked why he'd go, since he wasn't even on the student council. Kang Hanam replied he could be her personal assistant. She snapped back that the biggest help he could offer was keeping his mouth shut. At that moment, Mia looked out the window and saw Jaehyun and Minwoo arriving together on their bikes. She even commented that she was thinking of buying a bicycle for herself too. Yoonha suggested she could ask Jaehyun to teach her how to ride. Kang Hanam chimed in that he would buy a bike soon too, but Yoonha simply ignored his comment. Meanwhile, in the classroom, the guy who had spilled orange juice on Minwoo's head was flipping through magazines inappropriate for a school environment. It was precisely at that moment that Minwoo walked in wheeling his bicycle into the classroom. Lee Hua-Lang commented that bringing a bicycle inside a classroom felt kind of wrong. Minwoo replied that it had cost a fortune, and he didn't plan on leaving it outside. When he revealed the bike's price, Lee Hua-Lang was left completely floored and asked why anyone would spend that much money on a bicycle. He even joked, asking if it was filled with gold on the inside. Minwoo answered that it really was worth a lot, and that he was even thinking of selling it, since he didn't have a single penny left. Lee Hua-Lang asked if he could take it for a spin, saying maybe he'd buy one just like it. Except when he tried to get on, he realized the seat was way too high for someone of his height. Before Jaehyun could even enter the classroom, Yoonha stepped into his path and requested that the next student council meeting take place at a cafe. According to her, it would help lighten the mood among everyone. She didn't even wait for Jaehyun's answer, and walked off saying she'd inform the rest of the team. As always, Jaehyun didn't bother responding either. Right after, Yoonha went to tell Mia that the plan had worked. She made sure to add that Mia needed to dress up really nicely on the day of the meeting. When the day arrived, Mia was completely indecisive about what outfit to wear and how she should do her makeup. Meanwhile, Yoonha was already at the cafe, acting like a true police informant. Hidden in camouflage attire, she passed updates to Mia via phone and asked where she was. Meanwhile, Minwoo really wanted to enjoy the weekend. The weather was great, but he was still lounging around with nothing to do and no girlfriend to go out with. That crazy kid Keijo was chasing Jack around the park, while Minwoo noticed Jaehyun getting dressed to leave for the student council meeting. So Minwoo asked if he could tag along, since he was dying of boredom too. too. Jaehyun replied he needed to go alone. He then picked up his bike to leave, and Minwoo said he'd watch the house, but asked him to bring back something nice, like ice cream. Meanwhile, at the cafe where the meeting was supposed to take place, there was already a couple making everyone around feel completely uncomfortable. Yunha was still wondering why that idiot Kang Hanum had shown up there too. That was when Mia finally arrived. Nobody recognized her right away because she was without her glasses and wearing a completely different outfit. Even Kang Hanum stopped paying attention to Yunha when he saw Mia. She had merely swapped her glasses for contact lenses, but the change was enough to capture everyone's attention. Even the guy sitting with his girlfriend noticed how much prettier she looked, only to take a kick to the foot from his girl for staring too much. Meanwhile, Sung Kwon from Gang Industrial High watched the Taeyang students and remarked that they were way too noisy. Vinny Hong, another troublemaker from Gang, was also at the cafe. With nothing interesting happening, he just sat there bored, until he noticed some people staring at his red hair. Without a second thought, Vinny Hong walked up to one of the tables, snatched a guy's coffee right out of his hand, took a sip, and said that crap tasted like garbage. Next, he asked if his hair color was really that weird. He also pointed to his own red eyes and asked if they wanted to gouge them out to check if they were naturally that color, or if they thought he wore contact lenses. When some people stepped in to break up the tension, Vinny Hong simply kicked the table, knocking everything over. He then stomped on the chest of the guy who had been mocking him, and asked if he thought he was funny just because he was different from others. He stated he couldn't stand cowards who talked behind people's backs, and to top it off, he poured hot coffee over the guy. That was the moment Kang Hanum stepped in to stop the fight from escalating any further. He stopped Vinny Hong from burning the poor guy's face even more, but Vinny Hong retaliated by knocking off Kang Hanum's cap and asking him what he thought he was doing. Yuna told Kang Hanum to put his damn fists away just this once, and of course, Kang Hanum obeyed his woman. Sung Kwon told Vinny Hong they should leave soon before things got out of hand. Vinny Hong teased Kang Hanum a bit more, saying they could finish it later in a quieter place. Then, Kang Hanum went to Yunha, saying he hadn't caused any trouble this time. She replied that it was actually kind of cool. Meanwhile, the blonde girl, the director's stunning granddaughter, was walking through the streets and catching everyone's eye. One man even stood up with his bicycle to get closer to her. The girl was clearly getting uncomfortable with all the male attention. One of them approached her speaking French, trying to hit on her and get her number, even offering his own phone. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun was passing by the same street when he noticed some guys on a motorcycle trying to steal the blonde girl's bag. At that moment, he wrote something on the phone and handed it back to the man, telling him to go to hell. Only then did he realize what was happening. Then, the motorcycle passed by and stole the blonde girl's bag, but Jae-hyun sped after them at high speed. The girl really didn't expect that, nor did the delivery man, whose helmet Jae-hyun ended up stealing to avoid a serious accident. Meanwhile, the coffee shop staff were cleaning up the mess Vinny Hong had caused during that stupid argument. At the same time, the men at the student council meeting table were bragging, saying they could have joined the fight. Yunha said Kang Hanum hadn't been brave, just stubborn and an idiot. Mia took the opportunity to ask why Kang Hanum always wore that band-aid on his wrist. Did he happen to have a scar there? He got a bit nervous at the question, and the girls started pressuring him, asking if it was some kind of secret. Kang Hanum asked them not to show anyone else, then took off the band-aid and revealed what was underneath. A thin little mustache. The rocker kid was very impressed, saying that one day he would also like to have a beard, but Mia said it was very weird for him to have a mustache as a high school student. However, Kang Hanum also had the legendary M hair gel with him, which supposedly only men use in secret, a mysterious product capable of transforming anyone into a macho. The rocker even tried to grab his gel, but one of the girls asked why there was so much complication just to grow a mustache. Kang Hanum explained that, in reality, he helped his father part-time at his club. He worked as a DJ, but since students couldn't work in clubs, he tried to look older by wearing the mustache. If the teachers found out, he would have to shave it off immediately. That's why he covered the mustache with the band-aid. Then, one of the girls asked what exactly his father did. He replied that his father managed and ran an organization, and that was all he could say. Meanwhile, there was his father, who was literally a mob boss. Kang Hanum also mentioned that his father was returning to Korea that day, and that was a problem. One of the girls asked if he was a civil servant or something, and he responded that that was exactly it. When the buzzer on the table went off, Mia went to get everyone's coffee, but in the meantime, there was a creep taking photos of her. Jae-hyun was still trying to solve someone else's problem, which was recovering the stolen bag. He was speeding as much as that old moped allowed on his bicycle. Then he took a shortcut, but ended up facing a dead end. With no other choice, he had to pull a maneuver over a car and pass his bike over the wall, right where some kids were playing soccer. The ball went over him and almost hit him, but Jae-hyun managed to dodge. Then, he went through a narrow and very difficult spot, performing a super cool maneuver that impressed the kids below. In the end, he landed his bike right on top of the thieves, knocking everyone down. He was fine because he was wearing a helmet. He was bleeding a bit, but nothing serious. The thugs fled, and Jae-hyun managed to recover the designer bag. Shortly after, the police car arrived at the scene. The blonde girl asked if he was okay. He just replied by handing her the bag and getting back on his bike, saying everything was fine. But she insisted he needed to go to the hospital because blood was trickling down his face. Even so, Jae-hyun just answered a call from Yunha, who asked why he was late. He replied that he had suffered suffered a small accident, and she asked if he was hurt. Since he couldn't do much, Yuna decided to handle the meeting situation. She explained to everyone that Jaehyun had gotten into a bike accident and wouldn't be able to make it that day. Therefore, they would have to reschedule the meeting for another time. From his voice, it didn't sound like he was hurt that much, but he didn't say much either. The rocker said that was just a made-up excuse, but Yuna replied that he wasn't that kind of person. Of course, Mia was upset by everything that had happened and went to the bathroom, complaining that she had gotten all dressed up like that for nothing. When she came out, that guy who previously seemed like just a weird stalker taking photos of them introduced himself as CJ Kim, a photographer for SZ Fashion magazine. He looked at Mia and said she fit perfectly the type of model they were looking for. He even handed her his business card. Meanwhile, the student council meeting group, who in reality hadn't discussed anything at all about the council, were already saying their goodbyes. Yuna commented it was a shame Mia hadn't managed to meet Jaehyun, but said she looked very beautiful. Meanwhile, Kang Hanam was very happy to be by Yunha's side, as he had more or less managed a date with her, but Yuna asked Mia who that guy was who had approached her in front of the bathroom. She replied that, apparently, he was a photographer from a fashion company called SZ. Yunha commented that this company was very famous, but Mia had no idea. Meanwhile, Minwoo was bored, while Jack played with a ball. Instead of going to the hospital, the idiot Jaehyun, after returning the bag, went straight to a bike shop. There, he met Hyori Lee, who, besides working as an extreme sports journalist, also handled bike maintenance. She recognized Jaehyun from that race she herself had broadcast, and said it was impossible to forget someone like him. Hyori Lee performed some first aid before taking care of the bike, putting a bandage on the wound on his forehead. Jaehyun explained he hadn't gone there for first aid, but to fix the bike. She replied that she knew that, but that was more important than the bike. Right, dummy. Then she asked how on earth he had managed to mess up his bike so badly. When he explained the whole story, she commented that he was a very eccentric person. It was only at that moment that Jaehyun noticed there was a poster of his uncle in the shop. He recognized the race on the poster, and remembered he had watched that same competition over and over again. It was exactly the race his uncle had won. At a certain point in Jaehyun's life, he heard his uncle say that he could achieve any dream he wanted. Until then, Jaehyun only studied because of his parents, who practically forced him to do it. But his uncle said that studying without having a dream in mind was the most boring kind of life someone could have. Studying was also important, but if he wanted to find something he was truly good at, he should chase after it and find something he could actually enjoy. His uncle also had a dream, to stand above everyone in this world, and he succeeded because he believed nothing was impossible. Jaehyun was motivated by those words, thinking that if his uncle had made it, then he could too. Hyori Lee noticed he was staring at the photo, and asked if he knew that man. After all, Korea wasn't very famous for cycling, so most people didn't even know that guy. But he was a national cyclist, had taken first place in several Asian competitions, and even won the final stage of the Tour de France, which was practically every cyclist's dream. So Jaehyun replied that he knew him very well because he was his uncle. Hyori Lee had already imagined as much. After all, the bike he was using was the exact one Mahonjo used for road training before becoming a professional cyclist. Furthermore, cyclists used to put their own names on their bikes, and that one had Mahonjo written on it. Jaehyun was curious and asked how she knew all that. Hyori Lee explained that she liked his uncle so much, she was even the leader of the guy's fan club, but at that moment, she needed to take care of the bike. To fix it, the entire front part would need to be replaced, so she asked Jaehyun to come back in a couple of days. Before he left, however, she showed him a poster. In a month's time, there would be a street league, a long-distance competition where the prize for first place would be 100,000 won, plus a ticket to participate in the international championship. According to her, that kind of program was quite popular at the time, but Jaehyun showed no interest. Hyori Lee went on to say that if he changed his mind, he could participate with his friends. Jaehyun, however, explained that he had an exam the following month, and therefore wouldn't be able to participate. Hyori Lee replied that was fine, and told him to come back when he went to pick up the bike. Before leaving, she still told Jaehyun to go to the hospital, but on the way back, he realized he was without his wallet. He had probably dropped it somewhere. The problem was that Shelly, the blonde girl, had his wallet. When the director, who was also her grandfather, finally arrived, Shelly took the chance to ask for a favor. She wanted to transfer to the school where her grandfather was the director, at least for a short period. The old man could hardly believe what he was hearing. That really was shocking, but the reason she was doing it was obvious. Shelly just wanted to find her stallion again. As soon as Jaehyun got back home, Minwoo noticed that he had been in another accident. The guy really couldn't go a single day without hurting himself while riding a bicycle. He had even left his bike at a repair shop, and Minwoo realized he would have to go to school alone the next day. He asked what had happened, asking if Jaehyun had fallen asleep while riding, and called him an idiot, but Jaehyun just said it was no big deal. The next morning, during class, Kang Hanam asked how Jaehyun was doing. Everyone got worried when they heard about the accident, especially Mia. She showed up trying to hide her concern, saying she was just glad he hadn't been hurt. Jaehyun replied that it was no big deal, and told everyone to get back to studying. Suddenly, the teacher appeared, even though it was still break time, to make an announcement. Starting that day, they would have an exchange student in their class. Even the teacher was impressed by the new student's beauty. It was Shelley, the principal's granddaughter, who for some reason had some of the most vibrant hair of all time. The teacher introduced her as a transfer student from England who would be studying with them for a while. The boys immediately got excited, saying an angel had fallen into their classroom. Yunha thought the whole thing was pathetic. Kang Hanam admitted she was pretty, but regardless, Yunha was still his girl. However, the only person who couldn't care less about Shelley's presence was the exact person she wanted to meet. Meanwhile, walking through the hallways, the head of student affairs caught the principal peeking through the window of the room where his granddaughter was. The old man was furious seeing those boys looking at Shelley, saying he didn't like the disgusting way they were staring at his granddaughter at all. Shelley went to look for a place to sit and for some reason ended up right next to Jae-hyun. Then, without any warning, she kissed him on the cheek. Literally harassment. The principal nearly tore the school walls down out of pure rage. He wanted to know what was going on between the two of them and how Jae-hyun dared to kiss his beloved Shelley. The detail was that she was the one who kissed him, but the principal clearly didn't care much about that minor detail. Jae-hyun froze completely for a second, then wiped his face and asked what on earth that was. Shelley explained that she hadn't had the chance to thank him for getting her bag back from those thugs. Then, she gave him back his wallet and even asked to swap seats with the boy sitting next to Jae-hyun. The poor kid was completely in shock. Meanwhile, Minwoo and the kid with orange juice-colored hair ran over to the new exchange student's classroom. Youngsoo, on the other hand, didn't even know about it. He wanted to talk to Minwoo about the street league, but apparently, everyone was way too busy with the new student's arrival. Besides, that guy was still going to participate in this year's tournament, and Youngsoo knew him as a total monster. The perverts went to the classroom looking for the blonde girl, while the boys from Jae-hyun's class surrounded him, wanting to know where the two of them knew each other from. They told him to stop beating around the bush and explain already. After all, the guy pretended to be studying while going out with multiple girls, and now he had even managed to hook up with an exchange student. Jae-hyun was really proving to be quite bold. The girls were also curious to know how Shelley knew Jae-hyun, while commenting on how pretty her hair was, and a few more losers showed up in front of her, namely Minwoo and the other two, just wanting to catch a glimpse of the new student. Minwoo then called Jae-hyun over to talk in private, and pulled him by the arm. He started off by saying he really didn't expect Jae-hyun to move so fast when hitting on someone, and asked how long the two had been together. Jae-hyun explained that there was nothing between them. Minwoo then asked him to explain why everyone was saying Shelley had kissed him. Jae-hyun replied that she simply came out of nowhere and kissed his face. Minwoo said that made no sense at all, because Jae-hyun had never mentioned that girl while they were living together, only he realized too late that he had said that out loud. Everyone around them immediately went into shock and started asking if the two were living together. So were they like a couple? Was the fight happening because Shelley had taken Minwoo's husband? Minwoo tried to explain that they were getting it all wrong, and that it wasn't like that. People even started asking if the two were also hooking up, and the rocker student, as the representative of the school newspaper, couldn't let a story like that slide. Meanwhile, after punching Lee Hua-lang in the face for sniffing her hair, Shelley commented that Jae-hyun seemed to be pretty popular. Mia suddenly stood up, clearly affected by the whole situation, and left the room. As she walked down the hallways, Mia remembered the day she first met Jae-hyun. Back then, some girls were teasing her for being a four-eyes who wore glasses. They even broke her frame, but Jae-hyun came up and handed her the glasses off his own face, saying they should work since they had a similar prescription. But he didn't end up blind, because he had a spare pair. After all, he used to break his glasses frequently because of extreme sports. Mia had known Jae-hyun since middle school. She knew he wasn't good at dealing with people, and rarely showed his true feelings, but she also knew he was kinder than anyone else. That was precisely why she had fallen for him. However, Mia had been deeply affected by the bullying, so her confidence was terrible. She hated her own appearance and couldn't express how she felt. At dismissal, Minwoo kept nagging Jae-hyun, who couldn't stand hearing the guy's voice anymore. So Minwoo showed him the exact same poster Shelley had shown earlier. It was the poster for the street league. Minwoo explained that he had been broke since leaving home and needed to make money somehow, but Jae-hyun said he wasn't interested and asked him to stop bothering him with it. Minwoo explained that it was a huge competition, that they could even appear on TV and become famous. But before Shelley could throw herself back into her hero's arms, the principal appeared, asking where she thought his precious little granddaughter was going. She even tried to leave with her supposed friend, but Grandpa simply pulled Shelley straight back home. Later, Minwoo was still bothering Jae-hyun about that poster, even right after taking a shower. Meanwhile, on TV, they were announcing that Sang-ho Choi, a cyclist representing Asia and a world-class athlete, would be participating in the upcoming festival, the Street League. Minwoo recognized the guy immediately. Currently, Sang-ho Choi was considered the best cyclist in Korea, and his presence in the competition would raise the tournament's level significantly. Sang-ho Choi explained that he would ride the final course alongside the amateur team that managed to win the competition. At that moment, K-jo stole the remote and switched the interview to the cat cartoon he watched every day, but Jae-hyun kept paying attention to the TV. During the interview, Sang-ho Choi mentioned Ma Han-jo, considered one of the heroes of Asian cycling. He commented that if Ma Han-jo hadn't died in that accident 2 years ago, he might still be competing. It was a shame not being able to see him in races anymore. Sang-ho Choi also commented that after the accident and the doping test, it became clear something was wrong. He said that even if Mahanjo were still alive, he would have had to end his career anyway. Doping wasn't right and shouldn't be used by any athlete. He hoped not to see any more cyclists using drugs during training. That was when Jaehyun stood up and told Minwoo he was going to enter that competition. Later, gathered with Minwoo and Jungsu, Jaehyun confirmed he would indeed participate in the street league. His motivation was precisely that idiot cyclist who had talked a bunch of trash during the interview. But he didn't tell anyone that reason. To Jungsu, the reason didn't matter anyway. What mattered was knowing Jaehyun would be competing with them. The only problem was that they still didn't have enough people to form a proper team. Minwoo said Zephyr would definitely participate too. If they ended up facing them, this time he would really wipe the floor with them. Jungsu, however, said that the past was the past. Thanks to all that, they were getting the chance to form their own team. Minwoo asked if they shouldn't give the team a name. He first suggested Team Super Cool. Then he started coming up with even worse names, like Super Ultra Team, Gigantic Team, Tiger Team, and Legendary Team. Jungsu said they could think of a name the next day at school. Jaehyun, on the other hand, could only think of one thing. Apparently, he really was going to have to be on the same team as that idiot. Minwoo said it could be something magical, like Team Super Cool. Meanwhile, during class he wasn't paying attention to anything, just trying to cook up a name for his team. Team Ultra Cool, for instance. It was probably the biggest brain effort he had made in his entire life. Later, strangely enough, the three of them were gathered together, even though Jaehyun usually kept to himself. Minwoo said they had no other choice but Team Super Cool, since they could only come up with terrible names. Jaehyun refused to join a team with such a lame name. Jungsu, thinking back, remembered that when Minwoo came up with the name Zephyr, he had said he saw it in an anime and thought it sounded cool. And in the end, it turned out to be a good name. Suddenly, Shelly appeared asking for Jaehyun. When they explained the situation, she replied that she wanted to join the team too. After all, she rode a bicycle. Jungsu commented that it could be dangerous for a girl, but Minwoo said girls were always welcome, especially pretty ones. All she had to do was pedal, and they would take care of the rest. Then he asked if she even knew how to ride a bike. Shelly replied that she rode better than he did. Meanwhile, Yoonha asked if Mia was okay after what had happened the previous day. She replied that it was no big deal, but Kang Hanam showed up again to bother them. Those people really loved bugging others. Didn't they have anything better to do? Shouldn't they be studying at school? Minwoo, on the other hand, was now trying to decide on the team's name together with Shelly. He even suggested the goddess and her minions. Jungsu commented that Minwoo got even more unbearable whenever girls were around. Then Kang Hanam saw his brothers and was furious to find out they were going out with girls again without telling him. The guy was getting genuinely disappointed. But when Mia looked Shelly straight in the eye, she simply walked right past her and kept going down the hallway. Later, Kang Hanam was also walking with them, apparently interested in joining the team. Minwoo asked if he had a bike. Kang Hanam replied that he was thinking of buying a used one. Minwoo said they could talk after he bought a bike and learned how to ride properly. They even considered the name Team Taeyong, but it ended up sounding a bit cheesy. Shelly then concluded that they were truly terrible at coming up with names. Meanwhile, the principal kept watching over his little Shelly around that boy. Despite all his concern, he couldn't deny one thing. He hadn't seen his granddaughter this happy in years. Suddenly, a terrible creature appeared in front of Kang Hanam. A bug. Minwoo thought it looked like a hummingbird, but Jungsu explained that it was a hawk moth. Many people confused the two because they looked alike. The difference was that hummingbirds beat their wings much faster than almost any other flying creature, flapping up to at least 90 times per second. Minwoo was completely amazed and started thinking about how fast it would be if he could pedal a bike 90 times per second. It would probably be faster than a car. Then he had an idea and said that could be a great name for the team. Maybe Hummingbird? At the end of the last class of the day, Mia and Jaehyun were erasing the chalkboard when she took the opportunity to ask if he was dating Shelly. Everyone at school was talking about it, so she was just curious and decided to ask directly. Jaehyun replied no, they were not dating. People were spreading lies. Mia was clearly relieved and then asked if they were forming a team. Jaehyun confirmed they were, a cycling team, and that for now, the name was Hummingbird. Mia said that was actually a great name. Then she asked if they had made a logo or emblem yet, offering to help with that. Jaehyun didn't expect that offer, but Mia explained that after graduating, she wanted to work in design, so if they didn't mind, she would like to try creating a logo for the team. Jaehyun thought it was a good idea and thanked her. After they finished cleaning up the room, Mia mentioned that she would be buying a bike soon. She then asked if Jaehyun had any free time to teach her how to ride. He said yes, no problem, and Mia was extremely happy with his answer. At the end of that day, Jaehyun finally stopped by the bike shop to pick up his bike. Hyeri Lee commented that he had taken quite a while to show up. Meanwhile, Kang Hanam was heading home with his father, who invited him to drink a bit and eat together at the table. Kang Hanam didn't seem too thrilled about it, but his father asked if he wasn't happy to see him after so long. He then asked if he was dating multiple girls at school at the same time, and that was why he was so tired. Kang Hanam replied of course not, calling his own father an idiot. But the man replied that when he was his age, he wasn't as serious as his son. You're only young once, so he needed to make the most of it. And if someone was picking on Kang Hanam at school, they could simply kick the guy's ass. Another guy from the group told the man to stop bugging the kid and eat already. That was when Kang Hanam asked if his father could buy him a bike, as he wanted to start getting some exercise. The father asked his assistant how much a bicycle cost nowadays. The assistant replied that a decent bike cost around 50,000 won. The father then pulled out a 50,000 won bill and said he would buy his son a good bike, but obviously, it wasn't that cheap. A genuinely good racing bike cost around 1.5 million won. Kang Hanam explained that even a pair of sneakers cost more than 50,000, so obviously, he couldn't buy a decent bike with that money. That was when he found a listing for a used bike for only 100,000 won. The problem was that it had all the signs of being a scam. The mob member accompanying Kang Hanam said that if it was a scam, they would collect from the guy in person, but of course Kang Hanam was dumb enough to send the money before even receiving the product. On the other end, the scammer just thought he must be another sucker student. After all, he probably wouldn't even go to the police over losing 50,000 won. Meanwhile, Hyeri Lee was returning Jaehyun's bike. She was happy to hear he would be competing in the street league and asked him to take good care of the bike. The chain tension was completely messed up. Since that bike had been a gift from his uncle, she emphasized that it needed to be kept in good condition. She took a long time repairing all the individual parts. The front wheel set was destroyed, so she replaced it with a new set. The rim was also different, made of carbon fiber. Being lighter than standard wheels, it would help make the bike even lighter. Additionally, the aero wheel set reduced air resistance, allowing the bike to reach higher speeds on straightaways. Once it reached a certain speed, the wheels also helped maintain it. The issue was that in crosswinds, controlling the handlebars became harder, and since they were carbon, a simple crack could end up destroying the wheel. So, Hyeri Lee warned Jaehyun not to ride as dangerously as before. Just because it was carbon, didn't mean it was indestructible. Jaehyun asked how much all that repair work would cost. Hyeri Lee explained that she had found that wheel set sitting in a corner gathering dust, so she wouldn't charge for it. In fact, she just wanted to get rid of those parts. As for the other repairs, she said that if Jaehyun won the competition and got the prize money, he could pay her later. She really hoped he would finish in first place, especially for his uncle's sake after everything that had happened. And in the end, that was Jaehyun's true motivation all along. Meanwhile, Vinny Hong was being woken up by Sung Kwon inside his own house. The kid practically lived in a pigsty. He hadn't even gone to school, and was sleeping until 8 o'clock at night. His mother showed up, told him to clean up his room a bit, and even left money for him to eat. After all, to her son was a total bum. Even so, Vinny Hong still complained about the small amount of money his mother had left for him to eat, as if it were a huge injustice. The problem was, considering the way he lived, it was hard to say he was doing anything to deserve more. Sung Kwon even informed him that the teacher had said if he missed one more class, he would be expelled from school. Honestly, he was already thinking about quitting that crap altogether. When Vinny Hong finally returned to school the next morning, he was disciplined by the teacher, who apparently still believed in corporal punishment. The teacher warned that if it happened one more time, he would expel him for good. On top of that, he complained about that stupid hair color, calling him a freak, and saying he would actually prefer to expel him right then and there. At dismissal, Vinny Hong ran into Sung Kwon, who of course hadn't done anything against the teacher, so the two walked back to the classroom together. That was when Vinny Hong noticed that a few people were peeking through the window. As soon as he entered the room, he asked who had been snooping. Naturally, they snitched on who it was, and the first thing Vinny Hong did was smash a chair over the head of the kid who had been looking. Meanwhile, as usual, the boys were fascinated by Shelly and Taeyong's classroom. Kang Hanum was trying to call the scammer who had ripped him off, while Mia was focused on designing a hummingbird logo. Yoonha got curious about that, and also about her brother Minwoo. After quickly finishing their snack, the two of them went somewhere alone. Mia happened to overhear that they were registering for some bicycle competition, and Yoonha thought that made sense. After all, they had probably become friends now that they were living together, until Mia was finally satisfied with the first sketch of the hummingbird logo. Meanwhile, Jaehyun and Minwoo were at the post office to submit their application. Minwoo could have gone alone, but he kept bugging Jaehyun to go with him. He even asked if they could grab something to eat somewhere, but yeah, no. Jaehyun was way too boring. At that moment, a guy with a very weird bicycle stopped near them. Even his cycling clothes and helmet were themed after an anime girl, with an outfit that revealed a lot of skin. To make matters worse, he was kissing the bike in an extremely creepy way. Minwoo asked what on earth that was, and when Jaehyun told him they should leave, he finally agreed. But the weird otaku got offended by what Minwoo said, and the way he was looking at his bike, so he charged at them. Minwoo didn't even view the guy as a threat, just a weird dude screaming and spitting in their faces. Even so, Jaehyun said he should just apologize right away, because it was his fault. So Minwoo apologized for what he said about the girl. After all, she was very pretty of course, but the otaku told him not to dare look at his girl, calling Minwoo a pig and saying she belonged to him. To him, the two of them had done it on purpose, and just made him angry for no reason. That was when Minwoo noticed that the otaku had dropped a registration letter for the Street League. His team was going to be Team Manga, and that wasn't even the only weird bike bike person they ran into on the way. Another idiot trying to show off with his racing bike passed them as they headed back to school, saying they were way too slow. Minwoo had no idea why that guy was acting so full of himself, let alone why so many weird people were riding bicycles that day. Meanwhile, that mob assistant found out that Kang Hanam had been scammed by that bike idiot. He grabbed the phone number and bank account details of the guy selling the bike. For their crew to track down the guy's location would be easy. After all, the hackers working for them had just breached one of the biggest credit card companies. The man kept going, saying that as soon as he found the address, they should grab some men and tools because he was going to show that guy just how terrifying the world could be. Meanwhile, the terrifying Kang Hanam, who was complaining about getting scammed, was approached by a kid who said Yunha wanted to see him. Instantly, he turned completely soft and went over to her. Of course he would. Yunha noticed he was looking a bit too gloomy that day and handed him a candy so he could calm down. Kang Hanam was thrilled, thinking it was amazing that Yunha had given him a candy. He even commented that he felt bad for not being able to swim in return. But then he got so gross again that she returned the gift with a punch. Meanwhile, when that cyclist, the one who had passed Minwoo and Jaehyun acting all high and mighty because of his speed, got home, he realized everything was wide open. The gate and the front door were thrown wide open. Someone had broken into his apartment, and the people were still inside. They had gone to collect on the scam he pulled on the young mob master. Later, after giving the cyclist a severe beatdown and tying him up, the mob crew commented that they shouldn't be wasting time with him. After all, young master Kang Hanam would arrive soon to decide his sentence. Kang Hanam arrived to deliver the sentence absolutely thrilled, with a giant smile on his face, because he had gotten a little candy from Yunha. He confirmed with the crew if that was really the guy, and decided to take his bike as payment, since that would be fair. Apparently, he had bought a bike after all, so he took the bicycle, snatched the helmet from the cyclist, who was still tied up, and ordered them to untie the man. The assistant himself noticed Kang Hanam was in a great mood. In the morning, he wanted to kill the guy who scammed him. Now, he seemed happy as can be. But anyway, he just ordered the crew to finish up the job. Later, the poor cyclist was crying, still tied up and buried with only his head sticking out of the ground, forced to watch street cats eating the food he had bought. That was far crueler than simply killing the guy. That mob was definitely dangerous. Later, Kang Hanam went to Jaehyun's house, getting his attention by throwing rocks at his bedroom window to show off that he had finally gotten his bike. Minwoo commented that it rode like a dream, but felt like he had seen that bike somewhere before, so he asked how much Kang Hanam had paid for it. Kang Hanam replied that he managed to bargain it down to just 50,000 won. Everyone thought that was completely impossible, because he must have done something to the guy who sold it. Kang Hanam just said they'd see, since the guy didn't want to use the bike anymore. Jaehyun, on the other hand, just wanted to get back to studying. Kang Hanam admitted the bike seemed really good, but noticed it didn't have brakes yet. Because of that, he was scared to ride it. Minwoo explained that he should practice skidding, because that way it would be much easier to ride a single-gear bike. Skidding was a trick used on fixed-gear bikes where you lock the rear wheel using leg strength. To show how it worked, Minwoo pulled off a skid stop right in front of him. But before he could even start pedaling, Kang Hanam was already having trouble clipping his feet into the pedal straps. So Minwoo gave him a simple piece of advice. First, he needed to get better shoes for riding a bike. Finally, Kang Hanam managed to clip his feet in, took a deep breath, and got ready. But as soon as he started pedaling, he realized he couldn't stop. The bike seemed to be moving on its own, and was going way too fast. Since he had no idea how to skid, he kept going straight down the street, completely out of control. Minwoo said the guy had simply vanished. He had zero athletic ability, so it would be better to buy a brake for his bike. And after that, Kang Hanam was never seen again. The next morning, class started once again with a story completely detached from the main plot. Li Hualang was riding his skateboard through the school hallways, something pretty sure was strictly forbidden. To make matters worse, he kept flipping up girls' skirts along the way, which is also quite criminal. Then, he stopped to admire Shelly's beautiful hair, but the moment he turned to leave, he was thoroughly beaten up by all the girls, which is also something probably not allowed. Meanwhile, Mia was showing off the logo she had drawn for Team Hummingbird. Minwoo said it looked incredible, and that it would be the team's official logo. Shelly also praised the drawing, saying Mia drew really well, and asked if she could see it again. But Mia replied no, and turned the drawing away to hide it. Minwoo wondered what kind of weird vibe was going on between the two of them. Either way, now they had the Hummingbird team logo, so they could get uniforms made. Jaehyun also really liked the logo, and Mia got all flustered as soon as she heard his compliment. Later, Kang Hanam showed up stumbling and trembling all over. He explained that he had stayed up late practicing skidding, and because of that, he couldn't lift his legs anymore. Even his butt was rock hard. After school, he intended to buy a brake for the bike because he had been so scared that he had to walk to school. Minwoo asked where he had parked his bike, and if he remembered to lock it. Kang Hanam replied that no one would steal it. Definitely not. After all, he had left the bike completely exposed near the school, but had chained it to a Doberman around its neck. The dog clearly didn't look interested in making friends. Honestly, don't even want to know what use the mob has for a Doberman like that. At that moment, Mia approached Jaehyun to ask him to teach her how to ride a bicycle that weekend. Yunha said that was fair payment for the hummingbird logo, and Jaehyun agreed, saying he would keep his word. Yunha was happy she had managed to set up a date for her friend, but Shelly immediately asked who gave her permission to borrow Jaehyun. After all, they needed him for the team. She also wanted to hang out with him that weekend. Kang Hanam then asked why they couldn't all practice together, since he also needed to train. Minwoo said he was free that weekend too. Yunha realized everything was ruined. Those guys really had no brains. Meanwhile, Jungsu was looking at something extremely impressive on the internet, a cyclist who had managed to break the record at 102 kilometers per hour. He was known as Monster 13. Of course, they stopped by Hyori Lee's shop, where she installed front brakes on Kang Hanam's bike. Minwoo commented that Jaehyun had recommended the place, but didn't expect to run into the streamer girl, so he asked if she did webcasts and managed the shop too. Hyori Lee explained that webcasting was just for fun, while the shop was her job. The place belonged to her father. She also asked why they weren't training or exercising for the upcoming competition. Minwoo replied that it would be easy to win with Jaehyun on the team, and that they didn't even need to exercise. Jung-soo showed up saying that if they didn't take it seriously, they wouldn't even make it past the preliminaries. He also frequented that shop for routine maintenance on his own bike. Taking advantage of being there, he showed the record of the cyclist who reached 102 kilometers per hour on a straight road. Hyori Lee was not impressed at all. According to her, it didn't take that much effort to reach that speed using a 5:1 gear ratio, especially with a car acting as a windbreak. Under those circumstances, any elite cyclist, even in Korea, could reach 100 kilometers per hour. Minwoo, however, still thought the guy was insane. After all, he wasn't even a professional, so he asked what his name was. Jung-soo explained that he was known as Monster 13. Before becoming a cyclist, he had been a well-known high school football player. He played as quarterback number 13, leading the whole team. Because of his ability to run completely on his own with the ball, he became known as the Beast. Until one day, he injured his knee during a game. The injury forced him to stop playing, so he gave up football and abandoned that American dream. But sometime later, he was reborn as a monster on wheels. This time, he had even formed the Monster Bull team and would enter the competition as one of the favorite contenders to win. Street cyclists and competitive cyclists used completely different muscles and had distinct body structures, but Monster 13's body was practically built for track cycling. That was why he could handle a 5:1 gear ratio with such ease. If they didn't train for real, they would never beat Monster 13 in that competition. Kang Hanam had barely started learning how to ride a bike when Hyori Lee asked if they knew how to use rollers, so she took the boys to do some real training. She introduced a roller trainer and explained that using that equipment, they could get used to bike handling. Many teams used to visit the shop to train that way. With that training, Team Hummingbird could easily discover which position and style suited each member best. Kang Hanam was the first to try, but poor guy couldn't handle the pressure. He couldn't steer the bike properly and had to stop training after crashing into the safety rail. Hyori Lee explained that he was wobbling because he applied too much force to his wrists and shoulders. He needed to keep his wrists relaxed and take it easier. It wasn't as easy as it looked, but looking at Jaehyun, it seemed like the easiest thing in the world. He did everything with absurd natural ease. Jaehyun explained that he had done a lot of that type of training with his uncle during childhood. Minwoo thought that was so unfair, while Jung-soo commented that it was no wonder Jaehyun was the team's ace. Hyori Lee noticed that Jaehyun's upper body remained perfectly still, and his pedaling was completely stable. Anyone could simply step on the pedals, but naturally engaging all those muscles that way required a lot of practice. Just by looking, you could tell he really was Mahanjo's nephew. At that moment, Hyori Lee had to step away to assist a customer. Before leaving, she told them to feel free to practice on the rollers whenever they wanted. They needed to get the hang of steering and pedaling, so they should also practice on the streets. At the end of training, Kang Hanam was completely drenched in sweat and admitted it was much harder than he had imagined. Minwoo was resting too, while Jaehyun was literally reading a book while pedaling. Kang Hanam had no idea there was so much to learn. He just wanted to show up at school on a bike the next day to impress Yunha. Minwoo then asked if he liked that ugly cow that much, and Kang Hanam immediately got very angry at him. Anyway, Minwoo revealed that she was his sister. Kang Hanam asked what that was about, and found out they were twins. That was when he realized that was why they looked so much alike. Minwoo even asked if he had only just realized that now, man. At that moment, Kang Hanam bowed to Minwoo as if he were his leader. Neither Jaehyun nor Jung-soo understood anything at all. Meanwhile, Mia was excited to finally have a lesson with Jaehyun. The next morning, Mia and Shelly were sitting on the same bench, in the most tense atmosphere human history had ever seen, until Kang Hanam arrived with yogurt to try to break the ice. nice. But Shelly committed a major crime. She threw the yogurt lid away without licking it. Everyone did that except her. Mia backed Kang Hanum up, which was extremely rare. Then, the whole crew gathered. Shelly and Mia were a little too happy to see Jaehyun, while Kang Hanum continued to treat Minwoo like royalty. But he told Yunha he would show off his skills, since he had spent the entire night practicing. Her expectations were at exactly 0%. When Kang Hanum accelerated on the single gear, he actually started pulling off a long, well-executed skid. But mid-maneuver, the handlebars hit him right in the crotch, sending him crashing down in agonizing pain. Yunha simply thanked him for the comedy show. Meanwhile, Jaehyun was perfectly adjusting the seat height for Mia. If it was too low, it would be hard for her to pedal, and could even hurt her joints. She would have to get used to that seat height, and Mia was clearly getting close to Jaehyun on purpose. Minwoo commented that the lucky guy had scored someone, and asked Shelly if they could do something together. She simply told him to screw off too. Jaehyun was holding on to Mia, who was quite nervous learning to ride a bike for the first time. He explained that she was too tense, and because of that her body was stiffening up, making it even harder to balance. Even so, she loved it when she ended up falling on top of him, and Jaehyun had to catch her. Shelly got so furious at that she had to step in herself, telling the two of them to stop flirting. Minwoo ended up remembering his own childhood, because he had experienced a similar moment before. In fact, he had met Jaehyun earlier in his life. Jaehyun was the one who had motivated so many kids in Minwoo's family to learn how to ride a bicycle. Then, Shelly asked if Jaehyun couldn't give her a lesson too, claiming she had forgotten how to ride a bike. Jaehyun clearly remembered her saying she knew how to ride. Mia immediately chimed in, saying she was pushing it now. Even so, Jaehyun said he would give her a lesson. Shelly replied that she was the one marking her territory on her man. Mia instantly asked since when he was her man. At that point, Minwoo asked Jaehyun to swap with him for a bit, saying he could teach Mia from there. Shelly was clearly throwing herself at Jaehyun in a very forced way, but it wasn't working to make him fall for her. It was just making the guy annoyed. Mia, on the other hand, was amused by the whole situation. Minwoo then asked if he was really that bad of a teacher. Of course, he had already noticed she was into Jaehyun. In fact, everyone knew. Yunha even walked up to her brother and asked why he was teaching Mia. He simply replied that Jaehyun had said he was tired. Yunha just asked him not to try anything funny with Mia. Kang Hanum then told his boss he would take care of his sister, but Minwoo told him to stop calling him that. Even Yunha said it was super weird, because she didn't want to have to kick his butt again. Later, Mia was getting disappointed in herself again, having a hard time even moving from a standstill. She kept saying she had no talent for it, but Minwoo explained that it was never a matter of talent. She was so afraid of falling that she simply couldn't move. She was scared to the point where she would never be able to move forward. And that sentence hit Mia not just in cycling, but in her entire life. She had always been afraid of moving forward, and because of that, she could never get anywhere. Minwoo then told her not to be afraid of failing, because you could always start over. Everything was scary on the first try, but once you faced it for the first time, you realized it was no big deal. So Mia tried once more, this time without fear of falling. Minwoo kept pushing the bike, pushing and pushing, until she started gaining speed. When she realized it, he wasn't even holding the bike anymore. Mia was riding all on her own. Yunha said she had finally done it, while Shelly tried to downplay the achievement, saying it was no big deal. But by the end of the day, Mia was managing to ride the bike quite a bit. She had finally gotten the hang of it. Jaehyun noticed she was happy having learned from Minwoo, and said he had better leave. Minwoo asked if he was already going, and Jaehyun replied that he needed to study. Mia was clearly disappointed by that, but Yunha tried to motivate her, saying they could try again another time. Kang Hanum of course insisted on leaving with Yunha, and managed to convince her, saying he could walk her home. But halfway there, he stopped to buy water at a shop, and even made Yunha watch his bike. What a loser. In the meantime, a group of troublemakers was passing by the street. They saw Yunha, thought she was pretty, and one of them decided to try asking for her number, but she replied that he could try asking someone else. The kid insisted, saying she could at least add him, and that if she wanted, he could give her his number. But Yunha told the jerk she had already said no, so he had better be on his way. The kid got mad at that, especially because his own friends were recording his rejection. So, he asked Yunha if he looked like an idiot for asking for her phone number. Then, he added that she shouldn't think she was so pretty, calling her a bitch. That was when he took a heavy punch that knocked out one of his teeth. Of course it was Kang Hanum, protecting his lady. Take your beating and shut up. Obviously everyone was in shock at that first moment, and when the jerk's group tried to react, Kang Hanum immediately charged at the first one, grabbing him by the hair and beating him up. Then, he went after the second one, while the third simply abandoned the rest of the crew. After walking for a while, Yunha said she would catch a taxi from there to go home. Kang Hanum asked if she was acting like that because of the fight. She simply replied that she had already told him she never wanted to see him beat someone up again. He asked what he was supposed to do then. Just stand there and let the situation unfold like that? Yunha replied that he shouldn't have been so brutal. Kang Hanum asked if she preferred him to stand by and watch while that guy messed with her. Yunha didn't answer, and felt a bit flustered. Then, Then, Kang Hanam said it was fine, because to a girl like her, who had grown up like a princess, he probably looked like a thug, just as much of a thug as that jerk. Even so, he just hoped she got home safely. Meanwhile, the last kid from that group of idiots complained to Vinnie Hong and Sung Kwon's crew, who quickly gathered. Vinnie Hong asked who the idiot was that beat them up, but the first kid who had been knocked out was unconscious, so he couldn't see where the person went. Vinnie Hong said they were such trash and idiots that they couldn't even go around saying they were from their school, because it was embarrassing. Sung Kwon then asked who beat the crap out of the three of them. Was it a student? The one who took the worst beating said he wasn't sure, but remembered the guy had long hair and a band-aid under his nose. Then another one mentioned he had taken a photo of his girlfriend earlier. He had recorded the moment of his friend's rejection, but the photo quality was terrible. Even so, Vinnie Hong recognized the bike and asked them to send the photo to his phone. Then, he called Tae-jin to get some info. He sent the photo and asked if there was anyone on his team using that bike. Tae-jin replied no, and that he had never seen that bike before. But when Vinnie Hong described the person, saying it was a guy with long hair and a band-aid under his nose, Tae-jin remembered him. It was the friend of the student council president from Taeyong High. After bike practice, Tae-jin was happy about that situation. He didn't know exactly what was going on, but if Vinnie Hong's crew was after Taeyong's crew, then he was happy. In class, Kang Hanam was feeling down. He seemed to be feeling bad about something that had happened, and even refused bike training because he had to work that night. Jae-hun told that loser to stop showing up in their classroom, but Min-woo said the whole school belonged to them. After all, they were all students at the same school. He could drop by and say hi once in a while. The girls nearby started saying the two of them looked like they were having a couple's fight. And to top it off, that pushy girl Shelly showed up again to take a photo with him, even without Jae-hun wanting to, and posted it. Seriously, that girl is unbearable. Actually, she's probably fulfilling her purpose as a character very well, because she was clearly made to be annoying. When Mia and Yoonha walked in, Yoonha simply ignored Kang Hanam's resistance. Min-woo noticed something was wrong between the two of them, especially since Yoonha didn't hit Kang Hanam as usual. Meanwhile, he simply went to sleep at his desk. Something was very wrong. Later, Kang Hanam went to get the handsome dog that had been guarding his bike, but when he unchained the Doberman, Jordan, the dog took off running. Because of that, later Kang Hanam had to carry the dog on his bike, tying him to his back with the chain. Meanwhile, the group of losers following Vinnie Hong waited outside Taeyong High until they spotted Yoonha. They were there to settle the score for what had happened. At the same time, at the mob club, since there were no customers, Kang Hanam took advantage of the time to train on his bike. He managed to do a 7-second track stand, setting a new personal record. The club crew praised him, saying he did great, young master. Just then, he received a desperate call from Mia, calling for help and saying Yoonha was in danger. Kang Hanam abandoned his shift at the club and sped off on his bike. The group of boys was pressuring Yoonha, and of course they couldn't simply call the police. But Mia, trying to resolve the situation before anyone got hurt, had already called Kang Hanam. When Vinnie Hong heard that, he took a few steps forward and said he would take over from there. The mob crew tried to follow Kang Hanam in the car, but kept hitting red light after red light. And for some reason, Jordan was inside the car too. As he pedaled, Kang Hanam remembered everything. Everything that had made him fall in love with Yoonha. One day, one of the businessmen working for Kang Hanam's father had bothered Yoonha on the street, asking her out. Back then, Kang Hanam was still injured and using a crutch, but he still made a point to assert his presence as the young mob master. Naturally, the businessmen stopped bugging Yoonha immediately. The next morning at Taeyong High, Kang Hanam was seen as a total bully. He looked practically like a criminal, and rumors were already circulating that his family had some sort of shady involvement. Only Yoonha was brave enough to simply approach him and talk. She asked if he was the guy from the club, because she didn't expect him to show up at school looking like that. She also commented that he dyed his hair red in a ridiculous way and needed to wear his uniform properly. She had never imagined he was a high schooler. Kang Hanam asked who she thought she was to tell him what to do, but right after, asked to talk in private for a second. He asked, please, that she not tell the teachers or other people what had happened the previous night. He was talking about the club, and more importantly, about his mustache. Yoonha said she wouldn't bother telling anyone about that, but she also said that to avoid raising suspicion, he could simply act like a normal person. Besides, she asked him to stop bothering her. At that moment, Kang Hanam tried to continue the conversation, but Yoonha ended up reuniting with Mia after a long time, so he stayed behind and probably pretended he hadn't even seen Yoonha that day. During break, Kang Hanam didn't show much respect to some seniors, who saw that as an insult and charged at him. They knocked down his crutch and started kicking him while he was on the ground, but when they turned their backs, Kang Hanam used his own crutch as a weapon and brutally beat the two of them up. Because of that, he was called to the principal's office. After all, he was a freshman who had just arrived at the school and was beating up third-year seniors. Even so, they told him not to let anyone know about that story, because they couldn't let it ruin the school's image. Back then, the vice principal was in charge of the situation, since the principal was on a business trip. Kang Hanam's parents were supposed to come to the school to resolve it, and they did show up. Kang Hanam's father's mob appeared and thoroughly intimidated the vice principal. Because of that, his son got off completely scot-free. Everyone kept talking trash behind Kang Hanam's back. Honestly, he would have preferred to be expelled. Because of that, he ended up going to sleep on the school rooftop, but he was woken up by Yoonha, who was looking for him and called him an idiot. She had only gone to tell him that the teacher wanted to speak with him, but instead of just passing the message, she decided to sit there and hang out with him for a bit. Yoonha said she felt a little sorry for him. After all, she didn't know how a student could dye his hair, work at a club, and still beat up seniors. Even so, she thought he could be a decent student once in a while. Kang Hanam asked why. Did she really care about that? Then, Yoonha asked what he intended to do after graduating. Did he want to do something specific? After all, everyone had a dream. Kang Hanam stood up and said he liked music. He wasn't sure yet if he wanted to sing or compose, but he knew he liked music. He always felt calm whenever he was around it, whether at the club or alone at home. Because of that, he thought he would like to make good music, capable of calming other people down. Yoonha said he should have gone to a music school. Kang Hanam replied that they would never let a delinquent like him into one of those colleges. At that moment, he pulled out a cigarette to smoke, but she snatched it out of his hand, asking how he dared try to smoke inside a school. You idiot. First, he needed to graduate properly to achieve his dream. Then, Kang Hanam asked what she would do after that. Yoonha wasn't very sure. She had always worked hard at whatever she needed to study because she wanted to put in effort for her brother. However, she really didn't have any long-term goals. The moment got sentimental enough to make Yoonha uncomfortable, so she stood up and told him to drop that whole sloppy lifestyle. Even so, she thought his dream was really cool and hoped he could achieve it. Before leaving, she told him to go find the teacher soon, calling him a delinquent. It was at that moment that Kang Hanam felt his heart captured by her. No one had ever supported him like that before. That had been the first truly meaningful conversation he had in years. After that, Kang Hanam dyed his hair back to its original color and started helping out his classmates. First, he started sweeping and cleaning up trash. Then, he started intimidating the losers who didn't pick up after themselves. Except he didn't do it like before. He seemed much gentler and polite. Plus, he made a point not to let his lady Yoonha do any work. After all, cleaning duty was a man's job. When Yoonha asked why he was being so weird, since she just wanted to clean a window, Kang Hanam simply rigged up scaffolding to clean all the school windows from the outside. Yoonha realized she was the one to blame for all of that. On the way back home, Yoonha commented that he was extremely over the top in everything he did. She had never seen anyone like that in her life. As they walked, Kang Hanham's stomach growled so loud from all the physical exertion he had put in that Yoonha offered to buy him something to eat as a way to make up for everything he had done. Kang Hanham was so smitten by that offer that he ended up falling a bit behind. That was when a student from another school bumped into him and immediately tried to pick a fight. They were friends of Taejin from Mountain High, but Yoonha didn't want to see him fighting again and warned that if he did, she would never speak to him again. So, Yoonha suggested they could pay for the dry cleaning of the kids' clothes, which had gotten dirty. The guy charged an absurd price, but Kang Hanham had no problem with that at all. He simply pulled a sneaker autographed by Michael Jordan himself out of his backpack, which was obviously crazy expensive. Naturally, the mountain crew ended up making a profit. Yoonha was surprised that Kang Hanham had resolved the problem peacefully and said she liked that attitude. Kang Hanham replied, it was no big deal. After all, there was no reason to get his hands dirty, right? Except right after, Kang Hanham sent a message to his mob assistants. They went to retrieve the sneakers and then hung the two guys up in the forest. Kang Hanham had broken his promise to Yoonha a long time ago, but now he was starting to act to redeem himself. That was when, riding his bike, he passed Minwoo and Jaehyun. This time, Kang Hanham actually went alone into the middle of that huge group of people who wanted to beat him up, all to save Yoonha. Vinny Hong said he didn't expect to see Kang Hanham since that cafe, but Kang Hanham ignored that and asked what they were doing with the girls. The first guy who had taken a beating from him replied that they were waiting for him. After all, you couldn't just knock out someone's tooth and leave without paying the price. The guy approached Kang Hanham all cocky, but Kang Hanham lowered his body to distract him. As soon as the man dropped his guard, he knocked out another one of the poor guy's teeth with a punch to the ground. Afterward, he warned the others not to even think about running away like cowards. Then, Yoonha stepped in front of him and explained that they had started all that trouble. They had provoked first, so she wanted to end it and be on her way. Kang Hanham replied that it didn't seem like something that could be resolved with talk and told Yoonha to take Mia and step back. When everyone closed in to beat him up, Kang Hanham simply dove into the brawl. He started punching, kicking, and even jammed a lighter into one guy's eye. Mia thought about calling the police, but Yoonha explained they couldn't do that because Kang Hanham would also be punished. Worse yet, if they found out which family he belonged to, the situation could get much more complicated. At that moment, the two of them were practically trapped. That was when Minwoo threw his jacket over Yoonha to protect her from the rain. He commented that Kang Hanham had dived into trouble again, and right after, beat down another guy trying to hit him, asking why he was taking a beating like that. You dummy. Vinny Hong commented that it had been a long time since he'd seen Minwoo, and didn't expect him to be friends with Kang Hanham too. Next, he asked how his leg was. Minwoo replied that he thought Vinny Hong had settled down and called him a psycho piece of trash. Meanwhile, Kang Hanham knocked down another opponent and said he would take care of the red-haired bastard. Minwoo agreed with him, until Jaehyun appeared on the scene, saying the two had passed Kang Hanham while riding their bikes. Jaehyun calmly analyzed the whole situation and observed how the others were fighting. Then, he put away his backpack and jacket and told the girls to keep an eye on the bike. A few people were already standing around watching watching the fight, and to make matters worse, that beatdown was too good not to be recorded. Tae-jin was one of the people in the crowd. Meanwhile, Vinnie Hong and Kang Han-ham started trading blows. Vinnie Hong seemed far more experienced and managed to distract Kang Han-ham using his cigarette and jacket before knocking him down with a single punch. Even covered in blood, Kang Han-ham asked if that was all. To him, one of them would have to die for that crap to end. When Vinnie Hong tried to throw the next punch, however, Kang Han-ham grabbed his arm, slammed him to the ground, and started beating him brutally. He only avoided doing something even worse, because Yoonha managed to stop him, reminding him that he had promised not to fight like that anymore. At that moment, the group realized Vinnie Hong had lost. Sung Kwon was still holding a bat and seemed ready to finish off Kang Han-ham no matter what, regardless of who had won. But right at that moment, the mob arrived in full force, and that resolved the situation. The mob men were already thinking about grabbing all those scumbags, but Kang Han-ham told them to let them go. According to him, it would only get worse if they got involved. Min-woo and Jae-hyun ended up a bit injured, but they were okay. Tae-jin merely commented that it was a shame everything had ended. One of the mob men then told the young master they should crush those bastards before it happened again. Kang Han-ham, however, explained that if they got involved, he would be banned from attending school, and that would be even worse. So, he asked them not to tell his father anything. After all that chaotic mess, Mia asked what exactly Kang Han-ham's family did. Yoonha replied that she would understand soon enough. When the men found out Jae-hyun and Min-woo were Kang Han-ham's friends, they started bowing to them as well. Min-woo, completely confused by that, could only ask if Kang Han-ham happened to be the son of some mobster. Kang Han-ham replied that they were just guys who worked for his dad. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun was more concerned about his bicycle, but fortunately, it was intact, so everything was fine. The next morning though, crap. Kang Han-ham was totally banged up, covered in band-aids and gauze, and Min-woo wasn't much different. Jae-hyun, on the other hand, had gone to the trouble of wearing a face mask to hide the swelling. Besides, the three of them had to disassemble their bikes because they had been out in the rain overnight. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun was messing around with Min-woo's disassembled bike. Look how cute. As soon as the three entered the classroom, there was absolute silence. They didn't know yet that the video of the fight was going around. The head of student affairs dragged Kang Han-ham and Jae-hyun straight to the principal's office. The vice principal explained that the video had gone public, and now the school would be seen as a den of bullies and criminals. On top of that, the faces of those two looked hideous. He even asked how they dared show up at school looking like that, especially Kang Han-ham. The vice principal really thought he had redeemed himself, but now he was involved in that trash again. Yoonha tried to explain that the guys from Gang High had attacked them first. The vice principal replied that even so, getting into a fight was not okay. However, the principal told everyone to shut up. He would not let that incident slide. The vice principal still tried to explain that despite everything, their parents were presidents of large corporations, but the principal made it clear that had absolutely nothing to do with the situation. School violence was an unforgivable act, regardless of the reason. Therefore, starting the next day, all of them were suspended. The principal was especially disappointed in Jae-hyun, who was the student council president. He was supposed to be a role model for the other students. The principal had high expectations for him, but now he was completely disappointed. That was when Shelley walked into the office, saying that was insane. Boys fought all the time. The principal, however, replied that this was a school, and he refused to leave any kind of violence unpunished, regardless of the circumstances. Later, the three of them were sitting in the park, completely devastated. Min-woo commented that if his parents found out, he'd be screwed. Kang Han-ham apologized and said it was all his fault. He would take responsibility and drop out of school. Min-woo told him to stop being stupid. They were there because they tried to protect him, while he was trying to protect Yoonha. And to tell the truth, Min-woo would have done the exact same thing. In reality, he had felt way better after kicking those idiots' asses, especially Vinnie Hong's. Plus, he was rooting for Kang Han-ham and Yoonha. To Min-woo, friends didn't need to apologize to each other. After hearing that, Kang Han-ham finally understood what it meant to be a man. Then, Min-woo asked Jae-hyun if he was okay, since he had been quiet the whole time. But Jae-hyun was so in shock over the suspension that he simply collapsed on the playground equipment, as if he had passed out. The principal watched all of that from the window, and just sighed. Besides being principal, he was part of the production and technical committee for the Street Cycling League. That was when he found out there was a list containing students from Taeyang. Sang Ho-chae learned that Taeyang School was known for its excellent academic performance. It was basically a bunch of nerds, so he didn't expect those students to do well in a cycling competition. The other producer, however, replied that they clearly could pull it off. After all, it would be a good experience for all of them. Maybe the principal simply wanted to trust his own students. The next morning, Yoonha tried calling Min-woo, but his phone was off. Mia couldn't get in touch with Jae-hyun either. As for Shelley, she wasn't interested in attending classes if Jae-hyun wasn't there. So, she decided to ditch school and went riding her bike. Meanwhile, the three stooges were undergoing special training with the school principal, who was now acting like a real military commander. Minwoo even asked where on earth he had gotten that hat. Jaehyun quickly ran up to the principal to learn from him. He was completely determined. When the three presented themselves for training, the principal said the ladies were moving as if they were in a coma. So, he ordered Minwoo and Kang Hanum to race to the top of the stairs to see who could get there first and touch the top step. The competition was between the two of them because Jaehyun was relaxed. He had already sprinted to the top. Meanwhile, Minwoo and Kang Hanum reached the top completely exhausted. The principal was surprised that the two were already out of breath, especially since training had barely begun. From that moment on, he would no longer just be the principal. Now, he would be a white-bearded volcano, responsible for training both the minds and bodies of those three. So, he ordered the boys to put their arms over each other's shoulders to do squats together. Meanwhile, the boys from another class kept looking at inappropriate magazines. Youngsu showed up asking for Minwoo, but Li Hualang explained that he and his friends had been suspended. Apparently, they had gotten involved in a gang fight with the kids from Gang High. The principal was so furious he ended up suspending all of them. Youngsu had no idea about that news until that moment. Meanwhile, the principal continued training the three of them, who were already completely wrecked. He commented that young people nowadays got tired over the littlest things and announced that the break was over. They had barely managed to rest. Minwoo's legs were destroyed from the squats, but the principal still had a mission for them. If they managed to complete the challenge, he would lift their suspension. The mission was simple to explain and hellish to execute. They would have to take truck tires the principal had placed, tie them to their bike seats, and drag them to the top of the hill. All three had to manage it. No exceptions. If anyone failed, the principal would extend the suspension for all three. Meanwhile, because of that wave of cycling festivals, some people started keeping an eye on the bikes popping up on the internet. The problem was that they were all very expensive. That was when one of the guys complaining about the prices saw a bike that looked like it was worth a fortune. Worse yet, it wasn't chained or locked up at all. The bike looked like a racing model, so one of the guys decided to simply hop on it to steal it. The other warned that wasn't a good idea and left. When the thief saw who was approaching, he tried to pedal away to escape, but the gear was way too heavy. That was when the bike owner appeared, Monster 13. After beating the kid up, Monster 13 left him with a sign saying he shouldn't be a trash thief. Meanwhile, Monster 13 changed gears with absurd ease, handling a 5-to-1 ratio without any effort at all. Back at training, the other three kept pedaling. Jaehyun was in the lead, accompanied by Minwoo, but Kang Hanum could barely move from his spot. The tire he was dragging kept bouncing on the ground. The principal explained that happened because Kang Hanum's pedaling technique was wrong. Most people simply stepped down on the pedals, making the bike bounce and rendering the pedaling inefficient. To get a more stable pedal stroke, pulling up is more important than simply pushing down. If the gear was pressed correctly, the tires would be dragged naturally without bouncing. To pedal more efficiently, cyclists use toe clips or cleated cycling shoes, which help keep their feet locked to the pedals. According to the principal, the most important part wasn't the pushing movement, but the upward pull that came right after. Kang Hanum adjusted his posture, and with that, managed to drag the tire for much longer, until Shelly suddenly appeared to bother Jaehyun again. What an unbearable woman. At least this time she brought a drink and a snack for him. The other two were so jealous that Jaehyun ended up sharing some with them. The principal, however, was intrigued and asked how on earth Shelly knew they were there. Kang Hanum then apologized to the crew. He thought that if he had tried harder before, none of that would have happened. Minwoo told him to stop with all that sentimentality. Shelly, however, made it clear that an apology didn't make up for it. Minwoo and Jaehyun had gotten dragged into that situation because of him, and was that all he had to say? He couldn't just stand there repeating that he was sorry. He needed to suck it up and take responsibility for what he did. But Jaehyun asked what the point was of saying all that right now. Shelly could leave already and stop getting in the way, so he handed all the snacks and drinks back to her, telling her to beat it. After that harsh blow, Shelly left in tears and pedaled away. The other two looked at Jaehyun and asked if he was crazy. How could he do that to a girl? Jaehyun told both of them to shut up too. They needed to get rid of the suspension, so he wanted to get back to work right away. The others could only comment that he was cold as ice. By late afternoon, Kang Hanum was suffering to keep going with the training. He couldn't take it anymore and was using muscles in his legs he didn't even know existed, but halfway through, he started getting dizzy. Minwoo noticed the situation and said they could call it a day. Kang Hanum still wanted to keep going for a bit longer, but Minwoo explained it wasn't good to push so hard. Besides, the park would get dark soon. Kang Hanum replied he wasn't a baby and would go home, even knowing it was already getting very late. Jaehyun, on the other hand, wasn't worried at all. He simply went off to study. Minwoo wondered what kind of monster he was to be able to study in the middle of a school suspension. So, the two said goodbye to Kang Hanum, wishing him well. After they set off and started pedaling without having to drag truck tires, everything felt so much easier than before. They were practically flying. The girls girls were waiting for them in front of Jaehyun's house. Keijo walked by and made the same impression on Minwoo that he had felt the first time. He looked so much like Jaehyun. Then the two boys who had taken a beating the other day and were now looking even more wrecked from the training showed up. Just looking at their faces, you could tell they looked terrible. Yoonha explained they were worried because neither of them was answering their phones. Keijo then asked if that was Kang Hanam's girlfriend and commented that they looked terrible too, with beat-up faces. Yoonha asked where Kang Hanam was and if he wasn't with them. Minwoo replied he was, but Kang Hanam had said he wanted to train a bit more, so they ended up leaving him behind. Yoonha was furious and said she thought they were friends. They couldn't just leave Kang Hanam behind like that, so she decided she was going to visit Kang Hanam at home. Minwoo warned her not to dare tell their father they had been suspended. At that moment, Mia commented that the school was already looking for a new student council president since Jaehyun had been suspended. Jaehyun genuinely accepted facing the consequences of his own actions. Keijo, however, was surprised to find out they had been suspended and asked what exactly they had done wrong. After all, they weren't delinquents pretending to be nerds, were they? Mia commented that Keijo's brother looked so much like him. Keijo then realized he should have noticed it from the first time he saw them all beaten up like that. He also commented that their mom would probably lose her mind when she found out. Jaehyun, however, simply told Keijo to shut up and go inside. Once again, Mia ended up being left behind by Jaehyun. Minwoo thanked her for coming by and offered to walk her back to the bus stop. When they got there, Minwoo realized he couldn't even catch a bus if he wanted to, because he didn't have a penny in his pocket. Maybe he really should get a job. Mia found it funny to imagine Minwoo getting a part-time job, especially knowing whose son he was. Minwoo replied that it was funny too, and right after, commented that she looked pretty when she smiled. Maybe she should take off those glasses once in a while. If she did, everyone would probably try to ask her out. Mia explained that Jaehyun was the one who had given her those glasses as a gift. She had worn them ever since, and was way too used to them. Minwoo realized she only ever talked about Jaehyun until the bus finally arrived. As Mia left, Minwoo commented that out of all the people she could like, she had to choose Jaehyun. The guy was a literal brick wall. Meanwhile, Kang Hanam actually kept training until very late at night. That was when Yoonha showed up, bringing him food and even paying for fried chicken so he could eat. The kid hadn't eaten all day, training there like a maniac. She asked what on earth he was doing and if he was training like that because he felt guilty about the suspension. Kang Hanam replied that he felt terrible that Minwoo and Jaehyun had been suspended alongside him because of his fault. That was why he had decided to push himself even harder. Yoonha explained that nothing good came from fighting. That was precisely why she had told him to start avoiding those situations. Kang Hanam asked for forgiveness for breaking his promise, but also reminded her that she was the reason the whole mess had started in the first place. So, in a way, the responsibility was hers too. In the end, Yoonha thanked him for his effort. Kang Hanam got so nervous at that he tried to swallow a whole piece of chicken and ended up choking. So, he took a sip of soda and managed to choke on that too. Yoonha told him to take it easy. No one was going to steal his chicken. Meanwhile, Vinnie Hong was not in a much better situation than the other suspended kids. The day he returned to the classroom, he started beating up anyone who talked trash about him. Of course, he ended up in the head of student affairs office. The head of student affairs, however, said that hitting a piece of trash like him would just be a waste of energy. First, he had beaten up kids from another school, and now he was back beating up his own classmates. If Vinnie Hong thought hurting people was so fun, he had better watch out, because nowhere else in the world would want someone like him, whether at school or in society itself. Because of that, the coordinator decided to suspend him indefinitely. At that point, it seemed like even the whole school had given up on him. Vinnie Hong got another call from his mom, but simply ignored it. Except right at that moment, some kids were running away from a corner store without paying for food. The first one ended up taking a bicycle wheel straight between his legs. After Vinnie Hong knocked over the first one, the store owner managed to catch the kid and make him pay for what he had done. Wandering aimlessly around, Vinnie remembered the time he raced Minwoo. They had decided to race down a slope, taking things a bit too far. Jung-soo was supposed to film it, as always, and even though he wanted to stop the situation, he didn't know how. Both of them were so stubborn that neither would back down. To Vinnie Hong, Minwoo was just another rich playboy who kept bragging about his bike specs, but who was actually terrible at real riding. They would see about that at the finish line. As soon as they started heading down the hill, Vinnie intentionally used his body to cut Minwoo off. Things were getting increasingly dangerous until the bike tires collided, causing Vinnie Hong to lose his balance, fall, and injure his arm. However, Minwoo ended up getting hurt much more severely. Back then, Vinnie Hong took pleasure in seeing that. He liked the feeling. Meanwhile, Minwoo was completely exhausted after that day of training, and Jaehyun really wanted to know when he would stop taking advantage of him, just to hang out in his room. Minwoo simply replied that Jaehyun's house was much more comfortable. When he laid down, he ended up hitting his head on something that felt like a rock, but it was just a flip phone that Jaehyun was still using. It looked practically like a museum piece, but Jaehyun only needed the device to make calls, so he didn't need anything else. At bedtime, Minwoo asked what Jaehyun thought of Mia. Jaehyun found the question strange and wanted to know why that had come out of nowhere. Minwoo explained that he was thinking of asking her out. Jaehyun asked if he was requesting permission, to which Minwoo replied that he would do whatever he wanted. Meanwhile, Vinny Hong kept his phone turned off, staying out of touch with the only friend he still had. He wasn't going to school either, and continued wandering aimlessly. At one point, he even thought about asking his mother for money again. She worked as a cleaner at a mall, and during her shift, she saw a mother accompanied by her son, who was getting practically everything he wanted. In contrast, she and Vinny had never had much money to spend. Even so, she always did everything possible to make him happy. Of course, Vinny was tired of that kind of life, but his mother always ended up apologizing for not being able to give him everything he wanted. For her, it was heartbreaking to know she couldn't provide a better life for her own son. At a certain point, the child accompanying that woman dropped one of his items, and the cleaner thanked him when he picked it up. However, the child's mother immediately told her son not to pick things up off the floor. After that, Vinny saw his mother hurry back to work with her colleague, but the mop she was using to clean the floor slipped and hit another woman's leg, who started making a huge scene. Meanwhile, just walking around the mall, Vinny Hong was already being stared at and badmouthed by people, but he didn't care about that anymore, until suddenly, he noticed a large commotion and discovered it was happening right around his mother. He approached and asked why she was on the floor. The girl who had started the mess asked who that poor loser was. Vinny grabbed the mop, broke part of the handle, and prepared to charge at the woman. His mother tried to stop him, but the woman kept insulting both of them, saying her son was a crazy psychopath and that there were only unhinged, pathetic people in that place. That made Vinny even more furious, and the situation began to spiral completely out of control. Security guards were called, but all Vinny could remember was how his mother had been forced to kneel before that woman. He was about to attack her when his mother collapsed on the floor. She had fallen ill due to a pre-existing medical condition she had been carrying for a while, and had to be rushed to the emergency room. Tests showed she was in the terminal stage of liver cirrhosis. She certainly knew about the illness, but likely didn't have the money to pay for the treatment, which would cost at least 40 to 50 million won. On top of that, there were many patients waiting for liver transplants, and she simply didn't have time to wait in line. Vinny Hong had spent his entire life dealing with his mother's illness while wandering around and causing trouble wherever he went. Because of that, he was bad-mouthed by adults and the parents of other children, as well as being constantly mistreated by people stronger than him. On one of those days, he was getting beaten up by a boy who claimed his eyes were red, and even his hair was a strange color. To the boy, Vinny's family was cursed. Just at that moment, the boy ended up getting hit by a kid's bicycle. It was Minwoo, who simply claimed he hadn't seen the boy in front of him. Of course, the arrogant kid tried to fight back, but they soon discovered that Minwoo was from a very prominent family. Because of that, no one dared to mess with him. Back then, Minwoo was still friends with Vinny Hong, and always protected him whenever he could. It was also during this time that Minwoo asked if Vinny would join his own cycling team, Zephyr. Vinny thought the name was a bit childish, but Minwoo explained that it was the name of the god of wind from a comic book he had read. However, right then, Minwoo was pressured and dragged away again by his father's businessmen. They kept telling Vinny Hong not to approach the young master, saying he wasn't worthy of being near him. On the day he finally managed to start middle school, Vinny still had to listen to people speaking ill of him. They criticized his hair color, his eye color, and called him a poor nobody. Despite all that, his mother was extremely happy that he had achieved that milestone. During the ceremony, as was tradition, mothers handed flowers to their children to take a photo, but Vinny Hong could barely pay attention because he kept hearing those damn voices bad-mouthing him and his family. Even after the photo, even standing next to his mother who only wanted the best for him, he could only think that she embarrassed him. So he threw the bouquet away and walked away from her. Back then, Vinny still couldn't see that the problem didn't come from his mother. When he was left alone, he was found by the same group of kids who hadn't managed to beat him up enough last time because Minwoo had stepped in to save him. They kept saying Vinny was a freak and that those heterochromatic eyes were hideous. To them, he would never be treated like a normal kid just because he was wearing the same school uniform. One of the boys even said they had better stop before they got caught on the very first day. But another replied that no one was going to scold him for beating up that dead dog, adding that living in the same neighborhood as Vinny and his mother was disgusting. However, when they mentioned his mother, that was the final straw. They could kick him as much as they wanted, but talking about his mother was different. That made Vinny Hong get up for another round. This time, he didn't just fight back with his fists. He used a metal-tipped pen to stab the boy's hand, took advantage of the distraction, and landed so many punches that he left the boy completely disfigured. By beating up those scumbags using the very same rules they imposed, Vinny felt the adrenaline take over his body. The heat of the blood made him feel alive again. At that moment, he realized he would rather just act like a mad dog and tear everyone to pieces. That was why he had lived that way up until then. He preferred that others fear him rather than he fear going out into the world. After all, the world was already unfair anyway, so Vinny Hong decided he would deal with it his own way. Yet, while he was thinking about all of that, his mother woke woke up in the hospital and thanked him for being there by her side. Vinny left the room without even a cigarette to numb his head, not knowing what to think anymore. Then he remembered the day he ended up trapped in a fire. On that day, his mother was returning home with at least a bit of meat to cook for him, trying to mix up the plain rice they ate practically every day. When she saw the house in flames, she assumed the fire had been caused by the heater. Without thinking twice, she ran into the middle of the fire to save her son. Vinny managed to wake up in the hospital and was relatively fine, all things considered. His mother, however, was nowhere near as well. She had always done everything for him, even when she had almost nothing. And now, Vinny Hong was finally starting to realize how terrible he felt about the way he had repaid everything his mother had done for him. During the next morning's training, Kang Hanam put on a masterclass against the other two, passing them with incredible pedaling power. The principal commented that they were doing much better compared to when they started, and congratulated all three on their hard work. According to him, that experience had truly shown that sports help build healthy minds and bodies. Meanwhile, Kang Hanam was clearly trying to impress Yunha. After practice, Minwoo asked if they could finally go back to school, and Jaehyun desperately wanted that too. However, the principal explained that they would still have to train much harder if they really wanted to participate in the street league competition. It was then that he finally revealed he was actually one of the organizers of the competition, and had seen their names on the participant list. The problem was that after signing up, all they had done was go around picking fights instead of training. Because of that, seeing a bunch of kids who could barely ride a bike properly participating in the competition, he felt obligated to train them. At least he didn't put the suspensions on their permanent record. So, he ordered the three of them to make sure they wouldn't do that kind of thing anymore, and to get back to studying. Minwoo was still curious to know the skill level of the people participating in the competition, but the principal replied that it was a secret. And there was one more thing. They had one final mission to complete, this time involving Shelly. She was feeling really sad because of a certain person, making Jaehyun instantly nervous. The others stared at him until the principal explained that Jaehyun's final mission would be to make her feel better and bring her back to school with them. After all, friends had to be able to do that sort of thing for each other. After that, the three of them were officially dismissed. At the end of the day, Minwoo commented that now they had to worry about Jaehyun, and Kang Hanam said that was only fair. If everyone went to school together, it would be a good way to make Shelly feel better. Minwoo really didn't know how Kang Hanam had the courage to talk to a girl like that, and asked if he didn't like girls. Kang Hanam replied that he was fine with it, and that there was no other choice if he wanted to get back to school. Minwoo was left completely stunned, as that was probably the first time he had seen Kang Hanam actually agree to something, a truly rare moment. Later, the three followed Jaehyun to Shelly's house, and stayed hidden, encouraging him from a distance. To them, it was time to build up some courage. Jaehyun finally took action, rang the doorbell, and said he wanted to talk to her in private. Later, the two were at a nearby park, and Jaehyun was clearly nervous. Shelly then asked what he wanted to talk about. Before that, Minwoo had bought a rose for Jaehyun to give to her, since he was a bit insensitive. In fact, he had always been. Minwoo still couldn't believe Jaehyun was planning to apologize to a girl empty-handed. To him, a rose was the ultimate secret weapon to soften a girl's heart. All he had to do was ask for forgiveness from the bottom of his heart while handing over that sweet rose. However, at that moment, even Kang Hanam felt like punching Jaehyun in the face. Jaehyun actually pulled the rose out from inside his jacket, but gave up. He wouldn't do it. Minwoo was completely frustrated watching that scene unfold, but then Shelly asked if he had come all the way there just to give her that. She had never been so shocked in her life. After hearing Jaehyun tell her to go to hell, it was obvious a simple flower wouldn't make her feel better. Even so, Shelly said she could do him a favor. If he really wanted her forgiveness, starting the next day he would have to pretend to be her boyfriend for a week. Naturally, the guys were completely shocked by that proposal, but Jaehyun had no other choice. On the way back, Minwoo commented that it made no sense at all. Jaehyun had gone to apologize and ended up leaving with a request to pretend to be her boyfriend. To Minwoo, Jaehyun must have studied the female mind, because he was the only guy on the face of the earth who could get a date with a girl after telling her to go to hell. Jaehyun didn't even bother to reply, and just asked what he should do then. Minwoo reminded him that he would have to be her boyfriend for a week, and Jaehyun explained that he had to make her happy to get back into school. After all, that was the deal made with the principal. However, along the way, they passed by a group of cyclists who looked pretty radical. Minwoo noticed that the bikes had a 5-ratio gear setup, and that they seemed to be part of the team Youngsu had shown earlier. It was the Monster Bull team, and they would likely participate in the competition as well. Kang Hanam commented that if they ended up facing Monster 13, the situation would be really tough. Even so, his instinct kept telling him he wanted to battle him. Minwoo thought he was getting way ahead of himself, and reminded him that he had just learned how to ride a bike, calling him a loser. Meanwhile, at Hyeri Lee's bike shop, Vinny Hong was trying to make a deal deal by selling his bicycle. He didn't even want to negotiate, he just wanted to get the money right away. Hyeri Lee thought his attitude was a bit rude, but went to grab what he needed. At that moment, Vinnie Hong spotted a poster for the Street League. When Hyeri Lee returned, he was already gone, and the poster had been ripped off. Meanwhile, as they approached the repair shop, Minwoo commented that it would be good for Jae-hyun to get along with Shelly, as they might even end up getting married. He even asked if Jae-hyun knew how to do those things. Kang Hanam, on the other hand, also wished Yoonha would ask him out, even if only for a week. To him, it would be wonderful. Minwoo wasn't so sure that would happen. Suddenly, Vinnie Hong rode past them. Kang Hanam immediately wanted to beat him up, but remembered he couldn't pick fights before the Street League. When they finally arrived at the shop, Minwoo mentioned the red-haired kid who had just left there. Hyeri Lee confirmed that he had indeed been at the shop trying to sell his bike. However, when she returned to continue the negotiation, he was already gone and had taken the Street League poster with him. That was how Minwoo got confirmation that Vinnie Hong would also be participating in the competition. The next morning, all the guys were extremely irritated with Jae-hyun because Shelly was walking around with her arm wrapped around his. After all, he had to pretend to be her boyfriend. Minwoo commented that it could be a bit dangerous for Jae-hyun, while Kang Hanam warned that he had better watch his back, as he was starting to become a target for the entire school. As they walked through the hallways, the new student council president tried to brag about his position, saying Jae-hyun had made his own choice and lost that prestigious position. The nerd was totally full of himself, but Jae-hyun simply walked past him, ignoring him completely. The other guys even threatened to beat up him, but they knew it would only cause more trouble. So Shelly told the loser to shut his mouth, pulled his underwear up along with his jacket, and added that he could easily get beaten up by a girl. Lee Ha-lang and his friend were recording the whole thing, and thought it looked awesome. At another moment, Yoonha asked if the two were dating now, but Mia had already expected it to happen. When Jae-hyun passed by her, Yoonha commented that it was good to see him back at school, and that he looked a bit more tanned than last time. Jae-hyun simply replied yes, but looked quite downcast. Meanwhile, the principal was using a picture of Jae-hyun as a punching bag because he was dating his innocent granddaughter, Shelly. He needed to control himself for the sake of her happiness. At that moment, his secretary informed him that the new Italian gym teacher had arrived. It was a man wearing a pink wig and an extremely short outfit. The secretary left the two alone, and the principal explained that he would be in charge of Class 1. The principal just wanted him to keep an eye on Jae-hyun and his granddaughter, ensuring the two didn't cross any lines. Furthermore, he was worried about the boys participating in the cycling competition, and wanted the gym teacher to take over their training. After all, he was known for having been an excellent cyclist back in his day. Just thinking about those times made the teacher's heart race, and of course, he was ready for that mission, especially if the boys were handsome. Meanwhile, Vinnie Hong was unable to register for the Street League because the competition was fought in teams. He couldn't simply join alone. That was when a team approached him, and to make matters worse, the person leading that group was the very boy who used to call him a freak during childhood. In the next class, Teacher Mario introduced himself and explained that from that day on, he would be the new gym teacher for Class 1. Everyone stared at him, completely terrified. Some even felt like getting expelled from school right then and there. Mario, however, got straight to the point and asked for Jae-hyun. When he found out who he was, Mario approached and explained that the principal had asked him to give Jae-hyun special attention. However, being as handsome as he was, the teacher stated he would be keeping an eye on him anyway. Jae-hyun shivered all over after hearing that. Kang Hanam could only say goodbye to his friend, while Yoonha commented that even guys were going after Jae-hyun. To Mia, the competition was getting fiercer and fiercer. Meanwhile, at the registration site for the Street League, the team leader looked at Vinnie Hong and commented that he had grown quite a bit and was now even bigger than him. Next, he asked if Vinnie was still a great cyclist like when they were kids. The team members grew curious and asked who exactly that redhead was. The leader explained that during their childhood, the two lived in the same neighborhood and attended the same elementary school. They were so close back then that he even gave Vinnie a special nickname, specifically because of his different colored eyes. Upon hearing that, the team members noticed that Vinnie really did look strange. Irritated, he told them to stop staring at him like he was a monkey locked inside a zoo cage. Another team member commented that his personality was just as screwed up as his appearance. Vinnie Hong's old acquaintance replied that he was still the exact same as in the past. Even so, he said they shouldn't keep talking to him like that. After all, Vinnie was trying to enter the Street League and could simply join their team. The rest of the team didn't seem interested in accepting him at all, and Vinnie Hong didn't want to be part of that group either. To him, it would be better to join a school club than to participate with that squad of cripples. The leader replied that all of that had happened a long time ago, and that Vinnie should set his pride aside. Back then, he was also just a stupid kid. But Vinnie Hong refused again, and said he would start throwing up if he had to stay near him any longer. The members of Hwang Yun's team asked if he was really going to let Vinnie talk like that. So, Hwang Yun decided to make another proposal. If Vinnie was there to enter the Street League, they could settle it with a bet, a one-on-one race. Whoever lost would have to do a favor for the winner. If Vinnie Hong won, they would lend him their team's name so he could register for the competition. Hwang Yun went on to taunt him, saying he didn't have to accept if he was scared. He could simply leave and let everyone think of him as a little dog running away with its tail between its legs. Meanwhile, a new cycling gang, all wearing white reflective jackets to ride at night, was already starting to show off on the streets. It was precisely Hwang Yun's team and his crew. They had set up that meeting point to meet Vinny Hong, and Hwang Yun was determined to teach him a lesson he would never forget. Vinny Hong was getting ready for the match, while the crew from Team Ghost, Hwang Yun's team, were saying that if their leader lost, they would leave the group. Hwang Yun simply asked him to follow the same course he had shown him earlier. The finish line would be the old container near the park. If Vinny Hong won, Hwang Yun would help him join the competition, but if he lost, he would have to do a simple favor. Vinny Hong said he didn't need anything done for him, and that he only showed up because he didn't like people acting cocky like that. Hwang Yun noticed that Vinny Hong's bike had riser bars on the handlebars, meaning he was a bit more savvy than he had initially imagined. Meanwhile, the group members were arguing that if Hwang Yun lost on his home turf, it would be embarrassing for them, but others said they should be worrying about the redhead kid instead. No matter how well he rode a bike, racing against Hwang Yun at that hour was practically a guaranteed loss. He was just another lamb going to the slaughter. The start of the race was practically a fireworks show. Meanwhile, Kang Hanum was being accompanied by his mafia assistants, but he wanted to be alone from that moment on, because he was heading off to handle some business. One of the assistants said that if anything went wrong, he should just call. Then, Kang Hanum approached the supplier, who had a flashy car parked in the alley, and asked him to show the money first. Next, Kang Hanum asked if the stuff was top quality. The supplier replied that he didn't deal garbage, bro, and handed Kang Hanum a pair of incredibly slick sneakers. He analyzed the sneakers like an expert, and felt he had finally found a good supplier. The seller explained that it was hard to get that kind of product at such a price, but they had a deal. Right after that, however, the seller rode away on a bicycle, as the car wasn't actually his. The moment Kang Hanum looked down, the sole of the sneaker completely peeled off. The mafia crew immediately pulled Kang Hanum into the car and sped off to catch the seller, but the guy started making tight turns the car couldn't follow. In the end, he managed to escape. Instead of getting pissed off, Kang Hanum simply said the guy was impressive. But suddenly, Vinny Hong and Hwang Yun zoomed past him during their race, making Kang Hanum ask what the hell was going on now. Traffic on that road at that hour was completely gridlocked. Even so, through the narrow gaps between cars and even through pedestrians on crosswalks, the two sped past at full speed, even dodging night shift construction workers. That was practically a workplace hazard. The pack of ghosts wearing reflective jackets managed to startle a couple making out in the alley. One of them yelled at them to get a room, while the team crew dragged sledgehammers along the concrete floor, wanting to reach the finish line even before the racers. One of them asked if Hwang Yun wouldn't end up losing to that piece of trash, because if that happened, they would be humiliated. But the ghost in front affirmed he definitely wouldn't lose. Hwang Yun would do anything to win, and racing against one of them meant you were willing to pay the price. Hwang Yun was in the lead, but Vinny Hong, taking advantage of his slipstream, stayed right on his tail. On purpose, Hwang Yun rode close to a pothole, throwing Vinny Hong completely off balance and almost causing him to crash. Halfway through, however, there was a kid playing as Garen from League of Legends. For some reason, Hwang Yun stole his sword, asking to borrow the sword of Demacia for a moment. The trail continued into a very tight turn. Hwang Yun knew the route, but Vinny Hong didn't. Even so, he managed to drift to slow down. Hwang Yun didn't know if he was brave or stupid, but from that point on, he was sure he would take the lead. The two entered a pitch-black alleyway. Vinny Hong couldn't accelerate anymore, because he literally couldn't see a thing. Hwang Yun, on the other hand, passed him wearing all black clothes, so there was no way to keep track of him. Suddenly, a car came out of nowhere from the opposite direction with its high beams on. Vinny Hong couldn't see what happened, and ended up falling off his bike. When he woke up, Hwang Yun and his group were standing beside him. The leader warned him that it was dark out there, and that he shouldn't look where he wasn't going. But Vinny Hong noticed that the toy sword was jammed into one of his bike wheels. He asked what that toy was doing stuck in his wheel, but Hwang Yun replied that he was just making excuses for crashing his bike. Then, Vinny Hong was held down by the other members of Team Ghost. Hwang Yun explained that it wasn't an official sport with fixed rules, just an alley cat street race, so he shouldn't be all butthurt about falling. Either way, since that farce was over, he would now do the favor he had promised. It was no big deal. One of the ghosts approached with a sledgehammer and threatened to break Vinny Hong's leg, but of course, that was just a lie to scare him. What they did with the sledgehammer was even worse. They destroyed his bike. When Vinny Hong complained, he got kicked right in the face. Hwang Yun told that freak to remember that very well, because that's what happens when scumbags like him start acting like arrogant little shits. Either way, now that he didn't have a bike anymore, he would lose the tournament without needing to feel bad about it. As the ghost crew rode off, one of the Street League organizers just watched everything without intervening. Sun Quan came to pick Vinny Hong up and asked what had happened to him and who had done all that shit. But Vinny Hong wasn't angry, nor did he feel humiliated. What truly frustrated him was losing his only opportunity to get the money needed to pay for his mother's medical treatment. The next morning, Shelly was feeding Jordan, the massive Doberman guarding Kang Hanum's bike like a total pushover, even though he was male. His behavior around Shelly made that crystal clear. Minwoo commented that all males were the same, and Kang Hanum took the opportunity to mention that the previous night he had seen that redhead kid on the street. He was street racing against someone. As Mia and Yuna walked up, Minwoo asked if his hair looked okay. Kang Hanum replied that it was messy, like every other day, but Mia came over to ask what sizes they wore, as she needed to make the uniforms for Team Hummingbird. Minwoo said she was a real angel, while Yunha commented that her idiot brother never missed an opportunity. Shelly then tried to explain her size, which turned out to be a great way to push the girl's buttons. She wore a small, but because of her bust, she had to switch to a medium. Of course, that was just to provoke the girls. Jaehyun didn't care at all. The only thing capable of pulling his eyes away from his book was the arrival of Mr. Mario. Even the dog was intimidated by his presence. Jordan got so scared of Mario that he slipped his chain and ran off. The teacher merely commented that he was a very silly dog and had probably gotten embarrassed. Meanwhile, in the class of filler characters that nobody really cared about, a PE class was taking place. Yi Hualang only managed to get motivated, and he wasn't the only one. All the other boys entered rage mode when the girls started cheering for them from the window. Given Li Hualang's skills, the only thing missing for him to be Pele was being black. But after the goal was scored, there wasn't a single girl left at the window. Meanwhile, Young-soo was watching everyone outdoors having fun during break. He, however, couldn't do the same. Damn entrance exams. The race was approaching and he needed to train. Meanwhile, the others weren't training at all. Jaehyun, for instance, was reading while Shelly tried to teach him a new language, since she was a polyglot. Except the language she wanted to teach was a bit different. Even so, Jaehyun replied with a no, merci. Minwoo then commented that the damn nerd must be a eunuch. There was no other explanation. Kang Han them said he couldn't believe Jaehyun didn't want a girl like that, and that he'd die to hear Yunha say something like that about him. Suddenly, one of the students told Minwoo that there was a gang high student waiting to talk to him. Over at the entrance, Sung Kwan was waiting. Minwoo was surprised by his nerve to show up there, and asked if he had come to try to kidnap or blackmail him again. Sung Kwan apologized for all of that, explaining he thought they had fired the first shot, so he lost his temper and did that. But he wasn't there just to apologize. He needed Minwoo's help with Vinnie Hong. The two used to be on the same team and had been childhood friends. Minwoo asked what that had to do with him, and Sung Kwan explained that if Vinnie Hong kept going like this, he was terrified something bad would really happen to him, so he pleaded for his help. Kang Hanam was in the background, listening to the whole conversation and wondering if it was really worth it. Sung Kwan explained Vinnie Hong's whole situation. He wanted the league money to help his mother, who was in the hospital. Once Minwoo understood the whole story, Sung Kwan said he believed the only way to save his mother was winning the competition prize. After all, 100 million won wasn't an amount you could easily pull out of thin air. He knew the two had been on the same team and knew each other well, which was why he had come to ask for Minwoo's help. Minwoo said the situation was complicated and asked if the bike couldn't just be fixed. Sung Kwan didn't know much about bikes, but it seemed the damage to the wheels and frame was too severe to repair. Still, he would take care of the bike and would be deeply grateful if Minwoo could get Vinnie Hong into the competition. He truly needed that money to help his mother, since she was the only family he had left. Hearing that, Minwoo remembered his own mother. That was when Kang Hanam came over tearing up and asked if they couldn't put the guy on the team. From what he had just heard, it seemed like that bastard was going through tough times too. That redhead prick made his blood boil whenever he thought about Yunha's kidnapping. But even if they had been enemies once, men should stick together. The others didn't quite get that anime protagonist speech, but Minwoo just wanted to know one thing. Why did he want to help Vinnie Hong so badly? Sung Kwan remembered everything he had gone through and how Vinnie Hong was the only person who had ever helped him. So, he simply explained that he wanted to help him because he was his friend. Later, Minwoo told the whole story to Team Hummingbird. Jaehyun asked who the guy was, and Minwoo answered it was that punk redhead they had fought the other day, the very reason they had been suspended. Jaehyun said he wasn't sure if he remembered or not, but that he didn't care because Minwoo was the one who made the calls. Minwoo was left wondering if he was just striking a pose or genuinely didn't care. Shelly said she agreed with whatever they decided. Young-soo, on the other hand, explained that Sung Kwan had been one of the founding members of Team Zephyr and was a very skilled rider. Even so, he wasn't sure if he could get along with everyone. Minwoo had no choice but to talk to the guy in person. Meanwhile, Vinnie Hong was getting himself into another mess. Once again, he bumped lightly into someone, and it wasn't even his fault, because the other person was distracted too. Again, they tried to make fun of him because of his appearance, and Vinnie Hong beat the crap out of everyone there. He was about to decimate the second guy when he got spotted by the police. In the middle of all this, Mia was bringing back the first version of the Hummingbird uniforms. She ended up getting knocked down by someone running past. It was Vinnie Hong, who was being arrested for assault. Minwoo and Sung Kwan went to Vinnie Hong's house, but he wasn't there, which was quite strange. That was until Mia called Minwoo, who had saved her contact as Mia, my angel, informing him that she had found his redhead friend. Minwoo explained that the trouble magnet had ended up at the police station. The second guy who had been beaten up, who hadn't suffered as much as the first because he hadn't been finished off by Vinnie Hong, was shouting at the police station, saying he should be locked up immediately. The officer asked if he was just walking down the street when the fight broke out, and if that was really how it went down. Vinnie Hong answered no. The other guy then told him to stop lying, saying that Punk had started beating them up out of nowhere, and that a delinquent like him needed to be behind bars. According to him, when he went to the hospital, it would take months to recover. When the officer asked Vinnie Hong to call his parents, he replied he had no parents available to come down. The officer told him to stop wasting their time, but even the girl who was with the other guy was begging her boyfriend to drop it. He had pleaded earlier for Vinnie Hong to stop punching his face. Then Sung Kwan arrived to resolve the situation. situation. He scraped together money to settle the matter by selling his own motorcycle. Minwoo was shocked and said he thought Vinnie Hong's mother was sick. He then asked what he was doing running around breaking people's faces and if he had gone crazy. Vinnie Hong asked how long he had known about that. Minwoo explained that Sung Kwan had told him, but Vinnie Hong didn't understand why he was sharing his miserable life problems. Sung Kwan answered that he had told him because he needed their help, but that didn't matter at that moment. What mattered was knowing if Vinnie Hong thought punching people would solve his problems. He needed to try thinking rationally to find a solution. Vinnie Hong asked how he could be rational in a shitty situation like that. Minwoo tried to calm them both down, but Vinnie Hong told him to stop acting like a saint. He said he was just another mother and that it must be nice being a spoiled rich kid living in a perfect bubble. Part of the reason he was like that was Minwoo's fault. Vinnie Hong's mother had worked tirelessly to save money and open a store. That was until Minwoo's rich father showed up, threw around a mountain of money, and built a department store. Because of that, her shop barely managed to survive by selling cigarettes for a while, before finally going bankrupt under debt. Vinnie Hong explained that rich people use the money they have to make even more, while those with nothing live a miserable life working themselves to death. He said he was born into a shitty family, where only bad things happened. Lately, he even went to sleep wishing he would close his eyes and never wake up again. Sometimes, he even thought it might be better to get hit by a car. That was when Sung Kwon punched him right in the face. He told him to just go ahead and die then, since that was what he wanted so badly, and said he could kill him right there. He also said he was ashamed to have ever called Vinnie Hong a friend. After that, only Minwoo and Vinnie Hong were left. Minwoo felt terrible about the whole situation, and didn't really know what to do. Even so, he told Vinnie Hong he was truly sorry for what had happened. He didn't know the whole story, and wasn't even in a position to help, since he wasn't on speaking terms with his own father. The only thing he had to offer at that moment were those words. Then, Minwoo asked if Vinnie Hong wanted to join his team. He explained that Sung Kwan was deeply worried about him, and had gone all the way to their school to ask for help. Then, he told him about Team Hummingbird, and said that if he wanted to, he could call them and ride together with the team. Young-soo and the other guys on the team agreed to let Vinnie Hong join. They would go to the competition together, and he could bring the money home to take care of his mother. When he got back home, he found a brand new bicycle, along with a note saying that only those with the courage to die were capable of changing. Sung Kwan was constantly bullied at school by Vinnie Hong's gang. It wasn't Vinnie Hong who actively encouraged it, but he hung around a bunch of thugs who obeyed him like henchmen. On the day of a school field trip, those boys robbed Sung Kwan. Of course, he didn't tell anyone. The next day, he went back to school, lying to his parents that he was going on the trip, when in reality, he was just going to the empty school. He hated himself for being unable to do anything. School, where he spent far more time than at home, was a living hell for him, and he just wanted to run away from that place. As he decided to jump, Vinnie Hong appeared and said that if he was really going to jump, he should at least choose a place where nobody was around. That was when Sung Kwan realized that Vinnie Hong hadn't gone on the field trip either. Vinnie Hong explained that trying to end his own life just because a few punks pushed him around wouldn't make anyone truly care about him. Maybe Sung Kwan thought it would make others feel guilty, but it wouldn't work like that. In the end, he'd just be an idiot. Sung Kwan was sure Vinnie Hong had no idea what it felt like, especially since he was just a delinquent. Vinnie Hong then asked if beating up a few students and being a tough guy at school made him a delinquent. He didn't know where people got that idea. At least he didn't let any idiot push him around like Sung Kwan did. All he did was give back what he got. He didn't give a damn about gangs or delinquents. If Sung Kwan was really going to jump, Vinnie Hong saw no reason to stop him. He just wanted to say one thing. If he had the courage to die, he could use that courage first to change. After that day, the same group tried to push Sung Kwan around again. This time, however, he fought back. In the middle of the brawl, he retaliated and threw the first punch. The fight lasted a long time, with several classmates watching, but of course nobody called any school authority. In the end, both of them were completely battered. That was how Sung Kwan got the scar on his eyebrow that he carries to this day. When Vinnie Hong showed up, he broke up the fight and warned that if that loser in his group wanted to keep going, he'd have to deal with him too. After that day, nobody ever bothered Sung Kwan again. What changed his world was precisely what Vinnie Hong had said to him. At that moment, Vinnie Hong was getting close to Team Hummingbird. Everyone was wearing the new uniform, which had turned out really slick. Without a doubt, Mia was going to be a great designer. Shelly commented that her man looked handsome, no matter what he wore, while Jaehyun remained silent, as always. It didn't take long for Vinnie Hong to arrive. He really had shown up. Mia handed him the uniform, and apologized for bumping into him that other day, but he simply thanked her. When he noticed Sung Kwan was there too, he thanked him for everything he had done. Finally, Team Hummingbird was complete. After a few days of Team Hummingbird training, the vibe became much lighter. During that break, after so many people had gone through so much in a short time, Minwoo was looking at Jack. He was much bigger and very handsome. The wounds on his paws had already healed. Keijo commented that he should take Jack for a walk later, since the weather was nice. Minwoo asked him to take good care of that cat, because in a way, he was part of the reason the story had gotten this far. Right then, as Shelly walked by, even the cat turned to look. Keijo then asked why a goddess was living around there, looking like a model. He even wondered what kind of guy would date her. That was when Shelly got off her bike and threw herself into Jaehyun's arms. Keijo could hardly believe what he had just seen. Minwoo commented that the closest people are always the last to know. Meanwhile, Taejin and his crew were trying to impress some girls, except Taejin was just way too creepy and looked like a demon. The person serving their table happened to be Vinnie Hong. Taejin asked if that wasn't Vinnie Hong, and he snapped back, asking what the problem was and if they had never seen a guy working a part-time job before. Then he told them to eat their damn food. When he went back, Sungkwan informed him that he needed to clean the bathroom. Vinnie Hong thought that was a shitty job. Even so, the girls fell completely head over heels for him. They loved bad boys. After that, Taejin said they shouldn't be doing group dates. The best thing was just to train, because the competition was coming up. It was a drag, but there was no time to waste. Meanwhile, Kang Hanum was at the movies with Mia and Yoonha, eating his salted popcorn, which neither of the girls liked. He didn't understand why girls liked sweet stuff so much. To him, salted popcorn was way better. That was when he caught Yongsoo out on a date with Hyori Lee. That was genuinely surprising. Meanwhile, Jaehyun was with Shelly, who was always trying to please him. She commented that she had never seen him so cheerful as during the bike ride, and that cycling seemed to suit him much better than studying. With the competition drawing near, it was exciting to think about participating in a race with everyone. Jaehyun agreed that it really was. Vinnie Hong, while washing dishes, swapped shifts with his coworker. She asked if he really needed to bring the bike inside, and he replied that it was very important to him, and he didn't want it stolen. She commented that the bike was really pretty. When Vinnie Hong put on the hummingbird uniform, she mentioned he looked so handsome, he looked like a real bad boy. Sung Kwan, who was smoking a cigarette, offered one to Vinnie Hong, but he declined, saying he had quit. This time, he was taking the competition seriously and staying in shape. Sung Kwan commented that the prelims were starting that week, and that time was flying. At that moment, the otaku team walked past Vinnie Hong, commenting that his hair looked just like Shanks, and asking if his eyes were red, if he was an Uchiha, and if he had the Sharingan. They simply walked past him, while Sung Kwan asked if they were going to compete too. Vinnie Hong didn't understand a single word they said, but got annoyed anyway. Meanwhile, Kang Hanum was doing a different kind of training. The mafia assistants followed his training, riding on a motorcycle just ahead. At that point, Kang Hanum had already hit 60 kilometers per h. He remembered the conversation he had with his father, who had asked if that meant he now preferred messing around with his friends on bikes instead of focusing on his studies. His father had thought he'd end up a lonely loser at school, but now he was having fun with his pals. He said that whether it was an organization, a society, or anything else, any man with balls needed to learn to be loyal to his comrades. He could do whatever he wanted, because in life, what mattered were friends, not money. Then he asked why he didn't invite his friends over for a visit, since dad could buy a few beers. Kang Hanum replied that they were all minors. Kang Hanum was genuinely motivated. He wanted to give his absolute best for his teammates, and kept training, pushing harder and faster. Meanwhile, Jaehyun was getting chewed out for letting his grades drop so much. His parents were comparing him to his brother Keijo, who was working harder and harder, while Jaehyun was doing something that, according to them, was useless for his life. Minwoo overheard everything through the door, and felt terrible for him. The guy's grades had dropped because of everything that had happened, and he didn't know if that might end up affecting his performance in the competition. Jungsu was training alone, but remained motivated by the girl. When Shelly got home after the ride, she saw the Street League commercial on TV. Finally, the competition was starting. On the next day of school, Jaehyun was quieter than usual. Minwoo commented that he was probably disappointed about getting scolded by his parents over his bad grades, and that it might be best to leave him alone for a while. Kang Hanum agreed it was understandable, but quickly asked about his new hair. Jaehyun explained he had changed his style a bit to follow the latest trend. According to him, girls nowadays were looking for old-school chivalrous knights, and Yoonha would probably like that kind of hair on him too. The problem was that, before anything else, he needed to cut all that greasy hair. Vinnie Hong told them to stop shouting, and asked why on earth they were following them to school. Minwoo explained he needed the principal's permission to compete. Since he was part of their team now, it was better to talk to the principal and let him know he was riding with the team. Vinnie Hong replied he had to work that afternoon. On the way, they passed a group of bullies intimidating some students. It wouldn't have been a problem if one of them hadn't asked why they were staring. When he tried to intimidate them, Minwoo just told his group to keep walking. Kang Hanum and Vinnie Hong, however, stayed behind to beat the hell out of them. Because of that, they ended up a bit late, but still made it to the principal's office in time. Outside the office, some girls were commenting that the redhead looked like a model. The new student council president told the cows to get back to their classrooms, and commented that those pathetic losers were probably in the principal's office because they had screwed up again. The principal then asked if they were ready for the prelims. Jung-soo replied absolutely, and that they would give it their all. The principal reminded him he was a senior and that college entrance exams were near, asking if he was really sure about this. Jung-soo replied he would start studying harder once the competition was over. Minwoo commented he'd have to do it all over again next year. That was when Mr. Mario asked who that handsome redhead kid was and said he should be in class. Minwoo explained he was from Gang High and was on leave to participate in the competition. Mario approached Vinnie Hong and noticed his eyes were different. Everyone was scared he was going to tease Vinnie Hong, but Mario merely commented that he was a very gorgeous redheaded boy. Vinnie Hong almost snapped and bit his face off. Even so, Mario explained that either way, since everyone was missing class that morning because of the competition, he really hoped they'd pass the prelims. Wherever Vinnie Hong walked, the girls went crazy. Minwoo commented he was so popular around there, he could even transfer from that boring school to Taeyong. Vinnie Hong, however, merely replied that the place got on his nerves. Minwoo realized he had gotten flustered and called him a scrub, except the ones who ended up getting flustered were them when Mia and Yoonha showed up. Youngsoo then asked why they couldn't all go out to eat together that day, like a get-together before the competition. Jaehyun replied he needed to study that night, and that maybe next time. Mia noticed something was wrong with him. Jaehyun seemed upset. Yoonha commented he was always like that. Only Minwoo knew the truth, but it didn't make much sense to go sharing the guy's personal business, right? He was feeling down because of his parents' words, but kept remembering his uncle, who always said nothing was impossible and that he could achieve his dream. Meanwhile, Korea's current top cyclist, Sang Ho-chae, was taking part in another interview about the Street League prelims. Known for his spectacular performance in global cycling competitions like the Tour de France and the Giro d'Italia, he would be participating in the final round of the competition in a special event. Sang Ho-chae explained he believed the organizers wanted his participation to turn the final day into a sort of festival. The interviewer commented he had also heard he would be participating as a judge, and asked if a relatively unpopular event like cycling could capture the public's attention. Sang Ho-chae replied he thought so, because it was very different from traditional cycling races, where all you did was pedal. The Street League was a tournament with games aimed at both amateurs and pros, along with different rules. Later, Team Ghost was eliminating another potential competitor by destroying his bike. One of them asked Wangyun if the race was tomorrow, and commented they should wrap up early. Wangyun replied he wanted to at least race against that prelim rookie first, the kid who had put on a show on the dirt track. That was when Sang Ho-chae went to talk to Wangyun in person, and asked why he was still there. He had a competition the next day, and shouldn't waste time acting like a thug. Wangyun replied those were just the prelims, and that he would win. His brother trusted him. The next day, the Mafia crew was giving Team Hummingbird a ride. Jordan was at the window, catching the wind on his snout, while Jung-soo thanked them for the lift. The driver replied the pleasure was theirs, since they were friends of the young master. One of the men then asked if that redhead wasn't the same kid involved in that other fight. Kang Hanam replied there was no need to bring that up again, because that was in the past. The driver agreed, saying it was normal for boys that age to be rough around the edges. Shelly was sitting next to Jaehyun again. Minwoo then asked if a week hadn't passed already, and if the contract shouldn't be over. Then he told the nerd to just make it official with Shelly already. Finally, the car arrived at a point where they couldn't drive any further. From there on out, they could only go on foot with their bikes. The opening ceremony for the Street League prelims was starting. Several teams were present for the first phase of the league, with booths and events scattered all over the venue. Even the weird otaku team was around, being weird the way otakus usually are. Minwoo commented there were way more people than he expected. When Shelly appeared, one of the otakus compared her to Senna, saying she was the girl of his dreams. Then he kept acting creepy around her, and hid immediately after, because that guy really was super weird. Kang Hanam thanked them for the ride, and told the crew they would win the prelims. The assistant replied they would keep cheering for them until the end, but explained they had to take care of something because a family member had an issue. So, they would watch everything on TV. Then Taejin approached Minwoo to make fun of him. Of course his team would be present too. Shelly asked who those losers were, while Taejin wanted to know what was up with that new team. The guy, who was a complete asshole, bumped into Kang Hanam and the gang guys. Vinnie Hong was around too. Those guys were serious business, man, so he backed off and left. What Vinnie Hong didn't like at all was seeing Team Ghost, Hwang Yun's crew, but the main attraction was Monster 13's team, the guy who had pedaled at 100 kilometers per h. Jung-soo said if they were there to win, sooner or later they'd have to face him. Then it was announced over the loudspeakers that the prelims were about to begin. Representatives from each team had to report to the stage, except they hadn't decided who the representative would be yet. Shelly didn't want to go, so Minwoo asked if anyone volunteered. Everyone looked at Jaehyun, but he warned them right away he had no intention of representing the team. Vinnie Hong wasn't in the mood either. Jung-soo asked why Minwoo didn't go, since he had led a team before. That was until Kang Hanam volunteered as representative. Meanwhile, at Taeyong High, someone had turned the TV volume all the way up, specifically to the Street League broadcast, because some students were participating. The new student council president couldn't care less, but when they saw Kang Hanam, they were impressed. People who weren't even in his class commented they were on TV. Mia said it was super cool following them on television, and that she was was more nervous than they were. Yunha asked if he was representing the team, while Hyeri Lee of course was watching closely too, mostly because her Shu was there. When they reached the stage, the rules were explained again. Representatives from each team who reached the finish line in under 5 minutes and 30 seconds would qualify for the next round. Anyone who failed to finish within the time limit would be eliminated. Kang Hanum didn't like standing there one bit. As soon as he learned the rules, he said they needed to swap representatives because he had thought it was just to pick each team's leader, but the staff explained it was impossible to change names once listed. The crew mobilized to try and change it, but Kang Hanum was screwed. Minwoo asked what kind of preliminary round that was, because they could be disqualified right at the start. Youngsu told them not to get so angry, since Kang Hanum had trained hard. Shelly trusted him too, and reminded them they were a team. Jaehyun just stared at the situation and said he'd be reading in the waiting room. Minwoo asked if he wasn't worried about Kang Hanum, since he was on his own. Jaehyun replied that of course, he wasn't worried. After all, why would he be? Meanwhile, Monster 13 was drawing a lot of attention. He took off his bike's brakes even though it was just a preliminary. He explained that the Italian sprinter Mario Cappellini once said that if you brake, you don't win. For Monster 13, the only time he braked was when he crossed the finish line. That was his rule. Kang Hanum said that guy was a real man. Another competitor commented that Monster 13 was flexing just because he hit 100 km/h that one time, but he had only pulled it off using a car's slipstream. To him, if Monster 13 was a Lamborghini, he was a Ferrari, so he'd better watch out. After all, a wild bull eventually gets stabbed by a matador. Nobody was putting much faith in Kang Hanum, except of course his own team. Shelly was cheering hard, while the weird otaku thought the weird encouragement was for him, precisely because he was weird. Weirdo. Tae-jin was nervous about the team he had seen with Min-woo, because they were well equipped. Kang Hanum said if he couldn't pull this off, he'd never have the nerve to look anyone in the eye again, so he decided he was going to pedal like a madman. Finally, the preliminary race began. When the race started, the highlight was that Monster 13 was hanging back. One of the guys commented he wasn't even a big deal, but another cyclist said they were idiots, and that it was the perfect time to build distance from Monster 13. He was in gear 5, and once he started accelerating, there would be no stopping him. The weird otaku kept being weirdly encouraged and acting weird. Meanwhile, Kang Hanum was overdoing his nervousness a bit. The pedals felt heavy, and he also noticed Monster 13 was further back than he had imagined. But anyway, the bull started pedaling, and things got crazy. From the very first moment of the prelims, there was an intense psychological battle among the competitors. The riders from each team needed to reach the finish line in under 5 minutes and 30 seconds to survive. The commentator said he already had a perfect vision of how it would end, but wouldn't spoil it. The announcer also highlighted that Monster 13 was impressive. At that moment, everyone was passing Monster 13 until he started pedaling. The rider who was already paying attention noticed him coming and warned that Monster 13 was approaching. Meanwhile, instead of having class, everyone at Taeyang High was watching the broadcast. The principal was paying the most attention. On the track, an intense final stretch began between Monster 13 and Trident. While regular riders were already falling behind, Hwang Yun managed to keep up with the otaku, or maybe it was the other way around. He commented that for a piglet, the guy was pretty fast. His large body made it really easy to draft off him, so he thanked the little pink piggy. Hwang Yun provoked the otaku so much that he ended up bumping into him, but Hwang Yun was prepared and managed to dodge. The other rider in turn crashed into several other competitors, who fell in the middle of the race and messed up everyone, including himself. Tae-jin was trying to compete specifically against Kang Hanum, just because he was from Taeyang. Kang Hanum already expected that from Monster 13, and took the lead in seconds. His thighs felt like they were going to explode. Because of that, he thought he should have done more strength training, but kept pedaling. But then, that pile of fallen cyclists caused him to crash face first onto the ground. Tae-jin said that was good for him, and passed everyone who was down. 90 seconds after the start, there was a group collision in Zone B. That was precisely what, for the first time, made Jaehyun look up from his book. The people at school were worried, because Kang Hanum looked seriously injured. Yoonha, of course, was the most worried. Kang Hanum picked up his bike, and a paramedic arrived to treat his wounds, but he just asked how much time was left. The paramedic replied there were about 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining. Even injured and bleeding, Kang Hanum kept pedaling, leaving a trail of blood behind. The final stretch was still between Monster 13 and Trident, and Monster 13 managed to pull ahead by milliseconds. He finished in first place, followed by Trident. Way back was Rider 23, Kang Hanam, still bloodied from the crash, but he didn't want to finish like that. That was when he remembered a lesson he had learned from his father. The two had been playing together for barely 10 minutes when a mafia assistant arrived saying they had a problem. Of course, Kang Hanam's father had to resolve it, because he was the boss. Kang Hanam felt upset, but his father explained he couldn't just sit around without lifting a finger, because he was their boss. It wasn't a job where he could just sit back and make money. When a situation arose where it was necessary to take responsibility, Kang Hanam shouldn't dodge it. A real man makes sure to finish what he started. Otherwise, his father would come back and cut his balls off. Back then, Kang Hanam thought that was just a typical adult excuse, and didn't pay much attention to what his father said. During his teenage years, he thought being strong like his father was all it meant to be a man. Because of that, he beat people up simply because he didn't didn't like them. He ended up getting transferred from school to school multiple times, while his father and henchmen had to clean up the mess he left behind. His only pleasure and hobby was saving his allowance to buy limited edition sneakers. That was until Kang Hanum met his friends, people around whom he felt comfortable for the first time. His values started changing, and finally, he began feeling the weight of responsibility. At that moment, he decided he was going to take charge of that shit and finish the race. All eyes were focused on what he was doing. Kang Hanum crossed the finish line without braking, but didn't realize he had finished and ended up crashing straight into the bleachers. The team asked if he was dead, but Kang Hanum was crying tears of joy because he had made it with just 0.03 seconds to spare. Later, he was completely wrecked. Right after finishing the race, he threw up his guts and didn't even have the strength to stand up. Minwoo said he had done a great job and asked if he was sure he didn't need to head to the hospital. Kang Hanum told him to just back off. Jung-soo explained that Kang Hanum had vomited because he was riding in an anaerobic state, which produces immense force. That happened because his organs were receiving very little oxygen. The types of exercises performed by muscles can be broadly divided into aerobic and anaerobic, just as there is a structural difference between a long-distance runner and a sprinter. There is also a huge difference between road cyclists and track sprinters. Road cyclists have muscles developed for slow muscle contractions, aerobic exercise, and higher endurance. Track sprinters have much larger and more developed muscles because anaerobic exercise requires a massive burst of energy. The reason Monster 13 was capable of producing such a huge burst was precisely the development of his fast-twitch white muscles used in anaerobic exercise. Jung-soo explained that Kang Hanum could even become a beast worthy of challenging Monster 13 if he were capable of utilizing a larger portion of his maximum potential. Kang Hanum was seriously considering starting to lift more weights. That was when Jae-hyun approached with an energy drink and explained that training too heavy right now could damage his tendons, so it was better to rest. Minwoo commented he wasn't that type of character and told him to cut it out. Meanwhile, Monster 13 was observing Kang Hanum. He had been a bit impressed by the kid's drive, but Trident arrived already talking trash, saying he might have lost by a margin of 0.31 seconds, but next time, he'd leave Monster 13 in the dust. His team started clowning Trident so hard that he got pissed off and started cussing everyone out. The manga team, made up of the otakas, was also lucky enough to complete the prelims. Java, however, felt bad for knocking a few people down. The team leader said they were soft-hearted and needed to stay focused. Meanwhile, the leader of the all-girls team asked her teammates to get her another outfit. Hwangyun arrived right away flirting with her, but couldn't keep going because Vinnie Hong told him to stop being disgusting. Wingyan asked if it really ended there and commented on Vinnie Hong's second-hand bike, which had an impressive carbon frame. He also asked if he had formed a team with his neighborhood buddies. Vinnie Hong told him to shut his mouth and listen carefully. "You mother..." Whether on the track or off it, he was going to wreck his damn bike the exact same way, and he left that warning. The leader of the girls liked Vinnie Hong's attitude. Meanwhile, Taejin was very proud to have passed the prelim. Now, they would be major competitors and obstacles in the other team's path. Of course, they also started teasing Jae-hyun, both for being part of Team Hummingbird and for reading a book in the middle of a cycling event. Jae-hyun didn't give a damn about any of that. The only thing that actually caught his attention was when they talked about his bike. Kang Hanum asked the team who was going to race in the next round. To him, leading a team was a ton of pressure. If someone rode alone and failed alone, at least they didn't have to feel bad about letting others down. Minwoo said he would go. He felt he needed to take responsibility for the team at least once. Jung-soo asked where Jae-hyun was. Minwoo answered he didn't know, and that the nerd had probably slipped off into some corner to read a book. But suddenly, Jae-hyun appeared, asking to borrow Jung-soo's helmet. He also asked Minwoo to hold his glasses, because he didn't need them. The glasses slipped when he sweated, and besides, he was farsighted, not nearsighted. Kang Hanum started hyping him up, and told him to wreck the other competitors. Minwoo asked why he was trusting Jae-hyun so much. Kang Hanum replied he wasn't sure, but maybe he had gotten inspired while reading. Shelly asked if they didn't feel unsafe with Jae-hyun representing the team. Minwoo admitted that on that point, she was right. Jae-hyun might be an even bigger monster than Monster 13 himself. Kang Hanum asked if he was really that good. Vinnie Hong got curious too, because they had never seen Jae-hyun in an actual race. Soon though, everyone would understand what he was capable of. Then, the final round of the prelims began. The announcer explained that round 1 would be a speed race on a city track. Round 2 would be a stunt/downhill race on a mountain course, with tight turns and a downhill slope ranging between 5 and 10 degrees. The rules were simple. Both rounds 1 and 2 were timed trials, adding up to a total of 10 minutes. If the team captain finished round 1 in 4 minutes and 7 seconds, for example, the team representative in round 2 would start their run with the clock at 4 minutes and 7 seconds. In short, the remaining time was 10 minutes minus the time taken in the first round. The faster the team completed round 1, the more time they'd have in round 2. The announcer asked the commentator again who would win, but he refused to answer. In truth, he was focused on drawing the very story everyone was following. And that was when he broke the fourth wall. Now it made sense why he didn't want to give spoilers. He literally knew who would finish first. Back to the race, Kang Hanum was furious when he found out about the time situation. He said the commentator was a terrible friend and deserved to die. It would have been so much easier if not for his screw-up. Minwoo, however, told him not to be like that and guaranteed Jaehyun would finish under 4 minutes. Youngsoo calculated that with that, the team would have 4 minutes and 30 seconds left for the remainder of the course. They were at a disadvantage compared to other teams, but being Jaehyun, maybe that wouldn't be a problem. At that moment, Jaehyun received a wristband displaying the time available based on the team's performance. He, however, didn't seem worried in the slightest. Meanwhile, other teams with more time banked were already racing. Rider number 20 got caught in a tight turn in Zone A, while some other competitors were being disqualified for failing to complete the course within the time limit. Mia noticed Jaehyun was representing them in the second round. Yunha commented she hoped Band-Aid was okay, because he looked like he had hurt himself. Mia asked if she was worried about Kang Hanum. She replied that of course she wasn't. She'd never be worried about that idiot. Meanwhile, the students at Taeyong were paying attention to the broadcast too, including the former student council president. They thought Jaehyun was just the type who liked studying, but now it seemed he also enjoyed extreme sports. Then a teacher showed up telling them to turn off that damn TV. The bell had rang ages ago, but Li Hualang argued that it was a very important moment in the prelims and that schoolmates were participating. The teacher asked what that story was about, but the cycling competition caught his attention too. Everyone was super hyped, but that same guy who had made fun of Jaehyun's bike commented he knew these were their last weeks of class and asked if he shouldn't be reading something educational instead. Still, he said he needed to get good grades, and it was better not to get hurt, trying to make up for his friend's mistake in the first round. The race was set to start in 5 seconds. Everyone took their starting positions, and Jaehyun prepared, gripping the handlebars tightly with bloodlust in his eyes. The guy who was making fun of everyone with his lightweight bike had a good start, but was overtaken at the very first opportunity. Jaehyun was keeping pace right from the start, while Kang Hanum cheered for him to go faster and asked if Youngsoo wasn't losing his mind like him. Youngsoo replied that this round wasn't about going all out like the first. The course had many curves and the track was uneven, so there was a high risk of crashing if someone went too fast. High speed didn't necessarily give an advantage on that stretch. Minwoo commented he bet Jaehyun's head was full of calculations right then. If he wanted to finish under 4 minutes and 30 seconds, he'd have to at least take the lead of that group. Kang Hanum complained that if they had more time, everything would be different, and that it was all his fault for finishing a bit late. The crew tried to calm him down, saying it was fine and he needed to relax. Time kept ticking, but Jaehyun wasn't accelerating that much. People started asking why the former president wasn't showing up, and if maybe he had messed up and was way behind. Yunha asked if he wasn't a good rider. Mia replied he would definitely arrive soon. She had never seen Jaehyun in an actual race, but always saw him riding to school in the morning. It seemed like he was happy when he was pedaling, and that he enjoyed it more than anyone else. On the next sharp turn, the rider alongside Jaehyun slowed down, but Jaehyun accelerated into the turn and executed a skid to maintain speed. Even the teacher started cheering for him, realizing things were getting interesting. Li Hualang commented that it was incredible, while Minwoo said that was the moment the race truly began. After that, Jaehyun started passing one rider after another on every sharp turn. Rider 55 was overtaking everyone in an instant. Kang Hanum asked what kind of drift that was, saying you only saw that in car racing. Youngsoo replied he had been surprised the first time he saw Jaehyun use that technique too. Fixed gear bikes were like racehorses, but had many limitations on courses with sharp turns. The main reason was that this type of bike required the rider to pedal constantly. If he leaned too far to one side, there was a huge chance the pedals would hit the ground and wipe him out. Furthermore, Jaehyun's bike frame was made of chromoly, which affected pedal movement and didn't allow him to turn the handlebars at a very sharp angle. Therefore, the safest and most basic method to reduce speed would be to slow down as much as possible. Jaehyun, however, did the exact opposite. Instead of just slowing down, he used the rear brake and his center of gravity to execute a drift. Shelly commented that Jaehyun looked even more incredible when he was riding, while Minwoo explained that whenever he saw him in races, he seemed to prefer riding in that red zone, where it was extremely easy to crash. Vinny Hong got hyped watching that, and admitted the guy was legit. Then, finally, the guy who had made fun of Jaehyun was overtaken by the hummingbird, and not just him, Jaehyun ended up passing everyone. The next turn was a hairpin curve, and everyone started thinking he was going to kill himself trying that maneuver. Except Jaehyun pulled off the cleanest drift those people had ever seen in their lives. He took practically the entire curve sideways, pulling off an inertia drift. The other riders couldn't keep up, especially the one in the hoodie, who ended up wiping out hard. The teacher asked about inertia and took the opportunity to explain that it was a law of physics, where bodies in motion tend to stay in motion, while bodies at rest tend to stay at rest. One student commented the teacher even turned it into a physics lesson, but everyone remained blown away by what was happening. In the blink of an eye, Jaehyun overtook everyone and took the lead. Yunha had no idea it was even possible to ride a bike that way, and Mia had never seen anything like it either. Jaehyun completed the final stretch in just just 2 minutes and 19 seconds. Everyone went insane, calling it total madness. They had seen many teams compete, but had never seen anyone do something like that. Even his own team members were completely baffled. Kang Hanum asked if that was really the same Jae-hyun who was reading a book a short while ago. All the teams were shocked, even those practically guaranteed to win. The kid from the otaku team tried to push faster and faster, while the girl from the female team asked who that freak was, since the harder she pedaled, the further away he got. The team leader didn't understand what that girl was doing either. Jae-hyun continued the course, executing the exact same moves. That was the second round with 7 riders, and just 3 minutes after the start, he crossed the finish line. He didn't even bother to brake. He just gradually slowed down, relaxing and taking a deep breath. In fact, that was a new record. Jae-hyun had just broken the record as rider 55 for Team Hummingbird. People commented that was easily the best race of the day. Kang Hanum was emotional, while Minwoo praised the nerd's performance, and Shelly said that was her man. Kang Hanum, on the other hand, was now completely head over heels for his skills. The school went wild. The new council president couldn't believe what had just happened, and the principal was happier than anyone. Later, reporters tried to film and interview Jae-hyun, but he wanted no part of it. He kept hiding his face with his hood while reporters scrambled for a statement. Nobody had ever seen that guy act like that before, but he had given everyone plenty to talk about. The manga team leader finished in 3rd place, and at least managed to pass the prelims. For him, the job was done. Meanwhile, the kid in yellow who was making fun of Jae-hyun lost because he needed medical attention. As Jae-hyun passed him, he thanked him for the advice he had given earlier. Back home, Sang-ho Choi was watching the news broadcast right after that first day of the festival. Seeing all that, he wondered who that kid was. Jae-hyun had been warmly greeted by Shelly, but even more so by reporters who surrounded him just to get an interview, even though he clearly had zero intention of giving one. Minwoo commented that Jae-hyun was now a megastar, so it would be weird if the media didn't give him attention after what he pulled off. Later, they were inspecting Jae-hyun's bike wheel, especially the tire, which was so worn down the red thread was showing. Kang Hanum was impressed and thanked him immensely, saying he had just saved the team. Shelly, however, reminded them they had only passed the prelims. At that moment, Jae-hyun suddenly felt completely exhausted. That was until a stranger showed up inspecting Jae-hyun's bike. He commented it was a pretty old model, but probably comfortable due to its parts. He also wondered what kind of bike that guy rode to pedal so hard. That was Trident, Juhwan. Except one of the guys on his team happened to be the exact same guy who had scammed Kang Hanum over the sneakers. The second he saw him, Kang Hanum charged in to beat him up. Trident had no idea what was going on. When Kang Hanum finally caught the scammer, he told him it was time to pay for his sins. The guy tried to settle things peacefully, saying they could work out a deal. When Kang Hanum noticed the sneakers on the guy's feet, he agreed they could resolve it peacefully. He took a close look at the shoes, but the guy didn't want to hand them over, so Kang Hanum simply ripped them off his feet. The guy begged them to take his organs or even his soul, but not the sneakers. To him, those sneakers were precious beyond words. He bade farewell to them, saying he'd never forget them. He cleaned those shoes every day and cared for them like treasures. When a girl once stepped on them, he slapped her and broke off the relationship. He was so attached he even slept with them on. Minwoo asked why they were so desperate over a simple pair of shoes. Trident commented they were absolute shoe-obsessed maniacs. Meanwhile, Vinnie Hong kept recalling what Jae-hyun had pulled off in the race, and grew more hyped. Then the leader of the girls' team came over to talk. She said their team had been incredible, and that she had almost fallen in love with them. The girl who had competed against Jae-hyun commented that cycling teams should stick together and share information. The leader then suggested they all grab a beer, except Mr. Mario showed up grabbing Vinnie Hong from behind and asked if he knew what happened when a minor got caught drinking alcohol. Vinnie Hong was completely stunned after getting grabbed from behind by Mario. The girls bolted as soon as they saw the teacher. Minwoo asked if he was really a teacher and what he was doing there. Trident, however, recognized Mario immediately. He was the famous Italian cyclist known as Pink Jersey. Trident never imagined he'd run into that guy there and commented he was legendary. Some recognized him as the famous Italian cyclist, while others had no clue who he was. After leaving Vinnie Hong completely disheveled, Trident said it was an honor to meet him. Rossi. Ever since he was a kid, he had watched tapes of his races and never imagined he'd meet the cyclist in person one day. Mario was surprised to find a kid there who still recognized him. He explained that was all in the past, and that now he was just a Korean citizen, so he preferred everyone call him by his name, Mario. Not even Team Hummingbird knew that story. Mario had been following everything from the start. After all, he was the teacher in charge of them. So yes, he had been quietly watching the competition. The principal also offered to escort them home, and of course, took the chance to congratulate them on passing the prelims. Meanwhile, other competitors were finishing their respective preliminary heats. As expected, Team Monster Bull finished first, and Zephyr, Taejin's current team, also secured their qualification. Thus, the first preliminary race concluded with the qualified teams moving on to the final round. Mario warned that the next round would be in 4 days, so everyone needed to get good rest. Vinnie Hong, however, wasn't happy at all about sitting next to that weirdo. Kang Hanum kept thinking about the race and everything that had happened. After spending so long without finding real meaning in his life, he was finally feeling something. For the first time, he felt a genuine sense of drive. Mario explained that was precisely what he was talking about. Meaningful days. In the future, when they graduated and entered society, things would be much harder and more intense. They would live in a silent competition that couldn't even be compared to that race. Even so, Mario believed that if they managed to live every minute and second with that same energy, they would be far ahead of any other adult. He also explained they shouldn't waste that energy on things they didn't want to do. Dreams were meant to be lived. The most important thing was finding something that brought them true joy and that they genuinely wanted to do, because they only had one life, and it didn't come with a restart button. After that, Jaehyun and Minwoo were dropped off at home, where Jack was playing with a ball of yarn. Minwoo thought it was adorable and commented on how cute he was. When Keijo finished his homework and turned on the TV, a news report was broadcasting about his brother in the cycling competition. However, by the time the rest of the family came in, the channel had already been switched to a cat cartoon. Minwoo started taking off his clothes to take a shower, but Jaehyun slipped in first and locked the door before Minwoo could even take a pee. While waiting, Minwoo checked the calendar to see when the next race was. The 15th was marked, but Keijo didn't know why. He explained their mother usually wrote things on the calendar, and it was probably a bill payment date or something similar, until Keijo remembered. In reality, that day was Jaehyun's birthday. Later, Minwoo was acting a bit strange. Jaehyun dismissed Minwoo from the bed, saying he'd sleep in the bed that night. Meanwhile, Minwoo was sending a group text to everyone, letting them know it was the nerd's birthday, and nobody knew about it. Kang Hanum was surprised he didn't know, and suggested they throw a party. Shelly admitted she hadn't prepared anything either. Minwoo even asked his sister for money, but she told him to drag his butt back home. Mia suggested they all chip in to buy a gift. Even Young-soo promised to attend, despite college exams coming up, because he felt he'd be forgotten in the comic if he didn't show up. Earlier, Minwoo had asked Keijo how he couldn't know it was his own brother's birthday. Keijo replied his brother wasn't a kid anymore, and it was hard to afford birthday parties these days. Nobody did that anymore. In their family, birthdays usually weren't anything special. When they had time, they just went out for dinner. Jaehyun had never had a birthday party with friends, so he probably didn't care anyway. Keijo further explained to Minwoo that living was a battle, and nobody survived in society trying to celebrate every small thing like that. For Jack, however, he threw parties. Minwoo was appalled and said he should kick that kid's butt when nobody was watching. Later at school, everyone was hanging out with their bikes, following the phenomenon caused by the festival. The coordinator was starting to get worried about the situation. When Jaehyun arrived, he was treated practically like royalty. He felt a bit uncomfortable, but didn't push anyone away because he didn't want to be rude. The coordinator was going nuts. Kang Hanum arrived at school carrying a dog on his back, and Jordan was thrilled. Lee Hua Lang was even popping wheelies on his bike. The principal, however, commented it was great seeing students finding a new hobby. Jaehyun had become a celebrity inside the school. Everyone was talking about him and the festival, which had become the main topic. The new student council president, however, thought it was pathetic. To him, students should stay focused on their studies. Seeing everyone drool over Jaehyun just because he rode a bike well made it clear what kind of role models the school was fostering. Except right after saying that, the new council president got beaten up. Kang Hanum said they didn't need to go overboard because they had brutalized the guy. When they finally reached the classroom, Yoonha said she had told him to be careful and called Band-Aid an idiot, scolding him for not being more cautious. Mia commented Jaehyun had been amazing, but he merely thanked her and sat down. Right after, Kang Hanum walked over to Jaehyun and announced that after school that day, they had scheduled a special team training session. The principal also told them not to study that night and go straight to training because they needed to put in heavy work for the next race. Yoonha noticed Jaehyun was acting quiet and asked what was wrong, but he simply replied everything was fine. At the end of the day, they went to Club WD. Jaehyun asked if they were really going to train there, while Vinnie Hong wanted to know if he needed to participate too. Minwoo explained he was part of the team. Kang Hanum shared that he worked there some nights, so he had asked the owners to lend them the place. Since the club only opened later, it wouldn't be a problem. Besides, it was time to put on a show in his own house. There, Jaehyun could finally take off his band-aid. Except at the first opportunity, Jaehyun grabbed his bike to leave. Kang Hanum had to drag him back, and Jaehyun asked why high schoolers would be going into a club at that hour. When they walked in, it was pitch black, and suddenly the lights flicked on. It was a surprise birthday party. Jaehyun completely didn't expect it. Later, Jaehyun was wearing a birthday hat and looked totally out of place. The crew commented he should have mentioned it was his birthday, because everyone would have let it slide. Jaehyun asked how Minwoo knew the date. He explained Jaehyun's mother had marked it on the calendar, and that he had asked Keijo. Jaehyun, however, replied their mother didn't mark that on the calendar. Minwoo got confused and started wondering if maybe it was Jaehyun's father who had put the date there. Shelly said that didn't matter, and handed him his birthday gift. Everyone had chipped in. Mia explained. Minwoo said it was something Jaehyun really needed. When Jaehyun opened the gift, he found a cycling helmet. Minwoo shared that Shelly had even missed class to prepare the gift and organize the party, so Jaehyun better thank her. Kang Hanum reminded him he had worn a helmet before, but still managed to split his forehead open. Since the upcoming races were were going to be brutal, he really needed one. Jungsu explained he wanted everyone to make good memories from this competition. Before Jaehyun could even put the helmet on, Minwoo slapped a Team Hummingbird sticker onto it, making the gift even more special. Of course, Kang Hanum immediately hopped on DJ duty and got the party pumping. Even Mia got convinced to hit the dance floor. Meanwhile, Keijo was at home hanging out with his cat, wondering if the others were enjoying the party. At the club, Minwoo finished customizing Jaehyun's helmet, which looked awesome. Then Kang Hanum quickly pulled Minwoo to a corner while the girls kept dancing to show him a drink he had mixed. Minwoo asked if a birthday drink shouldn't have alcohol, because that one looked kinda weak. Vinnie Hong then grabbed a bottle of whiskey and suggested spiking it right then and there. The story itself made sure to remind viewers that consuming alcohol under the age of 18 is illegal, and that this was purely a fictional scenario. In real life, nobody should ever do that. Jung-soo got worried because the drink looked practically lethal. As Kang Hanum walked across the dance floor to hand over the drink, Shelly intercepted the cup. She took a big gulp and got hit so hard she stumbled mid-dance. Kang Hanum realized she didn't look good at all and panicked. Vinnie Hong, of course, tried to wash his hands of it. Shelly asked what the hell was in that drink. Visibly tipsy, she marched over to Jaehyun, saying he was sitting there messing with his helmet like a dummy. Then she commented that up close, he really was handsome, and that Mr. Mario wasn't exaggerating when he talked about him. Jaehyun asked why she was acting like that, and if someone had given her alcohol. While Kang Hanum tried to figure out what to do, Minwoo commented things were getting messy. If the principal found out, they were all dead meat. The girls finally realized what was happening. Then, to everyone's absolute shock, Shelly planted a kiss on Jaehyun. Young-soo immediately rushed to pull them apart, because at that rate, the chapter was going to turn 18+. Vinnie Hong, on the other hand, had the nerve to say that was a real birthday present. Right then, the mafia crew arrived to open up the club. When the head assistant saw the situation, he decided to let the kids enjoy themselves a bit longer and delay the opening time. Later, Mia was taking Shelly away. After Jaehyun got hit by the unexpected kiss, Yoonha asked if they had lost their minds. After all, they had spiked the drink with something way too strong. Vinnie Hong again tried to play innocent, even though he was the main culprit behind the booze. Minwoo asked what they were going to do with Shelly. If they took her home like that, the principal would kill them. Mia then offered to take Shelly to her own house. Jaehyun just put his glasses back on and stared at the whole mess in silence. When Shelly finally woke up and learned everything that had happened, she apologized. She couldn't remember a thing and blew her top when she realized they had spiked her drink with alcohol. She was ready to murder the guys over it, but laid back down and thanked Mia for taking care of her. Mia replied that's what friends were for, and asked if Shelly really liked Jaehyun that much. She thought the two looked great together. In truth, Mia admitted she envied Shelly for being able to express her feelings with such confidence. Shelly explained that all she needed to do was act with conviction. Mia admitted she was shy and kept things to herself. Because of her personality, she had been mistreated a lot growing up. Shelly, however, couldn't understand why she worried so much about that. To her, everyone was just a person, including Mia, and there was no reason to go through life feeling lonely and intimidated. With her looks, Mia should consider herself very pretty. She'd probably be even more attractive if she were more assertive and confident. If she changed herself, her surroundings would change too. Shelly explained there would always be people judging and pointing fingers everywhere. Very few people actually paused to evaluate themselves honestly or think about the kind of person they were. You could see that just by watching TV, with so many shallow people around. Even so, realizing your own issue was the first step. Before anything else, Mia needed to believe in herself more and learn to love herself. Mia loved that advice and started thinking that maybe she could finally reach out to that photographer from the fashion agency. Meanwhile, Keijo was watching the cat cartoon, where the dog was trying to make up with the cat, saying there was no one else but her. The other female dog was just an acquaintance who had recently returned to Korea after studying abroad. The female cat replied that was all nonsense, but Keijo kept watching like it was just a normal show. Then Jaehyun got home and asked Minwoo why they had put alcohol in that drink and why they had gone crazy like that. Minwoo replied it had been an accident. Keijo, who was listening, heard the conversation and asked if they had put alcohol in the drink. Minwoo told him to stop staring. At that moment, however, Keijo noticed Jaehyun looked exactly like the dog in the cartoon, shy and blushing. When the two cartoon characters finally kissed on TV, Jaehyun turned off the screen immediately and told Keijo to stop watching that garbage. Minwoo said that in the end, he wasn't so emotionless after all. When they returned to class, Shelly grabbed Kang Hanum and Minwoo by the collar and demanded to know who put that shit in the drink. Kang Hanum explained it was Jaehyun's birthday, so he wanted to mix a drink, but suddenly Shelly grabbed it and drank it. Minwoo claimed he only helped, while Shelly asked if that was why they put stupidly strong liquor in it. When the teacher finally walked in, the two were released from Shelly's grip. The teacher asked why Jaehyun was wearing his helmet inside the classroom. Jaehyun explained he hadn't realized it and apologized before taking it off, but everyone started talking about how he was the ultimate cyclist, wearing a helmet even in class, because he was just that awesome. Mia felt happy for him. In PE class, during basketball, Jaehyun was terrible. Honestly, he mostly just stood there holding the ball. Lee Hua-lang commented he wasn't good at any sport besides cycling, while the rocker guy thought he just didn't seem interested. Then Shelly said that if he made a basket, she'd give him another kiss. That made Jaehyun drop the ball, and in the end, everyone abandoned the game. Later, Minwoo walked over to Mia, who was sitting alone on the bleachers, and mentioned it was PE day together with her class. He also shared that Jaehyun loved the helmet so much he had been wearing it all day. Mia was really happy he liked it, but Minwoo noticed something was bothering her. Mia explained that the night before, while talking to Shelly, she had thought about making a personal change. She had received that modeling agency offer, and was thinking about reaching out. Minwoo said she should go for it, but Mia explained she had only taken the business card and hadn't decided yet. She had been stuck in that comfort zone for a long time, and trying new things was terrifying. Then Minwoo asked if she remembered the first time she rode a bicycle. She was so scared she couldn't even pedal, but as soon as she built up the courage, she ended up smiling brighter than ever. Minwoo also commented he always thought she was prettier without glasses. Besides, there was a guy around who had already noticed how pretty she was, so she could look around and think a bit more about the possibilities. Right then, Mr. Mario appeared with his briefcase shoved down his pants and asked what those two were doing chatting during class. Minwoo excused himself to play soccer with the other guys, but Mr. Mario ordered him to summon the other members of Team Hummingbird because they were going to start pulling tires for strength training. At the end of the day, Mia actually went to meet the photographer who had reached out to her. CJ Kim thought she wasn't interested since so much time had passed since the offer, but thanked her for making contact. He then handed her a catalog magazine published the previous month. The woman on the cover was actually the leader of the cycling team that had participated in the Street League. CJ Kim explained that a new brand called Palace was entering the Korean market. As a streetwear brand, they preferred female models who looked more relatable, natural, and pretty, rather than established models, exactly like Mia. She didn't think she was that pretty, but CJ Kim asked her to take off her glasses. As soon as she took them off, he said it was exactly as he expected, and that she looked much better without them. Mia even felt a shift in the air at that moment. CJ Kim asked if her eyesight was really that bad, and suggested she could wear contact lenses. She'd probably be even more popular with guys. Mia explained she had issues regarding her glasses, and that taking them off made her feel less confident. Besides, they had been a gift. CJ Kim asked if she got them from a guy she liked. Mia replied no, just someone from school. CJ Kim then commented it seemed like a waste to hide such a pretty face behind glasses, and asked if she was free on Saturday. They had a meeting scheduled, and right after, they could head straight into a photo shoot. Meanwhile, Hyori Lee was evaluating Kang Hanam's bike. She explained she had done a temporary fix on the cracked section, but the rim was badly damaged. Kang Hanam complained it sucked because the rim was really cool and got ruined when he pushed the wheel too hard. Hyori Lee explained that disc rims could actually be a disadvantage on dirt roads, so she installed a rim that wouldn't give him any more trouble. Kang Hanam also asked if they hadn't been at the movies together recently. Young-soo got flustered, and Hyori Lee said he was probably mistaken. Kang Hanam insisted he had great eyes and would never mistake something like that. Hyori Lee told him to shut his mouth, reminding him they had a race the next day, and ordered him to leave. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun was finishing pumping up his new tires. Minwoo asked if he had heard what people were saying earlier. Apparently Hyori Lee was dating Young-soo. Minwoo commented, "You really had to watch out for the quiet ones, just like Jae-hyun." Later, as the two were chatting, Minwoo said Jae-hyun should make things official with Shelly already. He replied that dating wasn't his focus right now. Minwoo then asked if he didn't care about the fact that Shelly had kissed him. As soon as he heard that, Jae-hyun got flustered. Minwoo also asked if he knew Mia had liked him for a long time, and if he knew what people were saying behind his back, claiming he had nothing down there. Jae-hyun recalled he had already said he would take care of Mia, so Minwoo could go after Shelly. Meanwhile, Team Ghost was eliminating another target from the competition, smashing his bike. One of them asked Hwan-yun if the race was tomorrow, and mentioned they should finish early. Hwan-yun replied he wanted to at least race against that prelim rookie first, the kid who put on a show on the dirt track. On the morning of the race, Vinnie Hong woke up to his mother cleaning the house. He got up and told her she shouldn't have left the hospital again. To her, nothing good would come from staying there, besides being a waste of money. She needed to do something to ensure he graduated. Vinnie Hong replied he didn't need anything, but cut the subject short. That day, he wasn't going to class. It was a day off. In truth, he was about to do something else when someone called him from the window. It was Minho, who asked if he intended to spend the whole day sleeping, calling him a scrub. Vinnie Hong replied he was on his way down. His mother asked if Kang Hanam and Minho were Vinnie Hong's friends. The two then introduced themselves, with Kang Hanam and Minho apologizing for their rudeness and greeting the lady. As Vinnie Hong left with the Hummingbird crew, his mother felt happy seeing him socializing again. Later on the way, Kang Hanam and Vinnie Hong, who were anxious about the race, ended up falling asleep. The driver commented it was best to let them rest a bit, because sleep and food were the best medicine. He was very happy Kang Hanam had made good friends. Everyone worried about him when he ran around causing trouble due to his violent temper, since after all, nothing good came from that lifestyle. However, Kang Hanam seemed to have changed a lot since making friends, as if he had found a reason to live. Regardless of whether it was a hobby or a sport, being in a group and pushing oneself like that was great for him. Meanwhile, at Gang High, some guys were making noise, but got intimidated by a loser who, according to Sung Kwon, would never have the guts to say anything if Vinnie Hong were there. Taking advantage of the situation, Frieren, Sungkwon asked them to turn on the TV because Vinnie Hong would appear that day. The bully asked why a loser who had been expelled would be on television. Sungkwon then asked if he had a problem with Vinnie Hong. Of course, the guy didn't want to clash with Sungkwon, so he told everyone to stop staring and went back to sleep. He recalled a few days prior when he had offered Vinnie Hong another cigarette, but Vinnie Hong had quit smoking. Sungkwon commented that after that, it was better if he quit too. He then asked how Vinnie Hong's mother was doing. She was still at risk of suffering another collapse, but was doing much better. Sungkwon simply wished him good luck in the race. Finally, they arrived at the festival venue, which was much livelier than on the first day. Trident immediately went to greet Team Hummingbird and asked if they had taken good care of themselves. Minwoo replied yes. Kang Hanum then greeted the scammer again and noticed he was wearing the sneakers he had gotten. Seeing that, he got so emotional he almost kissed the shoes, commenting that the soles were so worn out that for God's sake he needed to polish them. Trident said he was looking forward to the race and already knew he'd qualify. Then he mentioned to Jaehyun that ever since the prelims, a lot of people had their eyes on him, including Trident himself. Shelly commented Jaehyun seemed so popular and quickly hugged her man. The crew was shocked to discover he was dating that girl, while other cyclists around seemed terrified to face Jaehyun. Monster 13's team complained they were giving way more attention to the rookie than to him. Meanwhile, several girls were eyeing the cyclists, commenting on how handsome they were. When the otaku approached, however, he got slapped in the face. Still, the situation made it look like she was the perverted one. The girls also told the team leader she looked beautiful on the magazine cover. Until finally, Vinnie Hong showed up. They tried calling out to him, but he simply ignored the leader, which only made her fall even harder for him. Go figure. At that moment, it was announced over the loudspeakers that the first race of the finals would begin shortly, and that the participants from each team should report to the central hall. Finally, the competition was underway. Upon arriving home from school, Keijo switched to the cartoon channel to catch what he always watched. But then he remembered that the guys were going to have a race, so of course he was going to tune in. The course for the first race would be a construction site track in a team match. Being a complex construction site with many structures, there were countless obstacles that made the track dangerous. The support and safety crew were stationed in every zone, ready to help with any accidents that might occur. First, 2 competitors from each team would represent their squads, choosing a partner to compete alongside them. Partners could use a variety of techniques to help secure a win, such as overtaking, pulling back, and blocking. The team with any of its members crossing the finish line first would be the winner. Everyone quickly realized that this was going to be a completely extreme race. Tae-jin mentioned that blood was going to spill in the first race, and Vinnie Hong, honestly, was happy about that. The Hummingbirds would face Team Smart. The nerds realized that this was the team that had smashed the first stage, and Jaehyun was already volunteering to go. No one had ever seen that nerd so active before. He really was acting different, so Vinnie Hong offered to be his partner, since he had wanted to ride with Jaehyun for a long time. Minwoo commented that it was a pretty unexpected duo. During the festival, the teams kept competing. The 5th team race was proving to be intense. There were only 200 meters left to the finish line, and everyone was neck and neck. One of the red team members pulled ahead, while the competition among the others trailing behind was cut short by an iron beam. With that, the flying team managed to come out in first place. The 6th group had to get ready, and everyone paid close attention because it was super rookie Jaehyun's team. The guys from Gang High wondered if the red-haired guy was Vinnie Hong, and also if he had dropped out of school just to do that kind of thing. Sungkwon wanted to watch the most. Keijo and Jack were also in awe. At Taeyang High, in the middle of geometry class, nobody was paying attention. Everyone had their phones hidden to watch the Street League festival. The teacher asked what was wrong with them, and if they had gone crazy. One of the students replied that their classmates were also racing that day, sir. Meanwhile, Team Smart was putting together a strategy. The one who seemed to be the leader, the guy with glasses, would mark one of the two, while his partner pedaled as fast as he could. As soon as the starting gun went off, Team Smart bolted, leaving the Hummingbirds behind. Vinnie Hong commented that Jaehyun was pretty crazy. In reality, he liked to sneak up and catch others from behind. Jaehyun asked if he had a plan in mind, and Vinnie Hong replied that he did. To cross the finish line before him, asshole. So Jaehyun prepared himself for a real race too. When the Hummingbirds finally began to accelerate, Team Smart kept their pace. Their leader noticed that there were countless pipes and obstacles on the right side of the track. Only a madman would try to pass through there. So he decided he would push someone to the right side while keeping his eyes on the left side. But as soon as he looked back, the two were no longer there. Vinnie Hong had gone through the right, intentionally throwing obstacles in the way, while Jaehyun passed on the left. The league crowd asked if that redhead wasn't afraid of crashing, because the way he handled his bike was impressive. The Gang High crew also commented that Vinnie Hong had been awesome. In the blink of an eye, the Hummingbird team managed to pass the first member of the other team. But then a student appeared, seemingly the student council president, making an announcement to everyone and turning off the TV. Before he could do anything else, someone threw a wooden stick that almost blew his head off. The bullies boys asked if he couldn't see they were watching the race, and told him to screw off. Even in the lead, the other member of Team Smart was terrified. It felt like he was being chased by two wild beasts. Even the teacher was watching, asking what they were doing, and telling the two to step on it. According to him, those boys had zero sense of strategy and should be reducing drag, because that was a waste of energy. In his opinion, they needed to retake physics class. Li Hualang commented that the teacher was more excited than they were. Yunha said Vinnie Hong was better than she had imagined, while Mia was already feeling like they would win that round too. After putting their foot down, the Hummingbird team caught up to Team Smart in an instant. Minwoo had forgotten that there was another lunatic on that team who enjoyed riding in the red zone. They were two absolute madmen. Kang Hanam commented that he wanted to be that awesome too, but Shelley replied that his team had already won the psychological warfare. Juhwan Trident commented that it looked like those two had wrapped up that race too. His partner replied that they were just pedaling without any strategy. Meanwhile, the girls' leader was saying that the redhead looked so hot on a bike. Taejin's crew asked if it wasn't a bit unfair to put those two together in a race, while the girl from the Otaku team said they were so handsome. This even caught the attention of Huangyan and Monster 13. The last member of Team Smart was terrified. Those lunatics were coming after him with everything they had, but he couldn't let them win. However, Vinnie Hong, instead of trying to pass his opponent, was intentionally getting in Jaehyun's way. The guy from Team Smart didn't realize he was coming up on a sharp turn. Instead of slowing down, Jaehyun and Vinnie Hong accelerated, pulling off drifts. Right ahead were obstacles and steel pipes. Jaehyun ended up brushing against them, but the poor guy from Team Smart was the one who really got wrecked. Now, the competition was simply between the two members of the Hummingbird team. The problem was that they were going way too fast toward a steep slope. Even so, they didn't slow down and kept going. Vinnie Hong jammed his rear tire with his sneaker. The guy from Juwon Trident's team commented that the guy was ruthless, because the sole of his shoe was practically giving its life in that race. Yet Jaehyun didn't slow down for a second. He rode right into the wall and pulled off that maneuver, the same one that had finished off Taejin on that downhill slope. Everyone was terrified. Even Keijo dropped his food, asking what the fuck his brother was doing, and admitting that it was pretty damn cool. His mother then caught Keijo, who was supposed to be studying, watching those useless things, but then she realized that it was her own son on TV. Keijo turned it off at the last second, and said that of course he wasn't watching. He had only stopped to look because the competitor looked like Jaehyun. The Street League commentary revealed that it was indeed Jaehyun, a cyclist from Taeyong High. Keijo realized he had turned off the TV for nothing. However, on the next turn, Jaehyun simply braked and stopped. He lifted his bike and explained that his front tire had just popped on that downhill slope. The tire was actually smoking. The narrator explained that both competitors had stopped in the middle of the race, and that it looked like the super rookie's front tire had blown out. One of the two would have to abandon the race. Minwoo commented that he knew that would happen with those two lunatics fighting. The ambulance came to pick up the other poor guy from Team Smart. While their leader got up to continue, he had blood in his eyes. Jaehyun told Vinnie Hong to keep going, or else he'd get past. Vinnie Hong was unhappy about not being able to finish the race with Jaehyun, but he kept going so his team wouldn't lose. The nerd's leader was going at full speed, but Vinnie Hong was also doing great with those riser bars, which served as the hook-shaped bike handlebars. Kang Hanam noticed that Vinnie Hong had slightly shifted his position. Young-soo explained that he had adopted an arrow position to help him. Just like his riding stance, it helped reduce air resistance. When the upper body was upright and arms were spread out, it was possible to ride with more freedom and stability, but the body faced a lot of drag. On the other hand, if he kept his arms and hands as close to his body as possible, he might have less stability in turns, but he'd face less drag, allowing for an easier ride in a straight line. Kang Hanam realized it wasn't just about pedaling. Even on tight turns, Vinnie Hong was managing to outpace the nerd's speed. The problem arose when the next obstacle appeared, an excavator. Vinnie Hong showed no fear. He charged ahead and ducked, while the nerd crashed headfirst into the obstacle and ended up breaking his teeth. Jaehyun was even a little worried when he saw the ambulance heading over there, but he wasn't worried about Vinnie Hong. After that intense show, Vinnie Hong from the Hummingbird team came in first place. The crowd didn't seem too happy with the victory. That had been a total massacre. The poor guy from Team Smart told his mom he was going to stop riding bikes and focus on his studies. Team Smart hadn't just lost, they were annihilated. Minwoo was feeling a bit sick. Kang Hanam said that. Either way, it was a relief since they had won. It had been great teamwork. Jung-soo agreed that they had been a bit intense, but they won, and that's what mattered. While the next teams were getting ready, the Gang High crew, after taping the student council president to the blackboard with a stick, commented that those guys were crazy. One of the bullies said that had been cool, and noted that Vinnie Hong was now beating people up with a bike instead of his fists, proving he really was out of his mind. When Vinnie Hong returned, Minwoo said he would never let those two ride on the same team again. He thought he was going to have a heart attack watching that shit. Deep down, he was also glaring at Wang Yun, who of course was his main rival. Jaehyun separated from the group because he needed to answer a call from his mother. At the end of it all, Juwon Trident's partner was burying Vinnie Hong's sneaker, saying it had done its best as a shoe. Kang Hanam commented that it was horrible for a pair of sneakers to lose its life like that, and told Jordan not to worry because he wouldn't do that to him. Juwon Trident's partner kept going, saying that now the sneaker could rest in heaven and watch over them in the next life. life. Vinny Hung told him to give his shoe back, damn it. Minwoo said he would go get the shoe himself. Jaehyun, however, said he needed to go home and didn't answer anyone else. Minwoo then asked what had happened on that phone call. After that, the team's Monster Bull, Juwon Trident, Ghost, the Otakus, and the girls' team moved on to the next round. When Minwoo returned to Jaehyun's house, he found his mother, who was not in a good mood. Right away, he realized something had happened and entered the house with fear. In the yard, Jaehyun was sitting with his face swollen from being beaten by his mother. Minwoo insisted that he tell him what happened, but when the two walked into the house, Keijo apologized. It had been his fault. Jaehyun patted his brother's head and explained that he was just trying to cheer for him and hadn't done anything wrong. Minwoo then asked if Keijo could explain what had happened. Meanwhile, at the cafe where Vinny Hong worked, the poor female employee was overwhelmed with everything since he hadn't arrived yet. Vinny Hong was already on his way, but along the path he saw something terrible. The boy with the Senna-chan bike was getting beaten up by a group of people from his own school. They said they got sick just looking at guys like him, who embarrassed themselves out in public looking like a shitty otaku. Yet he had never done anything wrong to those people. He had never harmed them. He was getting beaten up simply because of the things he liked. At that moment, as the bullies continued, Vinny Hong immediately knocked out the first one by throwing his helmet at him. When the other tried to strike back, Vinny Hong smashed his face with a punch. The otaku was being protected by the Sharingan Uchiha. One of the bullies got scared seeing that the guy had been taken down with a single punch, while another asked if Vinny Hong was friends with that otaku. He replied that he wasn't friends at all, but when another came at him with a wooden stick to attack, Vinny Hong was warned at the last second and managed to block the blow. He loved that kind of stuff. Even though it was one against many, he beat the crap out of everyone, until the rest of the otaku team arrived in such an embarrassing fashion that even the guys doing the beating stopped what they were doing. Truly, it was a great battle. The otakus wiped out the bullies with Vinny Hong's help, because without him, they probably never would have managed it. Afterward, they thanked him and asked him to join their group. Vinny Hong, however, just told them to screw off. Even so, they thanked the Vinny Hong of the Uchiha clan. The next rainy morning, Minwoo and Jaehyun had to take the bus. Minwoo asked why Jaehyun wouldn't explain the situation better and what he meant by saying he wouldn't ride bikes anymore. Coincidentally, Juwon Trident and his partner were also there. He asked if everyone was taking the bus because of the rain and commented that it was weird seeing them in uniform. Finally, Juwon Trident's partner introduced himself. It was John Smith. On the bus, however, John Smith was feeling terrible because someone had stepped on his sneakers. The very sneakers that had been created by Kang Hanam's babies. Right then and there, he slapped the person who had stepped on them. Meanwhile, Hwang Yun was borrowing a Ferrari from his brother, Sang Ho Che. He had a date that day, but Sang Ho Che asked if, after spending all that money to go to college, he was looking for women instead of good grades. Hwang Yun replied that he was just enjoying life a little. After all, there was nothing better than a car to get girls. Sang Ho Chi, while watching the Street League rerun, asked if he knew those two, the redhead and Jaehyun. Hwang Yun explained that he was the super rookie and that he wanted to race him when he got the chance. Sang Ho Chi, however, made one thing very clear to his brother. If he competed against that guy, Jaehyun, he would be eaten alive. It was better for him to keep chasing women like the piece of shit he was, and not come crying to him after getting destroyed. Meanwhile, Jordan was filling in for Kang Hanem, even wearing a uniform and a chain collar. Kang Hanem commented that he was his perfect clone, and that he'd be back in a minute. At that moment, one of his classmates smacked Kang Hanem on the head, calling him a retard and saying he shouldn't abuse animals. If he really thought he could fool the teacher, he at least had to do it right. Kang Hanem needed to prepare for the second official race. Up until that point, he was the worst cyclist on the team, but one of his classmates said that of course that wasn't going to work, and called Kang Hanem an idiot. Meanwhile, Mia was making a face at poor Jordan, who was wearing that turkey dog uniform, but Kang Hanem said he had to figure something out because they had already lost a team member. Shelly asked what he meant by losing someone. Meanwhile, Jaehyun's mother was currently scolding Mario, saying that schools shouldn't send students to bicycle competitions instead of making them study. To her, her son shouldn't be riding bikes like that, wasting time with other boys. Jaehyun was called by Kang Hanem to have a chat with the team. Kang Hanem asked if he was really going to quit after coming all this way to the finals. He just replied that midterms were coming up. Since it was the end of his second year, he was going to focus on his studies for now. Minwoo explained that nobody had told him to stop studying, but that he was taking an extreme stance. He was being inflexible because something had happened between him and his mom, but he didn't want to say what it was. Shelly commented that they were being a bit harsh on him, and that he probably had his reasons, since it was something personal. Jaehyun kept refusing to say anything was wrong. Minwoo said it was so much bullshit he was going crazy. Kang Hanem replied that if he wanted to leave the team, fine, he could do whatever he wanted, but since they had started together, he should at least give a clear explanation, because they were friends. Jaehyun just said that. At that moment, his grades were more more important than the team. Kang Henam asked if he really meant that. Fine then. The group walked away, and Minwoo said whatever, and that it was better to leave him behind. Jungsu said Jaehyun had to choose his priorities, but in return, he couldn't regret the choices he made. Mia was also worried and asked if he was really going to study instead of racing with the guys. He replied that he needed to study from that moment on. When Mr. Mario arrived, instead of taking everyone to the court, he told them to take out a sheet of paper. Minwoo went home still pissed off about the situation and asked if Jaehyun had stuffed his bike in some corner just to focus on studying. He didn't see any bike around. Later, when he made plans to go out with the crew and Keijo left for tutoring, he asked if he was going out alone or where Jaehyun was. He replied that his brother was studying hard to, I don't know, pass the test. So Minwoo asked if he knew where his brother's bike was. Keijo took him to the house's storage room, where the bike was completely chained up. In that extra tutoring class, Mario was doing something more important than simply giving a pop quiz. He wrote a question on the board. If they only had 1 week to live, what would they want to do first? Mario wanted to know what the students would most like to do if they were in that situation. They were supposed to write an essay about it and hand it in later. The boys got so sad at that moment that they started wondering if they could get a girlfriend in just 1 week. The other replied that it was more likely they'd encounter an alien than get a girlfriend. Jaehyun asked if they really had to do that right now, and Mario asked if he found the question too childish or silly. In reality, to him, that was a more important question than the final exams. Mario explained that throughout life, they would have many regrets and make many mistakes. There would be moments when they'd even miss their own old mistakes and might come to feel that life was empty. That was why he wasn't asking as just a teacher, but as an experienced adult. He wanted them to think of that question as something capable of minimizing the regrets they might have in the future. Mario realized that the students only wanted frivolous things, like getting rich, driving a sports car, or spending time at a LAN cafe playing Overwatch. So, he decided to tell them a bit about a man he knew. About 10 years ago, a foreign athlete had fallen in love with a Korean girl. That man promised to make her the happiest woman in the world. To him, a single word spoken by a man carried the weight of 1,000 bricks, because a real man had to take responsibility for everything he said until the very end. That man ended up marrying the Korean woman. A long time passed, and she became pregnant. However, during the final stages of her pregnancy, he was training for a cycling competition. While she was at home, meeting him, alone and pregnant, he remained focused on the competition. Even when he received calls from her saying she was feeling really bad at home, he cared more about the sport. He won the competition, but when he returned to the hospital, he discovered that his wife, due to the stress of moving to another country, living alone far from her family, and being pregnant, had been suffering from depression for a long time. In the end, because of stress and poor nutrition, she suffered a miscarriage. He managed to keep the pink jersey, but he wasn't able to protect the woman he loved. In the end, she left him. It was after that the man completely changed. After living solely for his own goal, he had lost everything that truly mattered, the very thing he should have protected. Mr. Mario explained that wanting to succeed was great, but sometimes it was important to put everything aside and think about what you really wanted to do. So, after all that talk, Mario told them to stop slacking off and write the essays. Jaehyun actually wrote his. Mario read it and commented that his text was very simple. Afterward, he told everyone that that would be their homework. They had to accomplish everything written on that paper by the end of the year. With that, they were dismissed from evening tutoring. Some people wrote that they wanted to travel the world, while others said they really wanted to get a girlfriend and get married. Mia told Jaehyun that it seemed like the teacher was talking about himself. The assignment the teacher gave really made her think a lot. Because of that, she wanted to make the most of the remaining time with the people she cared about and loved. Jaehyun replied that he had written down whatever, because there wasn't anything he truly wanted to do. But on the way out, Hwangyin and Team Ghost were waiting for him. Hwangyin apologized for ruining the good mood of his walk with his girlfriend, but said he was waiting because he wanted to talk for a minute. Mia asked who those people were, and Hwangyin continued, saying Jaehyun had gotten quite famous lately after a few races, which was why he wanted to race against him. It would be a one-on-one with the newest celebrity. Jaehyun said he didn't plan on racing again, and that if that's what he wanted, he should look for someone else. Hwangyin asked if he was quitting cycling and got indignant, saying it was a disappointment. Just then, a police officer appeared and asked if those guys in white weren't the same ones who had been causing trouble lately. They were some kind of group or gang. While they were getting chewed out by the police, Mia pulled Jaehyun away. She asked if it was true that he was quitting cycling. Jaehyun had worked so hard to reach the finals alongside everyone else, and she hoped to at least see him make it to the end. To her, he seemed much happier when he was on a bike. It would be great if he could keep doing what he enjoyed. Meanwhile, the rest of the team kept training hard. Shelly asked how they were managing to focus without Jaehyun. Jungsu replied that, as Minhoo had said, they couldn't do anything about his situation. They had to try to understand him. Minhoo said he could just explain himself better, because Jaehyun was way too stingy with his words. Shelly commented that she was really starting to get scared of having such a terrifying mother-in-law. Minhoo told her not to get ahead of herself. Kang Henam was trying to stay strong, but Vinnie Hong had also already left because he was late for work. Kang Henam commented that he was going to meet that female manager again, and joked that after he got married, he'd live tied to a leash. Minwoo just wished him a safe trip. When he went to grab his bike though, Minwoo noticed that Vinnie Hong's hand was bandaged. benched. He asked if his friend had gotten into another fight. Before he could find out anything else, the whole team headed down because it was already getting late. Throughout all those days, the team kept pushing harder and harder for the competition, while Jae-hyun did nothing but study. Even at night, he wouldn't reply to Minwoo's messages and kept studying, even staying up all night because of it. However, that started having serious consequences. Jae-hyun was already starting to get nosebleeds from the mental and physical toll. And finally, the big day arrived. The second round of the Street League finals was beginning. There seemed to be less than half of the participants who had started in the qualifiers. The real battle would begin in that race. For some reason, Kang Hanum was doing exercises before the race. Minwoo told him not to waste energy, but he replied that he was very nervous and just wanted to warm up a bit. Meanwhile, the otaku team was hitting on Vinnie Hong again, trying to recruit him. Minwoo asked since when Vinnie Hong had gotten so close with that manga team. Hyuri Lee was also at the festival to do a final checkup on the team's bikes. She kept blushing around Young-soo, and Minwoo commented that something told him she had only shown up because of Young-soo. The two tried to laugh it off and said it had nothing to do with that. The other teams were also focusing hard, though some were taking it a bit less seriously. One guy was trying to hit on Shelly, but she showed him her shirt, which had sold out written on it, making it clear she was already taken. The guy went back crying to his friends, while the otaku commented that winning over Senna-chan certainly wouldn't be easy, but that he had a plan of his own. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun was still at school, and the crew was wondering why he hadn't gone to the race, since it was the next round of the finals. Mario told everyone to put their things away and keep only their pens out, because today was test day. Everyone was nervous about it, including Yoonha. Mario asked if they knew what would happen if they were caught cheating and warned them to be careful. However, Jae-hyun raised his hand and asked if he could take all the tests at the same time. The kid clearly had a plan. The race was scheduled to start soon, and the teams gathered for the next briefing. John Smith seemed more worried about his sneakers than his bike, which was tossed on the ground. Meanwhile, the Street League's viewership was still small in the beginning, because viewers weren't very interested in cycling as a sport. However, with the extreme performances of some participants, more and more people fell in love with cycling, and the viewership skyrocketed. This would be another group race, with a course of approximately 12 kilometers, a reasonable distance. All teams would receive a flag with their symbol. The event would be a relay race, in which team members would pass the flag to one another. The team that brought the flag to the finish line first would win. The most important thing would be to carefully analyze the terrain of each section, picking the best members and the best tactics. A maximum of 7 people from each team could participate, but the number of members could also be smaller, depending on each team's strategy. The first round would be between Team Perfect and Team Monster Bull. Later, Mario was informing the other teacher about Jae-hyun's case, saying the boy's situation was unusual. He had been monitoring the student for a while and would take responsibility for him. The other teacher replied that he didn't really know what was going on. Then, he called Mario Mr. Pink Gay, or rather, tried to say Mario, but got confused. Even so, he thanked him with a very manly hug. When Jae-hyun turned around, Mario told him to grab the tests. Later, Jae-hyun was speeding through the tests. The teacher thought he was probably just guessing the answers, but he had already finished 2 subjects and genuinely looked focused. Meanwhile, the members of Team Perfect were quite confident because they had a secret weapon. However, that secret weapon, who happened to have only a single strand of hair on his head, said he needed to resolve something and left. The team was practically nothing without him. The Hummingbirds would face Team Bullet in the flag race. The members of both teams competing in that round were getting ready, naturally putting their money on Team Monster Bull. Team Perfect got off to a better start, and Young-soo commented that to him, it looked like the guy from Team Monster Bull had intentionally stayed behind to draft off the other. And that's exactly what happened. He stayed glued to his opponent throughout the entire course. When it came time to hand off the flag though, the member from Team Monster Bull didn't hand it to anyone. The more times the flag had to be passed, the more disadvantageous the strategy became. Having more participants didn't necessarily mean a good thing. At that moment, the teacher was heading back to the room where Jae-hyun was taking the tests, but he was already gone because he had finished everything. Meanwhile, Lee Ha-lang was trying to compare his answers with the smart girl in class, and realized he had messed up. The rocker commented that Jae-hyun from class 1 had taken all the tests by himself that day and finished everything in just an hour and a half. The student council president replied that he had probably just guessed everything randomly, as if picking lottery numbers. To him, that was pathetic, and he even said he was ashamed to have ever considered Jae-hyun a rival. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun was unlocking his bike. He had cut through the chains with pliers. The only witness to the situation was a cat, who of course wouldn't tell anyone. Meanwhile, at the Street League, Team Monster Bull was in the lead. Finally, the member passed the flag to the next runner. In that strategy, there would only be 3 participants in the competition, 2 besides the leader himself, Monster 13, who would be the last to run. The team planned to finish that relay race with a total of 3 participants. Team Perfect, on the other hand, had deployed practically everyone and was confident they could win on the final stretch. The leaders of each team were already preparing to receive the flag. Monster 13 was the first to grab it. Since his bike's gear was heavy, it took a moment to accelerate. The other member from Team Perfect was convinced they would win, but as Monster 13 started to accelerate and sway his body weight from side to side, the bike began to dance. He looked like a bull and bolted. completely overtaking Team Perfect and leaving his opponents in the dust. In the blink of an eye, Monster 13 crossed the finish line and planted the flag. Victory belonged to Team Monster Bull. The gang members asked if they could even compete against those guys. Minwoo told them not to worry, because in the end everything would work out. At least, that's what he thought. Juwon Trident said not to worry, because he'd finish off the monsters before they even had to face them. John Smith added that they were going to wipe the floor with their faces. Meanwhile, Jaehyun was rushing to make it to the street league on time. Then a car suddenly pulled up beside him. The driver said he was heading to the competition and could give him a lift. He had just wrapped up some urgent business and was on his way to the track when he saw Jaehyun on his bike. That's when he realized the kid looked familiar. The driver recognized Jaehyun as the super rookie and said he was actually rooting for him and the hummingbirds. He explained that cycling had been a hobby since his youth and that he had followed the street league since the qualifiers. Over time, he had become a fan of their team. He said he would never forget that artistic drift Jaehyun pulled on that turn, nor that guy with long hair and a mustache coming back from the motorcycles. To him, that had been so cool. Seeing Jaehyun race reminded him of the passion and boldness he had in his youth, as if those scenes made him feel all those emotions all over again. Meanwhile, traffic was ridiculous, and Team Juwon Trident, Team Manga, and the girls' team had already passed that stage. Kang Hanum was nervous because their turn was coming up. Minwoo told him to chill out and make it work. Meanwhile, Jung-soo and Hyeri Lee were once again being watched by the others. The two really looked like they were on a date, and to the crew, those two weren't fooling anyone. Meanwhile, Vinnie Hong was worried about a wrist injury sustained during the fight involving the Otaku team. Just then, another guy, this time from Team Bullet, was hitting on Shelly. She had already brushed the guy off, saying she had a boyfriend, but he tried to make a bet, saying that if they lost, she'd go out with him. Shelly shut that down too, saying it was impossible for them to lose to Team Bullet. That was when Vinnie Hong arrived, asking if they were in heat or something, and kicked the stomach of the first guy trying to pressure Shelly. Everyone quickly realized a fight was breaking out, and Minwoo also realized he hadn't seen Vinnie Hong in a while. Holy so they ran over. It was Vinnie Hong. Shelly said they had started it all right there. When Team Bullet's leader arrived asking what was going on, he and Kang Hanum squared off, as their teams would soon face each other. The festival production crew warned that they would be disqualified if they continued fighting. The Bullet leader just wanted to avoid conflict, so he left with his team. However, Hwang Yen saw a good opportunity in that situation. Naturally, the guy who got beaten up was furious, and Hwang Yen said that if they wanted revenge, they could use something during the race. He then handed over a drug that enhanced physical performance, basically dope. Hwang Yen warned that if they didn't use it, they'd lose to the hummingbirds. Team Bullet's leader, of course, didn't want to use the drug, but the guy who got beaten up did. One of Hwang Yen's teammates, a member of Team Ghost, asked if it was okay to hand out that drug like that, since they could get caught in a doping test. Hwang Yen explained that they wouldn't be the ones getting caught. The competition was still in its early stages, and that kind of testing wouldn't be done for now. Besides, that drug was a sample still being tested, so they just wanted to trial it. According to Hwang Yen, one day people would have to stand in a long line to buy one of those. The drug temporarily raised heart rate and muscle strength to the limit, allowing athletes to perform much better. Since it was made with liquid ingredients, it was easily absorbed by the body upon intake and wouldn't necessarily react to blood or urine tests. It was practically a perfect drug, like magic. When it was ready, the whole world would want to buy it. Hwang Yen even praised his own brother, saying he was amazing as always, and that thanks to him, it would be possible to make a lot of money. Meanwhile, Sang Ho Che asked what the side effects were. A woman replied that she had become even more perfect than before, and told him to just have a little patience. She also mentioned that his brother had taken a few samples, and that she was preferring to go out with him instead of staying with her own boyfriend. In the end, she told them to just forget about that situation. Later, the production crew was checking Vinnie Hong's wrist. It wasn't fractured, just a minor sprain. They recommended he not apply much force for a while. Minwoo asked if he shouldn't just lay low that day, but Vinnie Hong replied not to worry, man. Shelly would start the race, Minwoo would be second, Kang Hanum would take the straight track, and Jung-soo would climb the hill section since his wheel was great for that. Vinnie Hong would take the last section, which had a lot of turns. Kang Hanum told everyone to focus their strength even without Jaehyun, and the 8th race between the Hummingbirds and Team Bullet would start in 15 minutes. Meanwhile, that kid was already taking the drug. Almost the entire crowd was cheering for Shelly. Well, because she was a girl. The girls' team leader commented that males never changed. The guy from Bullet replied he wouldn't hold back just because she was a girl. Shelly answered that it was great, because it wouldn't be any fun otherwise. It was better if he gave it his all. As soon as the race began, Shelly pulled off a much better start. Right from the beginning, Minwoo was already on the track. The Team Bullet member knew that making a handoff like that would be very inefficient, but in reality, it wasn't quite like that. Minwoo kept pedaling, just like Shelly, while he stayed right there just marking. One of the last to enter would be the exact kid who had taken the drug. He wanted to pedal so badly, he seemed to be going crazy. The Bullet leader asked if he had any idea what kind of drug he was taking. The kid replied he wouldn't put that poison in his body. Still, he wanted to test it out in that very competition to see if it worked well. Despite everyone's warnings, he took the drug. Minwoo kept marking while Shelly was far ahead. Then came the time for Team Bullet's handoff, except it wasn't a normal flag delivery. Team Bullet tricked Minwoo exactly as he had done before, but Minwoo managed to pass again. Shelly was still well ahead, and at that moment, the flag handoff finally happened between her and Youngsoo. It was time to use Youngsoo's wheel, and he bolted up that hill. Finally, Team Bullet also managed to pass the flag. Meanwhile, the drugged kid was desperate to pedal, but his team was falling behind. Youngsoo passed him, but the kid finally managed to catch his rhythm and catch up to the others. After that, Kang Hanum was the next to grab the flag, bolting off in that arrow position. Everyone was impressed by the performance of that crazy drugged-up guy. Meanwhile, Sang Ho Choi arrived in his Porsche at the Street League to watch what was happening. The woman with him recognized Vinnie Hung on the big screen and said she'd never forget that scoundrel. It was the son of that shitty janitor who had caused trouble with her at the mall. Meanwhile, tests were wrapping up at Taeyang High. Some people had failed miserably, while others were happy to leave early. Some students were already heading off to play League of Legends. The physics teacher walked into the classroom saying that if they had finished, they could go home. He was wearing the hummingbird uniform and was already calling the Street League. That's what I'm talking about, kid. In the race, the drugged guy was truly delivering an intense performance. The Bullet crew was worried, but apparently the drug really worked. Kang Hanum noticed that bastard was following so closely it gave him goosebumps. He needed to build an advantage to pass the flag. So, he went super fast in that arrow position and passed the flag to Vinnie Hung, wishing him good luck. Except the drugged guy, instead of passing the flag to the leader, kept going, completely disobeying the team's strategy. Even Tae-jin's team commented that they were way too cocky. Look who's talking, right? Vinnie Hung realized his opponent wasn't going to make the swap and also noticed something off about him. Even the way he moved his body was weird. The drug guy then commented that Vinnie Hung's left wrist seemed kind of weak because of the fight earlier. After all, wrists played a huge role in balance. Taking advantage of that weakness, he intentionally shoved Vinnie Hung to make him crash. The flag ended up falling too, and Vinnie Hung lost all hope. But right in the middle of the competition, someone managed to catch the flag. It was the final hummingbird. Jaehyun had finally arrived at the exact right moment. He clamped the flag between his teeth and accelerated, pulling drift after drift through the turns. At the exact moment Kang Hanum handed off the flag and wished Vinnie Hung good luck, he saw Jaehyun flying right past him. The kid had literally appeared out of nowhere. It was a true sign of hope. Not even the commentator seemed to understand what was happening. Jaehyun, from the hummingbird team, had practically risen from the dead, arriving dramatically, right at the moment his team was facing its biggest crisis. Wang Yun asked if that idiot wasn't supposed to quit cycling. Meanwhile, the guy who had given him a ride was so happy he could barely believe what had just happened. The crew from Taeyang High, on the other hand, realized that was absolute insanity. Li Hualang commented that there was a hunting barrel in action. As the distance between the two competitors grew smaller and smaller, Jaehyun was right behind, taking advantage of the draft. The drugged guy didn't want to let him pass and tried to use his body to block the overtake, but Jaehyun easily dodged using his drifts. He kept dodging everything with his maneuvers, even though his opponent was much faster. That guy's performance was absurd. He seemed capable of chewing up those hummingbirds. The race was finally reaching the final stretch of the course. After that tunnel, it would be the finish line. Team Bullet was still in the lead. Entering the tunnel, the drugged guy thought the race was over and that he had already won, but at that exact moment, Jaehyun rode over him, utilizing the tunnel walls and the circular momentum to gain speed. At the very last second during the 8th team race, Jaehyun managed to take first place. Right after, he was greeted by everyone, the fans and the cameras, but he ended up collapsing flat on the ground. The team rushed over to see if he was okay, and the paramedic explained that he had simply fallen asleep. Everyone stood there confused, asking what he meant by falling asleep in the middle of all that. Meanwhile, in the teacher's lounge, Mario had left the essays behind. The teacher who had graded Jaehyun's tests started reading his essay. In the text, Jaehyun said that if he only had 1 week to live, he would like to go on a bike trip with his friends. At that moment, he was actually sleeping, drooling on one of his friend's shoulders. Later, the drugged kid was throwing up heavily. The team leader warned him that he shouldn't have taken that drug, while the paramedic asked what was going on. The kid explained he had felt kind of sick earlier, but that it was nothing major. Meanwhile, the rest of the team was complaining about Jaehyun's appearance. To them, it made no sense for a guy who wasn't even on the participant list to show up and interfere like that. But Sang Ho Chai himself explained that they hadn't paid attention when the rules were presented. According to what had been stated, each team was limited to a maximum of 7 participants and could formulate whatever strategy they wanted. Therefore, it wasn't strictly a rule violation for a team member to race without their name being on the list. In fact, the production crew was just about to explain that exact point. The Bullet leader said they needed to take care of their friend, and the paramedic warned he needed to go to the emergency room. The leader, however, thought that if he went to the hospital, he'd end up failing a drug test, so he said they could take care of him themselves and that everything was fine. Later, he confronted his own brother, asking if he was the one who gave the sample to that piece of shit. Wang Yun confirmed he had done it for him. They needed to test the drug to find out if it actually worked. Sang Ho Choi called his brother a lunatic and reminded him the drug wasn't even ready yet. If that kid had died, would he take responsibility? Hwang Yun replied that it wasn't even a professional race and that they'd never run a drug test. Besides, Sang Ho Choi was one of the competition's organizers. If they decided to test, he could simply manipulate it. Because of that, Hwang Yun told his brother not to butt into his business, shut his mouth, and enjoy the money he'd make from it. Sang Ho Choi's mistress, on the other hand, was worried about something else. She asked him to make sure the assholes on that disgusting redhead's team were disqualified. To her, that bastard needed to pay for what he had done. Vinnie Hong, of course, was feeling awful about his own performance in the race. Meanwhile, Shelley tried to wake Jaehyun up with a kiss, but as she leaned in, he simply turned away. Minwoo commented that his DNA literally activated even while sleeping. According to him, God had created Jaehyun with the ability to be a cyclist and an evader at the same time. Joking aside, Minwoo realized how hard Jaehyun had pushed himself. Because of that, he didn't blame him for being completely exhausted like that. Vinnie Hong walked past him, just saying he didn't need to go to the hospital, and left in silence without another word. Kang Hanam, however, could understand how Vinnie Hong was feeling. A lot had gone through his head the moment he crashed during the race, and it was tough dealing with that genuine mix of emotions. Then Mario showed up to collect the students, because they still had tests to take. Young-soo, that lucky guy, had left for a date with his girlfriend. Meanwhile, when Jaehyun finally woke up with drool all over his face, he realized he was in the Taeyang High Infirmary. The doctor explained that his friends were in a separate room taking their exams. She also admitted that it must be very hard for them to practice for races and still study for exams. At that moment, the room was absolute chaos. When Jaehyun walked in, everyone was happy that he was already awake, especially the teacher, who walked up to him saying he had been great in the race and that it had been simply incredible. He shared that he had truly fallen in love with cycling when he saw Jaehyun's inertia drift for the first time. To him, Jaehyun was a true artist. Jaehyun thanked the teacher. Meanwhile, Shelley was head over heels for her man. Kang Hanam was trying to get an answer out of Minwoo, but he had simply guessed everything. At the same time, Vinnie Hong hadn't showed up to work and was being called out by his manager. On his way though, Vinnie Hong bumped into Mia, who was stepping out with CJ Kim. She was about to have another photo shoot at the studio. When they arrived, CJ Kim was the one who got a shock. His dog, a very handsome poodle, was completely messy and covered in ketchup. CJ Kim asked how on earth that crazy dog had managed to open a ketchup bottle, but when he saw Mia alongside his dog, he realized shades of red looked great on her. He also noticed the dog was a total shameless charmer, as he was completely smitten by a girl. CJ Kim also mentioned that the photos from her last session were already out and sitting on the table if she wanted to check them out. Then he went to clean off the dog, calling the animal his chubby boy. It was then that Mia finally stood before the work she had done, taking photos for that street clothing brand, SZ Doiran style. She remembered the words of Shelley, who had told her to first believe in herself and learn to love herself. The next morning, Jaehyun and Minwoo were talking about Jaehyun's life as a cyclist and about his mom, until, suddenly, Mia walked right past them. The two almost didn't recognize her, because she was without her glasses. Later, Lee Hualang went to their classroom to show that Mia had appeared in a magazine. In no time, everyone was gathered around her, impressed by her completely different appearance. Minwoo stepped in front of her and told the others to back off, calling them peasants. One of the guys, however, looked at her in a weird way. Mia commented that, honestly, maybe she should put her glasses back on next time. Meanwhile, Shelley ended up overhearing some nasty comments about Mia. Some people were saying she was disgusting and walking around with her nose in the air just because she appeared in a magazine. Meanwhile, Hwang Yun was bothering CJ Kim, wanting to set up a meeting with him during lunch. However, he noticed that girl from Taeyang High was also taking photos with him. Later, in the bathroom, Minwoo was taking a glance at Kang Hanam when he got startled. Other kids walked in saying some girls in class had mentioned seeing Mia with an older man and that maybe she was being sponsored by a sugar daddy. Minwoo immediately asked what they had just said and told the guy to repeat it. He grabbed him by the collar and asked if he had the guts to say that again. The guy explained he had only heard that rumor in the hallways and didn't know anything deep about it. Even so, Minwoo asked if he was still spreading stupid rumors. Kang Hanam had to break up the fight. When some girls approached, the guy who had spread the rumors pointed at one of them and said she was the one spreading everything. Minwoo asked why she was going around spreading that kind of trash around the school. Weird rumors were circulating about her having a sugar daddy or something. Besides, he asked why she even cared whether Mia went out with someone from outside and told her to keep her mouth shut. He also made it clear she better make sure Mia never heard any of that crap. After that intimidation, the girl was in shock. Later, she was crying out of hatred for that bastard and, now more than ever, wanted to spread that photo of Mia. They had taken a picture of her with CJ Kim, and she wasn't considering for a second that he could be the photographer. But whatever. Meanwhile, In PE class, people wouldn't stop staring at Mia. Some girls were even jealous, until the gossip reached them. The photo of her with an older guy who was supposedly funding her. Later, the Hummingbird team was training, still without Jaehyun. Minwoo was worried about Mia, commenting on those rumors that she was going out with a guy or being sponsored by someone. Vinny Hong said that, actually, he had seen her with someone, and Minwoo wanted to know more about that story. Meanwhile, Hwang Yun was asking one of his teammates if that girl in the photo hung out with the Hummingbird team. The guy asked what he was planning to do, and Hwang Yun replied that you couldn't catch a big fish without bait. He remembered the conversation he had with his brother while watching the Street League rerun, when Jaehyun put on another show. Hwang Yun commented that his brother was too obsessed with the kid, but Sang Ho Chae was only thinking that he could find a sponsor for Jaehyun and help him go pro. He was really good, and didn't waste a single movement. His pedaling, posture, strength, everything was great. Hwang Yun thought he was overestimating the kid way too much. In his opinion, Jaehyun only managed to stand out because he was lucky enough to face only losers. But Sang Ho Choi replied that he was a loser too. If Hwang Yun rode against him, he'd be crushed like a bug, and would never beat Jaehyun. After all, he couldn't even beat alcohol or cigarettes. It was pathetic. Because of that, Hwang Yun developed a deep hatred for Jaehyun, and would do anything to catch that fish. Mia was back at CJ Kim's studio when he received a message from Hwang Yun, asking to have dinner with all of them together. Mia agreed, of course. When CJ Kim arrived at the bar, he asked why they were there. He thought it would be at a restaurant, just a quick stop to eat. When Mia arrived, Hwang Yun commented that they had met before. She was Jaehyun's friend, and Mia remembered that day in front of the school. CJ Kim asked if the two knew each other. Hwang Yun was trying to get the girl drunk, even though she wasn't of age, and CJ Kim asked if he had lost his mind. He had said he wanted to eat and take everyone to a bar, but now he was trying to get the girl drunk? Hwang Yun replied that kids drank on the sly, but that it was fine. Then he ordered a portion of food, and also apologized for what had happened that day in front of the school. He explained that her boyfriend was a very good cyclist, and that he wanted the chance to race against him. Mia replied that, even so, there was no need for that, and that he wasn't her boyfriend either. Hwang Yun asked if she at least had his number, since they would likely see a lot of each other in future races. While she passed along the number, Hwang Yun's friend put the plan into action, taking some photos that could easily be misinterpreted. When Jaehyun received a call, Minwoo almost had a heart attack, with that phone buzzing violently. He asked why Jaehyun didn't swap out that brick phone, since nobody used a 2G phone these days. The person calling was none other than Hwang Yun. Later, Minwoo was playing with Jack, who was already getting big. While Jaehyun finally answered the call, Hwang Yun explained that a friend had passed along his number, and asked if he remembered the last time they saw each other in front of the school. He said he wanted to have a personal race, and asked if he had seen the photo he sent. Jaehyun replied that his phone didn't have a feature to view photos, and that it was time for him to go to bed. Hwang Yun then asked if he was really close to that girl Mia, and warned him he'd better show up if he didn't want anything bad to happen. This time, he wasn't joking. Right then, Jack attacked Minwoo's eye, and Jaehyun mentioned he was stepping out for a moment. He didn't say anything to Minwoo so as not to worry him. When he arrived at the meeting spot, Hwang Yun handed a photo to Jaehyun, saying Mia looked very pretty without her glasses, and that he almost hadn't recognized her. In the photo, she was with CJ Kim, an old acquaintance of his. Hwang Yun commented that the two had been working together a lot lately, and hoped there were no ulterior motives. Jaehyun told him to stop beating around the bush and get straight to the point. Hwang Yun asked him to bring his bike to race the next night. If he refused again, that photo would be spread all over the internet. The title would be perfect to give people the wrong idea about Mia. He also made it clear Jaehyun didn't have to force himself to go, as he had a choice, but both choices would have consequences. Jaehyun asked why he had to involve his friends in this. Hwang Yun replied that if he had agreed to ride against him from the start, the two could have finished it without lowering the bar so much. If Jaehyun showed up the next day, he would delete the photo. The next morning, the classmates found Kang Hanam sleeping in the classroom with Jordan. Yoonha asked if he thought the class was his living room, and why he was bothering everyone during break by sleeping. At that moment, a boy approached to share a lollipop with Mia. Yoonha commented that she had gotten so popular, while the mean girls said it must be great to get so popular out of nowhere. Maybe she'd try to seduce a rich old guy too, and get a sponsorship just like hers. Yoonha asked who they were talking to, calling them ugly hags. Shelly then dismissed everyone, and told them to get out of the way of her locker. Jaehyun was the person most worried about Mia because he knew exactly what she had been through. Because of that night, he left with his bike without telling anyone. Keijo said he was crazy, and that mom would go insane if she found out, but Jaehyun said he'd be right back and that he needed to do something very important. Except Keijo warned that now he was dead, because mom was already home. She asked her son where he was going in such a rush, since he hadn't even taken off his uniform. She also told him not to ride his bike anymore until he got into a university, and ordered him to go inside and study immediately. Even so, Jaehyun ignored his mother and put on his helmet. She warned that if he walked out right now, he shouldn't even think about coming back home. After a heavy workout session, Minwoo finally returned home, which wasn't even his, to rest. Meanwhile, Keijo was watching a cat cartoon that looked way more adult than it really should have been. So Minwoo asked where his brother was. Keijo replied that he had been acting real weird and had now run away from home. Minwoo asked what he meant, while at the same time, the Team Ghost crew was dying to smash that kid's bike. To them, the feeling of taking a hammer to someone else's bike was way too good. Huang Yan's teammate asked if he didn't want to take a dose first, just to be safe for the race. Huang Yan replied not to embarrass him, because he wouldn't lose to a little kid like that. The teammate commented that he wasn't called the super rookie for nothing, but Huang Yan asked if he was scared of a high school piece of shit. After all, he had never lost on his own turf. Then, Jae-hyun actually showed up. As they were gearing up, Huang Yan commented that he was nervous about facing the super rookie one-on-one like that. Then, he handed over the flash drive and said he had never planned to post the photos anyway. There was the backup file, so the deal was fulfilled. Since a race had many variables, there was no set course. The two would play fair against each other. Huang Yan marked the route on paper and explained that there weren't many rules. Whoever reached the park first would win, and the loser's bike would be destroyed. Jae-hyun didn't know about that last part before showing up, but Huang Yan replied that the bet made the game more exciting. After all, in a bike race, the bikes had to be put on the line too, so both of them had to pedal like their lives depended on it. Jae-hyun, however, didn't chicken out. He remained confident. A motorcycle would follow the two to record the whole race, so that later Huang Yan could show the video to his brother. The Ghost crew was convinced Jae-hyun would lose his bike and wouldn't be able to compete in the street league anymore. When the race finally began, the two sped past several people on the night streets. Huang Yan was determined to prove to his brother that he could indeed win. The race took place at night, under the rain, amidst people walking and through traffic. Huang Yan thought it was best to finish off that high schooler quickly, so he wouldn't be able to catch up, but he got distracted and almost bumped into a few people, losing speed. Jae-hyun stayed in his draft. The road got slippery with the rain, but Huang Yan was already used to that. They even passed really close to a car that opened its door right at that moment, destabilizing both of them, especially Jae-hyun. He slipped on the wet ground and crashed. At that moment, CJ Kim was checking the photos from the last session and thought they looked great, but Mia suddenly said she wanted to take a break from modeling. She didn't think it was for her. Meanwhile, at home, Jae-hyun's mother was watching the Street League and discovered he had gone to a competition in secret, even after she told him not to do anything dangerous. As if that wasn't enough, instead of studying, he had also gone out in the rain wearing his uniform and riding his bike. She didn't understand how a good student like him could change like that and asked if Minhoo had any idea where he had gone. Minwoo replied that Jae-hyun hadn't said anything and that he had no idea where he was either. Jae-hyun's mother said he had lost his mind and gotten obsessed with cycling ever since he started hanging out with Minwoo and the other boys. Then she asked if Minwoo couldn't go back home yet because his parents were probably worried sick. She wanted him to call his parents the next day because all parents felt the same way. His dad, especially, must be very angry. Meanwhile, Keijo realized that was psychological warfare. Now even Minwoo was getting scolded by his mother. She also ordered him to stop playing with that cat and go upstairs to study right away. Minwoo said he would leave that house that very day. He apologized and thanked her very much for the hospitality. Jae-hyun's mother replied that he could leave the next morning when the weather cleared up, but Minwoo said it was fine because he was going to look for Jae-hyun anyway. Keijo asked if he was really leaving. Minwoo just gave a smile, patted the boy's head and left. Meanwhile, the driver of the car that had bumped into Jae-hyun got worried about him. He said he could get hurt riding a bike like that, but Jae-hyun stayed silent and was already getting back into the race. The guy on the motorcycle commented that Jae-hyun definitely wouldn't be able to recover. The super rookie had crashed in the rain, who would have thought, but Jae-hyun was focused. Then he reappeared, glued to the car that had knocked him down, using the vehicle to make up for lost time in the race. The driver asked again if he didn't want to ride, but looking at Jae-hyun's face, he was struck by his determination. After all, a real man had to finish the races he started. Because of that, the driver decided to help him. He gave Jae-hyun a thumbs up as he bolted off, catching the car's draft and speeding down the track. Soon he passed Huang Yan, and not even the guy on the motorcycle could believe it. Huang Yan was stunned and asked how he managed to pull off turns at that speed, especially in the rain. Jae-hyun's drifts were simply unstoppable. He even hit the curb, but he didn't care. He couldn't lose that race. The biker commented that he was a total lunatic, while Jae-hyun sped across the slippery ground. Huang Yan remembered his brother's demotivating words and declared he wouldn't lose to that high school kid. The two passed by more people, and along the way Huang Yan went as far as stealing an umbrella from a couple. Then he told the motorcycle to speed ahead and grabbed onto it to gain even more speed. He was ready to kill that bastard in the race, except not even the motorcycle could keep up. Jae-hyun was way too fast and managed to dodge everything that appeared in front of him, so Huang Yan asked what exactly that kid was going to do. Huang Yan replied that he was going to suffocate the guy in that very alley, just like he had done to that disgusting redhead. He managed to pick up a ton of speed using the draft and the motorcycle, appearing and threatening Jae-hyun with the umbrella. The target was in sight. He jammed the tip of the umbrella into Jae-hyun's wheel, but the kid managed to dodge it using a skid. His drift ended up defeating Huang Yan, who crashed and was left behind. The Ghost members were waiting to smash Jae-hyun's bike, but the super rookie arrived first, and completely alone. He managed to pass all the Ghost members and, in the end, put his uniform back on. Then he asked if he could leave, and suggested they drop the idea of destroying each other's bikes. After all, the blame for losing a race lay with the person, not the bike. Huang Yan, however, was still holding a hammer. After all that, he ended up smashing his own bike, realizing how much of a failure he was, yet still blaming the bike for his defeat. He was completely out of his mind, and the ghost crew had to stop what he was doing. On his way, Vinnie Hong ran into Jae-hyun, who was standing at his doorstep, just like that day when Minwoo had asked for help. Vinnie Hong walked past him, but when he realized Jae-hyun wasn't following, he asked if he was going to stand out there in the rain like an idiot. After that, Jae-hyun was warmly welcomed into that somewhat dirty house. Meanwhile, Vinnie Hong started preparing ramen for the two of them. Minwoo called, and to his surprise, Jae-hyun answered. He asked where the kid was, and found out he had left home. He also asked if he had fought with his mom, and Jae-hyun replied that he was actually at Vinnie Hong's house. Minwoo remembered that day when the team had gone to Vinnie Hong's house, but was surprised Jae-hyun still remembered the address. He said he'd be heading over shortly. When Vinnie Hong found out, he asked if his house had turned into a shelter for abandoned animals. Damn it. Later, Minwoo was devouring the ramen while Vinnie Hong asked why that pair of rich kids was eating up all his ramen. As soon as the rain passed, the two were getting out. Jae-hyun then asked why Minwoo had left home. He replied that he was stalling too much, and that he was practically living at his house anyway. He also said he was starting to feel weird staying there without Jae-hyun. He probably fought with his mom because of his grades, right? Then he asked why Jae-hyun was all scraped up. Jae-hyun explained that he had fallen off his bike. Vinnie Hong then warned them not to even think about pulling a fast one on him to stay there. The two were leaving the next morning. When Vinnie Hong's mother arrived and saw the three of them, she asked if his friends were having dinner there. The two guests quickly introduced themselves, and she said there was braised meat in the fridge. In her opinion, Vinnie Hong was crazy, and the three of them needed to eat better. At that moment, the flash drive fell out of Jae-hyun's pocket. It was the exact flash drive containing those photos. That made it clear Hong-yeon had been lying. Even though Jae-hyun had won the race, the photos had been published anyway. The following morning, Jae-hyun's uniform was still soaked, so he borrowed a jacket from Vinnie Hong and ended up looking like a delinquent. But it was only going to be for that day, so everything was fine. Meanwhile, Mia's picture was spreading throughout the school. Lee Hwa-lang wanted to believe it was photoshopped, that someone had spread it just to tarnish her image, and the rocker hoped he was right. Some girls were saying that Mia acted properly at school, but went out drinking elsewhere. Yoonha told everyone not to listen to all that nonsense, and asked who had posted the photo, since Mia couldn't even drink. To her, taking a vow of silence would only make the situation much worse. The girls who had always picked on Mia from the start said they knew it all along. The moment they laid eyes on the photo, they saw that she was getting drunk and flirting with guys to find someone to fund her modeling career. One of them even said that the puritanical ones were always low-key sluts. Kang Hanum, however, said he didn't know anything about Mia and told her to shut her mouth. He also asked if that made her feel good, putting others down just over a stupid photo. At that moment, Minwoo showed up asking what all the fuss was about and if anyone was in trouble. The coordinator had already called Mia directly to the staff room and, before anything else, asked what kind of clothes Jae-hyun was wearing, telling everyone to go back to class. Shelly was worried about her friend, but Mia was falling once again into that spiral of torment and agony. She just wanted to disappear again. The principal wasn't there again, and, apparently he was never at school, so, the vice principal asked what on earth she had been doing after school. Of all things that could be happening, what popped up was precisely a photo of her drinking and flirting with other men. Ever since that student council president had gotten involved in a gang fight, a real torrent of disasters had been occurring, and he was deeply embarrassed by all of it. Mario then tried to encourage Mia, saying that if she had anything to say, she should speak up. However, she remained silent. When Minwoo saw the photo, he asked what kind of bullshit that was, and what kind of lunatic would post something like that. Kang Hanam said her head was completely lost, while Yoonha commented that after Mia suddenly became pretty, she had gotten popular among men, and was now in trouble over stupid things. She also didn't know what kind of maniac would post a photo like that, but if she found out who did it, she would destroy him. Minwoo said that first they needed to find the guy in the pink hat featured in the photo. Right then, Mia saw a note in her desk, calling her a slut. She grabbed her backpack and ran out of the school. At dismissal time, she almost threw herself in front of a car, but Minwoo appeared in time to pull her back, and noticed she was crying. Meanwhile, Vinnie Hong, who was a delinquent, took the flash drive that had fallen out of Jae-hyun's pocket, and asked what damn photos those were. Minwoo wanted to understand Mia's side of the story, and asked what had happened. She replied that she didn't know. She said she was working late at the studio, and then went out to dinner with those guys. Now she was afraid of the school and the students, and felt she should just drop out of everything. Minwoo replied that she needed to be more confident, and that there was no reason to do that. Mia, however, said that people wouldn't believe her anyway, even if she told the truth. To her, it would be better to spend the rest of her life living quietly as before, without drawing attention. Minwoo asked if she intended to distance herself from everyone, from him him, Jaehyun, Kang Hanum, and Yoonha. She didn't have to face this alone. He tried to move closer to hug her, but couldn't muster the courage at that moment. Jaehyun tried to demand an explanation by calling Wang Yun and asking what the hell had happened, but he didn't answer. Shelly asked who he was calling, hinting that it might be another girl, and then changed the subject, asking where the other girls had gone. At that moment, Minwoo and Kang Hanum were at CJ Kim's studio to demand answers about what had happened. They showed the photo, and as soon as he saw it, CJ Kim was also shocked. He assured them that he wasn't the one who posted that shit. Kang Hanum acknowledged that it really looked like CJ Kim hadn't done it, but Minwoo said he didn't care about that. CJ Kim was in the photo, and he was the only lead they had. CJ Kim explained that he knew they were Mia's friends, but that he had nothing to say at that moment. Since all of that had happened because of his fault, he would figure out the reasons and make sure everything was resolved. Minwoo replied that apologizing to them was useless. He had to apologize to Mia, because that had happened because of him. He had better take responsibility. Then, CJ Kim called Wang Yun and asked what the hell he had done, but Wang Yun hung up in his face. Afterward, CJ Kim admitted that things had spread in the blink of an eye. Social media was terrifying, and it was stupidly easy to ruin someone's life nowadays. He got extremely angry just thinking about that bastard. As for the bicycle he had destroyed, that wasn't a problem because he had already ordered another one. When they left the studio, Minwoo said he was pissed off and wanted to beat that guy's face in. Kang Hanum, however, replied that he didn't seem like a truly dangerous person. That was when Minwoo got a call from Vinnie Hong. He asked if Jaehyun happened to know that piece of shit Wang Yun, and showed them both the photos he had found on the flash drive. Kang Hanum asked if Jaehyun had the flash drive, and if that meant he was the one who had posted the photos. Vinnie Hong said he didn't know what they were talking about, but wanted to know if Jaehyun knew that son Wang Yun. Minwoo decided to confront Jaehyun directly and ran back to school. As soon as he arrived, he pinned him against the wall and demanded he tell the truth. Minwoo asked why there were photos on the flash drive and if Jaehyun hadn't realized that everyone at school was treating Mia that way because of them. Then, he asked who had posted the photos. Jaehyun didn't want to speak, but Vinnie Hong realized that by the look of it, he knew exactly what had happened. To them, it was probably Wang Yun who had posted Mia's photo, since he was the only jerk who would do something like that. Vinnie Hong asked if they hadn't seen Wang Yun at the race. To him, that guy was a psychopath. When he saw the photos, he also found some of Mia with Wang Yun and asked Jaehyun what had happened between the two. Jaehyun replied that he had no choice because Wang Yun had blackmailed him with Mia's photo. After he explained the whole situation, later on, the team began to mobilize. Kang Hanum and Vinnie Hong were left wondering why those people were working together, since they wouldn't win the competition if they joined forces, and they were even plotting against them. Earlier, Vinnie Hong had explained a bit of the situation, and Minwoo decided to go off alone to demand answers. Jaehyun stayed behind with Shelly, while Wang Yun was with the members of Ghost. Minwoo arrived to settle the score. The Ghost crew asked who that jerk thought he was. Judging by his uniform, he was just a high school student. As he approached, Minwoo asked if he was Wang Yun, and said that if he wasn't, he should get lost and tell him where he was. One of the Ghost guys said Minwoo was definitely an idiot with mental issues, and turned to punch him. Except Minwoo was faster, struck first, and knocked the guy down. Then, he asked to see Wang Yun. The man stood up and asked what he wanted. At that moment, Minwoo rushed him, but the entire Ghost crew ganged up to beat him up right then and there. Afterwards, he ended up knocked out with a wooden stick. Later, Minwoo woke up and Wang Yun asked how he was doing. For a minute, he almost thought he had passed out for good. Then, he said he should think a bit before diving headfirst into anywhere, and asked why he wanted to find him so badly. Minwoo said that Wang Yun had posted Mia's photo, and asked why he had done that shit. Wang Yun asked if he was talking about that girl with the big glasses, and wanted to know if he had come to get revenge for his friend. He also asked if he shouldn't be dating instead of doing that. To him, there was no need for a reckoning just over a photo he had accidentally posted. At that moment, Minwoo replied by spitting in his face. As he spoke, Wang Yun merely asked for the hammer, saying those high schoolers had been getting in his way for far too long. Then, he admitted he had posted that photo because he planned for Mia to go through that exact ordeal. But before he could do anything, Kang Hanam landed a punch right on his face, his hand wrapped in a chain and at the speed of a bicycle. When Ghost's leader fell, Kang Hanam approached Minwoo and asked if he was okay. He said he had rushed ahead like an idiot, and that there was no reason to take a beating all by himself. Wang Yun's companion asked what they were doing there, and told them to finish off those bastards. Meanwhile, Wang Yun was completely wrecked. Kang Hanam looked around and asked why there were so many people. Minwoo thanked him for coming, saying he didn't want things to end with him getting beaten up like that alone. Vinnie Hong, however, was itching to get payback on those mothers. To him, that was playing dirty, as they were outnumbered. Even so, Kang Hanam had already taken down the first one, and even after taking a blow to the head with a stick, Vinnie Hong didn't fall because he was wearing a helmet. He immediately fought back by knocking down two more, and soon the brawl was in full swing. For some reason, those three were holding their own even against so many members of the ghost gang. Minwoo commented that things had gotten a bit out of hand, and asked if Wang Yun wouldn't also go crazy if he saw the girl he liked ruined in an instant by trash like him. Kang Hanum was surprised and asked if Minwoo liked her. When he realized he did, he said that explained everything. Minwoo had also gone crazy when Vinnie Hong kidnapped Yunha, so he understood exactly how he felt. Hwang Yun's companion said it was embarrassing because they were losing, but Hwang Yun himself, all bloody, stood up holding the sledgehammer and said he would take that responsibility. Everyone then grabbed their weapons. Kang Hanum realized they were screwed now, but at that moment, a police siren blared and everyone scattered. Meanwhile, Shelley, all alone, asked if those idiots weren't going to rush in and mess up again. The police managed to catch the ghost members first, since they were larger in numbers. Hwang Yun was going crazy wanting to kill those bastards and had to be held back. The bicycles would end up left behind. Minwoo was the first of the group to be caught by the police, but Kang Hanum used fireworks to distract them. Afterward, he grabbed his bike and took off running. Unintentionally, one of the fireworks got stuck in his bike's rear wheel. Kang Hanum didn't know why, but he thought it looked really cool and ended up riding right past, distracting everyone from Ghost, who were soon caught by the police. Minwoo and Vinnie Hong had to keep running on foot. Vinnie Hong managed to get his bike back and ended up leaving poor Minwoo behind on the track. He kept running, but that was already his limit. Before he could get run over by the police cruiser, Jaehyun placed his bicycle in front of him. Minwoo stood frozen for a moment, but Jaehyun asked what he was doing and told him to hurry up and run. The police tried to catch Jaehyun, but of course they couldn't. He was very fast and skilled at dodging things, even riding down staircases with his bike. In the end, the police lost everyone and only managed to catch a few members of the ghost gang. Meanwhile, a police cruiser was still pursuing Vinnie Hong. He ended up completely surrounded. When a cruiser appeared right in front of him, Vinnie Hong didn't brake or slow down. He rode right over the hood of the car and managed to give them the slip as well. When Minwoo finally reunited with the group, he said he had come close to getting caught, but that they were safe because nobody had been arrested. Then he asked where Jaehyun was. Kang Hanum didn't even know he had shown up there, but Minwoo knew he had only managed to escape thanks to him. Meanwhile, Hwang Yun was finally being held accountable by his own brother. Sang Ho Chai, like a good older brother, beat Hwang Yun up and told that incompetent jackass to stop getting beaten up in street fights. Hwang Yun replied that he was the one meddling in his life. Sang Ho Chai said he would stop interfering when his brother stopped borrowing money and cars and got whatever crappy job he could. Then, he gave his final warning. If Hwang Yun let things spiral further out of control, he would be kicked out of the competition and sent straight to the military. Afterward, he handed his credit card to Hwang Yun's companion, telling him to take him to the hospital. Hwang Yun was ecstatic, though it was hard to tell if it was from the pain or the rage he was feeling. Later, the mafia guys, who were quite experienced in this kind of situation, were tending to Minwoo's injuries. They had already taken care of Kang Hanum and Vinnie Hong as well. Vinnie Hong asked if he really needed to go to that place, while Kang Hanum commented that there was nothing at his house, since he was dirt poor. The bald mafia guy said Minwoo was acting like a baby, crying over a scratch on his head. He was about to show real scars, but before he could take off his shirt, another assistant of Kang Hanum told him to stop bragging to the kids. The assistant also asked why the young master hadn't called earlier, since they could have dealt with those delinquents. Kang Hanum replied that they didn't need to get involved in a youth fight because it would look too ugly. Those matters were their own responsibility. The bald guy commented that Kang Hanum used to be very troublesome, but now he was so mature he had truly become a man. The mafia was impressed by that. That was when Kang Hanum's father finally arrived. After they explained the whole situation, he asked if Kang Hanum had gathered a group to jump into a fight. To him, that was better than being alone. Furthermore, he reminded him that he had said before that the real prize of life was friends, not money. Having friends around was one of the most valuable things someone could have, so Kang Hanum needed to take care of them. Afterward, he told the boys to change clothes because they were probably starving. He said it was time to fill their bellies. After the meal, Minwoo commented that Kang Hanum's dad was awesome. Vinnie Hong then asked where they were going now. The two said they were going to Kang Hanum's house, since he had informed his dad. Vinnie Hong, however, complained that his house wasn't a shelter and that they weren't beggars. After all, they were rich. Except Jaehyun was already at the gate of Vinnie Hong's house. Everyone thought he had gone back home, but in reality, he was the only one who was still hungry. The rest of the guys had eaten meat while he had stayed there all beaten up, so they begged Vinnie Hong to make some ramen for the poor guy. Later, Vinnie Hong was in the kitchen preparing that lousy ramen. Jaehyun had ended up in that group of idiots, and Minwoo apologized to everyone, saying it had all been his fault. Kang Hanum, however, replied that he was just returning the favor for what Minwoo had done the other time, and that he should rest easy. Minwoo also apologized to Jaehyun for getting into that fight, but Jaehyun replied that it was also his fault for trying to handle everything alone and not sharing the problem with the group. Vinnie Hong then lost his patience and asked if this was a church meeting. To him, they needed to stop talking like that and simply get a plate for the guy to eat. The following morning, CJ Kim went to Taeyang High School to clean clear up the misunderstanding. Vinnie Hong, of course, being an unemployed delinquent who didn't study and was still recovering from the beating, stayed sleeping at home. Kang Hanam, all swollen up, went to school, as did Min Woo, who was also completely swollen. Jae-hyun, for his part, kept reading on the way to school, as always. When they arrived, they noticed the commotion happening. There were several people in front of the main office because CJ Kim was there talking to the school staff. They noticed Mia was not present, but CJ Kim entered the classroom to explain everything. He greeted everyone and introduced himself as the director and photographer for SZ Style magazine. He explained that ever since that photo of classmate Mia had unfortunately been posted on the school's social network, he knew she was quite depressed because of the entire misunderstanding. Because of that, he had gone there to clarify the situation. CJ Kim explained that he and Mia knew each other exclusively through work. As time went on, they naturally grew closer and developed a mentor-pupil relationship. A few days prior, after finishing a photo shoot, the two went out to dinner with a friend of his. The photo had been taken precisely by this man, whom CJ Kim considered a friend, but who had acted immaturely by trying to make a joke and posting that photo, causing all that scandal. CJ Kim said that it had been an oversight on his part, and that Mia had done nothing wrong. Then, he sincerely apologized to all the teachers and classmates for the turmoil and scandal caused. After that speech, people began spreading the word that Mia was actually innocent, and a large portion of the school came to believe her. The hags still tried to continue the gossip, saying it was just an attempt to protect her, but one of the kids told them to shut their mouths. To him, it was time to put an end to it. In the end, the group of friends went over to CJ Kim to talk. He asked if they had gotten involved in a gang fight and wanted to know what had happened. Minwoo said it was nothing, but more importantly, he hoped CJ Kim's speech would really be enough to clear up the misunderstanding. CJ Kim then asked about Mia, since he hadn't seen her at school. Minwoo replied that it seemed she wasn't coming to class either. CJ Kim said he needed to work, but as soon as Mia showed up, he would set up a dinner with her and all of them. She was quite sensitive and needed all the support possible. Minwoo replied that such support would come even without him asking. When CJ Kim left, Minwoo asked who that guy thought he was, and if he thought he was Mia's brother. The gang members immediately teased him about being jealous. Jaehyun really seemed to remain worried about the whole story, as if the problem wasn't over yet. Yunha left class early to visit Mia, and Shelly wanted to go along because the situation was truly concerning. Meanwhile, the boys discussed how ridiculous it was for Mia not to go to school because of that bastard. The group commented that they should have landed about 40 more punches on his face. Minwoo said that at least Yunha and Shelly had gone after her during recess. That was when Young-soo appeared, asking why everyone was so serious and what had happened. He also noticed the injuries, and asked if they had fought again. The group found that strange, because they were sure they had seen Young-soo at school a few days earlier, but it seemed like it had been so long since they last saw him. After they explained the whole situation, Young-soo asked if Mia was no longer coming to school. Minwoo confirmed and explained that because of this, Yoonha and Shelly had gone to get her. At that moment, what caught everyone's attention was the publication of the exam results. Some people were extremely dissatisfied with their grades. Surprisingly, the one who took first place was Jae-hyun, who had taken all the exams at the same time. People thought he had simply guessed everything, but that wasn't it. The guy was a genius. He didn't quite smile, but he was secretly happy with the result. Minwoo was right in the middle of the ranking, while the rest of the group placed last. The student council president, for his part, was squirming in rage because Jaehyun had come in first place. Pure envy. As Yoonha and Shelly were heading to Mia's house, Shelly asked if they really needed to go by bus. After all, wasn't Yoonha from a rich family? Yoonha replied that she was used to it, because she always accompanied Mia. On the way, some guys tried to hit on Shelly, taking advantage of the crowded bus. She told them to get lost while she was still being nice, because otherwise, they would regret it. When they finally arrived at the apartment, Mia opened the door with a terrible look on her face. She probably hadn't told her parents anything about the situation, and was home alone. Yoonha said she needed to be more confident because she hadn't committed any crime, and the misunderstanding seemed to be getting resolved. Shelly, however, understood her side. She knew it must be hard to change like that, as people couldn't change overnight. Shelly said that if that was the case, fine. Mia could keep living the rest of her life inside a bubble, hiding from people, because there wasn't much they could do. Yoonha asked if Shelly wasn't being too harsh. Mia replied that she knew exactly what Shelly was saying right then, as well as what she had said that other day. She needed to make an effort to change, but it wasn't that simple. Mia had tried her best. Shelly, however, replied that she was simply locked inside her house. Minwoo, Kang Hanam and Vinnie Hong had tried to clear up the misunderstanding, and had even gone after that asshole who posted the photo. Mia shouldn't be there just for herself, but also for them, who had tried so hard to resolve that situation. Besides, they had a race coming up soon. It wasn't fair for them to make so many sacrifices while she just sat there. To Shelly, that wasn't being delicate, it was simply being pathetic. Meanwhile, Hwang Yan, who was still clearly catatonic from the previous situation, was looking for his new bicycle. It was a bike used for breaking records. Maybe it was a bit much for street racing, but it was exactly what Wang Yan wanted. That night, at Hyuri Lee's workshop, the crew was training. They had fought so much that they ended up forgetting to train for the next race. By the time they realized it, it was already late. Minwoo noticed that Hyuri Lee was a bit more sensitive, while Jungsu maintained that same serious face as always. eyes, making it impossible to tell what he was feeling. And that bastard Jaehyun kept reading while pedaling, until the girls showed up, and among them was Mia. When Minwoo realized she had finally shown up, he ended up tripping over his bike and fell on top of Kang Hanum. With that, everyone ended up falling on top of one another, causing a massive disaster, and even knocking over the microphone in the middle of the confusion. Yunha appeared worried about Kang Hanum, in her usual rough way, but she was clearly concerned. She had even bought a sweet for him, and Kang Hanum was thrilled about it. Hyori Lee commented that they had come there to train, but that it was looking more like a tunnel of love. When Young-soo blew her a heart, Hyori Lee also got all flustered by the situation. Later, Minwoo and Mia were left alone, and she thanked him for everything. She had found out from the girls that they had gotten into a fight because of her. Minwoo replied that it was nothing, and that in truth it was being much harder on her, so he asked her not to worry. They were fine. Minwoo explained that he and Yunha had also gone through tough times. After struggling to overcome all of it, they managed to make good friends and live wonderful moments. Mia said that Yunha had never mentioned any of that. Minwoo asked if she had never talked about her past. Remembering that time, he understood why Yunha had never said anything, and told Mia it was no big deal, and that there was no reason to tell it right then. Mia admitted she really wanted to disappear, but was trying to stay strong thanks to her friends. She would return to school and cheer for them in the race. Then, she noticed the several cuts on Minwoo's face, and said he didn't need to get into trouble over her again. Minwoo replied that he had only done it because he liked her. Mia didn't quite understand what he meant, so he asked her to hold up her thumb. Then, he pressed her thumb against his, forming a heart, and said he liked her. And now the question remains, what will happen from here on out? How will this story unfold? That will only be discovered in the next part. That's all for today. I hope you enjoyed it. Leave a like, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell so you don't miss any videos. See you next time.